everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Zero, starting life in another world as a skeleton. Chapter 61 to 100, Operation Sunflower. Inside the stone walls of his house in Iron Fortress, the children had long since drifted into the world of dreams, their rhythmic breathing the only sound in the quiet rooms. Only Hans remained wide awake. He knew he was being used by greed. If he successfully completed his task, the undead empire would harvest a flourishing merchant guild and use him as a propaganda tool to jumpstart the economy. If he failed, he would be marched up the gallows for a public execution, and the empire would simply seize his half-finished assets while bolstering its own terrifying reputation. Either way, the empire won. But Hans didn't care. He needed to be used. In a world of monsters, being useful was the only currency that bought a tomorrow. If I ran away every time I was scared, it would be a damn tragedy, he whispered, sitting at the table. The oil lamp cast dancing shadows across his face, highlighting a sharp, hungry look in his eyes. Since they want results and don't care about the process, it's time to change the plan. Hans stood up, a twisted, determined smile spreading across his lips. He walked into the room where the children slept. He gently shook the eldest boy. Miguel, wake up. Miguel sat up, rubbing his eyes blearily. Hans nii. Hans moved to the bed of the smallest girl. Lily, wake up. I have a fun game for us to play. Soon, all 6 children were gathered in the living room, blinking away sleep as they looked at the strangely high-strung Hans. Children, Hans whispered, his voice carrying a mysterious, magnetic pull. Tomorrow, we're going on a treasure hunt. He pulled a stack of papers from his coat, blank contracts. He had spent the night copying from Grog's original agreement. See these? These are treasure maps. But the maps are missing the most important magic spell. Hans pointed to the blank signature line at the bottom. The spell is a name. A grown-up's name. Your mission is to get the Misters and Misses in the city to write their names right here. Miguel, being the oldest, frowned. Why do we need their names? Because for every name we get, a new treasure will appear in the Sunflower House vault. More bread, better stew, and those new clothes and toys you've been dreaming about. The children's eyes widened. One boy raised his hand. Why would they give us their names? That, Hans grinned like a fox who had just spotted an unguarded hen house, is the secret of the game. He distributed the maps to each child. Remember, we're a team. Our goal is to have these papers filled with names before the sun sets tomorrow. If we win, we're having a feast, the best roasted meat in the city. Roasted meat. The children cheered, their sleepiness replaced by pure, sugar-high levels of excitement. Watching them, Hans leaned back in his chair. The expansion of the Sunflower Merchant Guild was officially in motion. The next day, the streets of Iron Fortress were a chaotic, vibrant tapestry. Humans and undead moved together in a bizarre dance of coexistence. At a woodcarving stall, a middle-aged man was putting the finishing touches on a remarkably lifelike owl. A small figure appeared at his counter. The carver looked down to see a small girl clutching a tattered stuffed bear, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes. It was Lily. The man's expression softened instantly. Hello, little one. What can I do for you? Lily's voice was as sweet as syrup. Mister, your wooden owls are so pretty. The man beamed at the compliment. You like them? Here, I'll give you one for free. Lily shook her head solemnly. Hans said I shouldn't take things for free. You worked very hard to make these. The man felt a pang of warmth. What a well-raised child. Lily continued, I don't know how to read or write yet. Mister, could you teach me? Of course I can, the man agreed readily. What words do you want to learn? Lily revealed a massive, angelic smile. I want to learn how to write the mister's name. She pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket. Hans's treasure map. Just write it right here, mister. The man looked at the scrap of paper. It was stained and looked like trash, which only made him feel more pity. This poor child, they're so destitute, they have to use scrap paper to practice writing. Without a single suspicious thought, he took the charcoal pencil Lily offered and scrawled his name at the bottom of the page. There you go, little one. Did you memorize the strokes? Thank you, mister. Lily carefully folded the paper, tucked it away, and skipped off with her bear. The man watched her go, feeling like he'd done his good deed for the decade. Around the corner, Hans watched the scene with a grin that nearly reached his ears. Plan confirmed. Results guaranteed. Lily scurried back to Hans like a busy bee returning to the hive, presenting her prize. Lily finished her work. Hans took the paper that had just decided the woodcarver's economic future and stowed it away. He knelt and patted Lily's head, his face still wearing that unsettling, triumphant grin. Good girl, Lily. You're the best. A passing resident stopped in his tracks. He saw a grown man with a predatory expression looming over a tiny, innocent girl, muttering about how she was the best. The resident immediately cupped his hands and shouted toward a nearby patrol. Punishment Legion. There's a deviant over here. Hans's smile vanished. Two skeleton soldiers carrying massive greatswords stomped over, their empty sockets locking onto Hans. State your activity, one skeleton intoned with mechanical coldness. It's a misunderstanding. Hans shouted, throwing his hands up. She's my family. The skeletons ignored him, preparing to haul him off to Skeel Pride for summary judgment. I have documentation. Hans yelled, frantically pulling out his guild license and his official badge. The Sunflower Merchant Guild. I'm the chairman, Hans. This girl is my ward and a vital member of the guild. The skeletons paused. One took the agreement, its soul fire flickering as it accessed the city's internal OD network. After a moment, it handed the paper back. Information verified. Resident, Hans. Guardian of Sunflower House. The skeleton lowered its sword but kept its hollow gaze fixed on him. Your behavior is causing public unrest. Watch your conduct. With that, the patrol turned and resumed their march. Hans wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long, shuddering breath. At the other end of the city, Miguel stood at the entrance of a blacksmith's shop. He watched a burly man hammering red-hot iron for a long time, before stepping inside during a break. Miguel spoke with the specific, stubborn seriousness of a 14-year-old. The blacksmith glanced at him. What is it, kid? I don't sell candy. Your technique is the most incredible thing I've ever seen, Miguel said, his gaze unwavering. Every strike has its own rhythm, its own power. I think only someone who truly loves the forge can strike like that. The blacksmith blinked. He hadn't expected such insight from a child. A glimmer of pride touched his rough features. Got a good eye, don't you? Master, my dream is to become a blacksmith too, Miguel continued, his eyes full of longing. Could you sign your name for me? I want to keep it as a goal to inspire me every single day. Miguel produced the paper. The blacksmith hesitated for a second, then took the charcoal. Being worshipped by an ambitious youth felt pretty good. He scrawled his name in jagged letters. Listen, kid. A goal is fine, but you need muscle to back it up. Thank you, master. Miguel took the paper, bowed deeply, and departed. The blacksmith watched him go, feeling quite pleased with himself as he took a swig of ale. Similar scenes played out across the city all day. A herbalist signed for a boy who claimed to be collecting the names of the masters of flora. A ghoul selling roasted meat was so moved by a little girl who wanted to remember the name of the best chef that he proudly carved his unit number into the paper. By evening, the 7 of them were back at the Sunflower House. On the table lay 27 papers, all bearing different names and handwriting. Woodcarvers, blacksmiths, herbalists. The destinies of these shops had been rewritten by a group of children using the purest form of deception. Lily tugged on Hans's sleeve, her eyes sparkling. Can we eat the roasted meat now? Hans looked at the spoils of war covering the table and offered a genuine, warm smile. We're going right now. Miguel, get the coin pouch. We're buying from the most expensive stall in the district. Miguel whispered, but that place is really pricey. Hans waved a contract in the air. It doesn't matter, Miguel. We're going to be very, very rich soon. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 62. Anti-1646 words. Chapter 62. Anti-fraud awareness. The next day, outside the headquarters of the Punishment Legion, a dense, dark crowd had gathered. They were the local entrepreneurs of Iron Fortress, artisans, street vendors, and craftsmen who lived by their hands and their wits. Over the past few months, they had grown used to the patrols of the Punishment Legion. They had even learned a startling truth: these undead were often more obsessed with rules and regulations than the living. It's a scam. A total fraud. Why do I have to give half my daily apple harvest to that man? And 20% of all my future earnings? He might as well just slit my throat and take my wallet. The loudest voice belonged to the burly apple vendor, Grog. His eyes were bloodshot as he brandished an enrollment notice, the parchment crinkling under his white-knuckled grip. The Sunflower Merchant Guild. It's a predatory trap. We demand an audience with the Lord. We demand these contracts be voided. Grog's roar ignited the crowd. Shouts of agreement rippled through the mob, merging into a singular wave of indignation. Cancel the contracts. Give us back our blood and sweat. At the barracks entrance, 2 rows of skeleton soldiers stood in a silent, motionless vigil. Their empty eye sockets stared forward without a flicker of movement. Their silence formed an invisible, insurmountable wall. The crowd's insults echoed against the stone, yet no one dared to take that final step across the threshold. Then, a figure emerged. The moment he appeared, every voice died in a throat-clenching silence. It was Skeel Pride, one of the 7 great generals of the Undead Empire, and the supreme commander of the Punishment Legion. His presence radiated a crushing, indefinable pressure that turned the rowdy plaza into a graveyard. Every eye was drawn to his left arm. It was not made of bone. Instead, it was a limb of flowing, translucent blue energy. Light pulsed within it like a heartbeat, yet its form remained as solid and stable as steel. Grog squeezed his fists, summoned every ounce of his courage, and stepped forward. Lord Pride. We have been deceived. Grog shouted. A human merchant named Hans used despicable trickery to lure us into signing predatory agreements. Pride's skull swiveled slowly toward Grog. The soul fire burning in his sockets didn't so much as flicker. I have reviewed the documents, Pride said. His voice was flat, devoid of any human inflection, yet every syllable rang clearly in the ears of the mob. You signed your names voluntarily. The OD signatures and handwriting have been verified as authentic. These contracts have been registered with the Logistics Bureau and are recognized by the Empire. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Recognized by the Empire. They could fight a merchant. They could fight a guild. But how could they fight the state? But we were tricked. Grog's voice trembled with a mixture of rage and helplessness. We didn't know. Pride cut him off. The Empire will monitor this matter. Until a legal conclusion is reached, you are required to fulfill the terms of your binding contracts. Any further clamor or disruption of the public order of Iron Fortress will be dealt with according to Imperial law. With that, Pride turned his back on the commoners and walked back into the depths of the barracks. The crowd stood paralyzed. Grog's hand went limp, and the contract fluttered to the dirt. He looked at the heavy, shut gates, then at his companions. What could they do? There was nothing left to do. They would pay. They'd have to treat it as a tax to the undead empire. After all, the empire's taxes were based on income, and they hadn't actually paid much until now. One man picked up his contract from the ground and squinted at the fine print again. It did state that the Sunflower Merchant Guild was responsible for providing logistics and armed escort to sell their goods to other human settlements outside the territory. And they still got to keep 80% of the profit. It's not the worst outcome, some whispered. Besides, the general had said the empire was keeping an eye on Hans. If he truly bankrupted them, the state might step in. With these thoughts taking hold, the mob began to disperse. However, a new, anti-fraud awareness had been permanently etched into their hearts. Pride walked through the barracks corridors, his footsteps echoing in the empty hall. That vampire greed truly dumped a troublesome mess on my plate, he thought. The human named Hans was indeed a sharp blade. But the blade was too jagged, its first stroke had cut the empire's own subjects. Even if those humans weren't technically their people yet, it was messy work. Pride lifted his left hand. The ghostly blue energy hand spread before his eyes, the 5 fingers flexing nimbly. Every joint moved with liquid grace. He remembered a few days ago. The supreme ruler, Kaido, had summoned him alone to that simple log cabin. Kaido's gaze had lingered on Pride's empty left shoulder. I am here, master. You are now tier 5. Why has your limb not regenerated? Pride's soul fire had fluctuated for a moment. He had been too embarrassed to speak the truth. That missing arm was the mark of his creation, the very first brand of his existence. He was the first skeleton, and that stump was his proof. It distinguished him from every skeleton born afterward, it was his own unique, silent glory. He feared that if his arm regrew, he would become just another face in the crowd, losing that original, special connection to his creator. So he had used his own power to suppress the bone's regeneration. I have simply grown accustomed to it, master, Pride had lied, hiding his obsession. Kaido had looked at him in silence for a long time, before placing a bony hand on Pride's skull. Even so, I wish for my children to be whole. Kaido hadn't issued an order. He simply said those words and left. But for Pride, that day changed everything. The master called me his child. The master wishes for me to be whole. And so, this energy limb was born. Pride used his own power to sustain his wholeness, in a different way, preserving his uniqueness. He was still the skeleton who had lost an arm. He was still the firstborn. He had followed the master's wish while keeping his pride intact. Elsewhere in Iron Fortress, a more profound change was taking root. Greed's ideas, like invisible silken threads, had permeated every corner of the newborn empire. The currency systems, commercial regulations, and the concept of contractual spirit from the human world were simplified, organized, and compiled into brand new textbooks. The tiny lecture hall once run by Lloyd and Rosen was gone. In its place was a sprawling, magnificent complex of stone buildings. Evernight Academy, the name had been personally bestowed by Kaido. By the master's decree, all human youths under 16 registered in the territory, as well as all undead units below Tier 2, were required to attend. 4 hours a day. No exceptions. Absences were enforced by the Punishment Legion. Under Greed's planning, the school expanded at a breakneck pace. Within a short time, 200 literate instructors were screened from the humans and undead. They taught language, writing, imperial law, and continental history. And a brand new course, economics. Lloyd and Rosen, the 2 humans who were the first to surrender, now served as the Academy's headmaster and vice-headmaster. Today the Academy welcomed a new class, the children of Sunflower House. Miguel led the way, holding Lily's hand, followed by the younger siblings. They stared in awe at the gargantuan institution. In the wide corridors, they saw human children like themselves, mixed with skeletons whose bones click-clacked as they walked to class. A skeleton, likely a very recent resurrection, lost its balance and walked headfirst into a wall. Its skull popped off its neck and rolled across the floor, coming to a stop at Lily's feet. Lily let out a tiny shriek and hid behind Miguel. The headless skeleton stooped over, groping the floor until it found its head. It sheepishly snapped its skull back onto its spine and gave Lily a friendly wave of its bony hand as a greeting before wobbling off to class. Miguel patted Lily's back, whispering that it was okay. Following their instructions, they entered a classroom. It was large, already occupied by 20 human children and a dozen low-tier skeletons. The skeletons were remarkably well-behaved, sitting in the back rows. They had no books or pens, they simply sat perfectly still, their soul fires fixed intently on the podium. On the podium, a middle-aged human teacher wearing spectacles was writing on a chalkboard. Today we learn a new concept, the teacher said, drawing a circle with chalk. Currency. The Empire's currency is divided into 3 tiers. 100 copper equals 1 silver. 100 silver equals 1 gold. It is used to acquire food, tools, weapons, and anything your heart desires. It is the manifestation of value, it is the proof of labor. Lily sat at her desk. She didn't quite understand the depth of the words yet. She simply copied the teacher, using a charcoal pencil to draw a shaky, wobbly circle on her papyrus. Inside the circle, she drew a tiny, happy sunflower. Miguel, sitting beside her, listened with a deadly seriousness. He recorded every single word the teacher spoke. He knew that in this new world, knowledge was the only thing sharper than a sword. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 63. Chapter 63. Miguel 1475 words. Chapter 63. Miguel. A long, resonant toll of the bell echoed through the halls of the Evernight Academy. In an instant, the corridors were flooded with a mixture of human children and skeletal forms. The air was a chaotic symphony of youthful laughter and the rhythmic, dry clack-clack-clack of bone against stone. Some children were even seen playing tag with the lower-tier skeletons, weaving through the crowd with reckless abandon. Miguel led the children of Sunflower House toward the main gates, their small hands clutching the hem of his tunic as they stared wide-eyed at the undead students. Miguel scanned the crowd. At the gate, countless parents were waiting. He saw a mother scoop up her daughter, planting a kiss on her cheek. He saw a father hoist his son onto his shoulders, letting out a booming, hearty laugh. Even a skeleton berserker was seen awkwardly patting a skeleton soldier on the head, the soldier's jaw clicking open and shut as if sharing a secret. Every child had a home to return to. Every life had a place where it belonged. Watching this, Miguel's pace slowed. The surrounding noise began to fade into a distant hum, and his thoughts drifted back to a time long ago. Back to the days before he met Hans. Back then, Miguel's world was painted in shades of gray. The darkest corner of the slums had been his territory. There he had used scraps of rotting timber salvaged from refuse piles to build a tiny shack. The boards were of uneven lengths, riddled with rusted nail holes and the black veins of decay. The space was so small he could barely lie flat. The wind howled through the gaps, and the rain trickled down the wood, but to him, it was home. He remembered a specific day, when he was trying to reinforce the roof. He had found a relatively sturdy plank and tried to hoist it up, but his foot slipped on a patch of slick moss. He stepped hard onto a piece of warped wood, and a rusted iron nail tore through his ankle. The pain was a white-hot spike. Miguel let out a cry and collapsed into the dirt. Not far behind him, he heard a woman's frantic voice. "Oh goodness. Are you all right? Did you hurt yourself, sweetheart?" Miguel whipped his head around, a flicker of longing one he hadn't even known he possessed igniting in his eyes. Instinctively, he started to answer, "I'm okay." But the words died in his throat. The woman wasn't looking at him. She was sprinting in the opposite direction, toward a well-dressed boy who had tripped on the cobblestones, and was wailing at the top of his lungs. The woman gathered the child into her arms, tenderly patting his back and murmuring, "Pain, pain, fly away. Mama's here, the pain is all gone." That voice wasn't for him. It never had been. Miguel watched the mother and son disappear into the distance. He looked down at the gash on his ankle. The bleeding had slowed, but the wound was caked in filth and grit. He didn't make a sound. He simply picked up a piece of charcoal, and on the smoothest board of his shack, drew two shaky stick figures. One tall, one short. Miguel looked at the drawings and allowed a small, hollow smile to touch his lips. "There," he whispered. "Now I have a papa and a mama too." His stomach let out an ill-timed, hollow growl. The sound was a sharp reminder of a much more immediate reality: he was starving. Miguel stood up, limping toward the back alleys of the district's restaurants. He knew that wealthy adventurers often discarded half-eaten meals. If he was lucky, he might find a whole loaf of bread, or perhaps a bone with some gristle still attached. The alley reeked of the sour stench of rotting grease and stagnant sewage. Miguel scavenged through the trash until his eyes locked onto a bone. There were still slivers of dark red meat clinging to it. His eyes lit up. He lunged for it, but a dark shadow blurred past. A mangy, skeletal stray cat snatched the bone in its teeth, and vanished into the darkness of a side street. Miguel froze, then let out a resigned sigh. Eventually, beneath a pile of wilted vegetable leaves, he unearthed an apple. Half of it was a bruised, fermented brown, smelling of cheap wine, but the other half looked edible. He was overjoyed. He wiped the clean side on his shirt and took a cautious bite. It was sour and mealy, but to him, it was a feast. He sat at the entrance of his shack, eating the rotten fruit bite by bite. When he finished, he took his charcoal and drew a lopsided circle next to the stick figures. "Papa, Mama, you should eat too." Night fell. The slums after dark were a hunting ground. The shouts of drunks, the snarls of fighting dogs, and the soft footfalls of thieves echoed through the shadows. Miguel lay in his shack, covered only by a tattered piece of burlap. The wind whistled through the cracks in the wood, bringing every terrifying sound into his ears. "The night really is scary, isn't it?" he murmured. He turned his head to the stick figures on the wall. His smile returned. "But with Papa and Mama here, I'm not afraid of anything." Just then, he heard heavy footsteps and low, aggressive muttering. A group of older street urchins, the kind who specialized in shaking down the weak, was approaching. Miguel's heart hammered against his ribs. Suddenly, the board he had failed to nail down earlier that day slipped and fell. It landed perfectly across the entrance, sealing the shack from view. The urchins paused outside. "Looks empty. Let's check the next block." The footsteps faded. Miguel curled up in the dark, listening to the rhythm of his own heart, and fell asleep with a smile. It felt as if his parents really were protecting him. The next morning, however, Miguel was racked by a violent cough. His head spun, and his limbs felt like they were made of lead. He was sick. The injury, the filth, and the rotten food had finally taken their toll. His forehead was burning to the touch. He tried to sit up, but the world tilted, and he collapsed back onto the dirt. He looked at the stick figures on the wall. "Mama, it hurts." He wheezed. "I'm so cold." The charcoal faces offered no reply. An unknown amount of time passed before the door of scrap wood was nudged open. A shaft of brilliant light pierced the gloom. Miguel squinted, shielding his eyes as a man's silhouette blocked the sun. His first instinct was terror. He thought the older boys had come back for him. But the man didn't force his way in. He simply knelt at the threshold. The sunlight traced the man's profile in gold. The man extended a hand. "If you don't have a family either, would you like to be part of mine?" The voice was the gentlest thing Miguel had ever heard. Miguel froze. He looked at the outstretched hand. It was clean. The nails were trimmed. It was a hand unlike any he had ever seen in the slums. In that moment, the light behind the moon was so radiant it was almost blinding. Miguel's lips moved but no sound came out. With the last of his strength, he simply nodded. The memory shattered. The noise of the present rushed back into his ears. Miguel felt his hand being released. Lily and the younger children were running forward like birds escaping a cage. Miguel looked up. Hans was standing at the school gates. He knelt to catch the lunging Lily, planting a kiss on her forehead. "How was your first day? Did you learn well?" "I learned how to write my name. The teacher praised me." The skeleton teacher's head fell off. It was so funny. The children chirped over one another, their faces glowing with a light that had never existed in the slums. Hans's gaze shifted past them, finding Miguel lingering at the back. He raised a hand and waved. That smile was exactly the same as it had been on that golden morning years ago. Miguel's nose stung. "That's right. I'm not that orphan in a wooden shack anymore, talking to stick figures. I have a home." Miguel broke into a grin. He took a step forward, then broke into a run, heading toward the warmth of that light. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 64, The First Venture. 1482 words. Chapter 64, The First Venture. The next day. At the temporary headquarters of the Sunflower Merchant Guild, the air was thick with the scent of simmering meat broth, and the heavy tension of uncertainty. A massive pot hung over a fire in the center of the courtyard, steam billowing into the morning air. Every individual vendor who had signed Hans's contract had arrived. Grog, the apple vendor, was the first on the scene. He didn't sit, he stood in the center of the courtyard with his arms crossed, scrutinizing every new arrival with a skeptical glare. Blacksmiths, carpenters, herbalists, the new members of the guild appeared one by one. No one spoke. They exchanged glances that communicated a shared sense of dread. The cabin door creaked open, and Hans stepped out. Every pair of eyes in the courtyard locked onto him instantly. "Swindler!" Grog's voice echoed against the stone walls. Hans walked toward the crowd, his expression as unreadable as a ledger. "Grog, tell me. At your apple stall, how many apples do you sell on a good day?" Grog hadn't expected a market analysis. He faltered for a second. "On a good day? Maybe 30 or 40. On a bad day, barely 10. And how many do you harvest from the trees daily?" Hans pressed. "Over 200. And the rest? They rot. Or I sell them for a pittance to the Aegis Legion to feed their livestock." "So," Hans said, his voice level, "your actual daily income is restricted to the value of those few dozen apples. Is that correct?" Grog fell silent, his scowl deepening. The logic was irrefutable. Hans scanned the faces of the crowd. "It's the same for all of you. The hoes the blacksmith forges, the stools the carpenter builds, the herbs the apothecary gathers. You successfully sell less than half of what you produce. The other half isn't inventory. It's a loss." Hans's voice wasn't loud, but it carried the weight of a hammer striking an anvil. "Now, I am here to help you. I will sell that loss for you, and I will sell it for a price higher than you've ever seen. Is it not fair, then, that I take a commission for the half I manage to move?" A burly blacksmith in the back barked, "Talk is cheap. Why should we trust a man whose only weapon is his tongue?" Hans raised a finger, pointing toward the heavily fortified barracks of the Punishment Legion in the distance. "You don't have to trust me. Trust them. Our agreements are filed and certified with the Imperial Logistics Bureau. If I deceive you, the Skeleton Knights will come for my head." If I succeed, you'll have coin in your pockets that you couldn't have imagined in your wildest dreams. You have nothing to lose. The worst-case scenario is that you return to your stalls and watch your life's work turn to mold. The crowd lapsed into a pensive silence. The logic was sound, but the lingering unease remained. Hans clapped his hands, shattering the quiet. Now to work. I need materials. I need things that will make our goods. Hans turned to a carpenter who had remained silent. I need wooden boxes. Small ones, exactly the size of a single apple. The wood must be polished smooth, no nails. On the lid, I want the sunflower emblem engraved. He turned to the blacksmith. I need clasps. Tiny, elegant metal latches to lock the boxes. Shape them like leaves. I want them to make a crisp, satisfying click when they close. Finally, he looked at the herbalist. I need fragrance. Nothing heavy, something clean and refreshing. Place it inside the boxes. I want the customer to catch a scent of spring the moment they lift the lid. The three men looked at each other, bewildered. Grog finally asked, "What's the point?" "It's just an apple. Why go through all this trouble?" "Grog," Hans said, picking up an apple and tossing it idly in the air, "people aren't buying fruit. They're buying a sentiment. And a sentiment can be sold for 100 times the price of a snack." Hans addressed the rest of the group. "Any small trinkets you can't sell, a carved bird, a pouch of spice, a handmade cord, put them in as gifts. It makes the buyer feel like they've won a great victory in the trade." The courtyard was still. These concepts were foreign to them, but the vision Hans described began to take form in their minds. "I'll start on the boxes," the carpenter muttered, turning toward his workshop. The blacksmith added. Grog stood there, watching Hans's back. His expression was a mess of conflict. Just maybe, this is the chance. 3 days later. A flatbed wagon packed with goods rolled out of the gates of Iron Fortress. There were no piles of loose apples, only rows of meticulously stacked, elegant wooden boxes. Miguel and the children of Sunflower House stood by the roadside to see him off. "Hans nii. Come back soon," they screamed with all their might. Hans looked back and gave them a confident wave. The carriage rolled onto the great road. Hans's destination was Silvermoon City, a human settlement not far from Leaf City. He couldn't go back to his old haunts yet. A new beginning required a fresh stage. Normally, a lone man with a wagon of valuables traveling through the monster-infested wilds would be considered a suicide run. But Hans didn't look nervous. He knew he wasn't alone. Before departure, Lord Greed had summoned him. The vampire hadn't said much, but he had assigned Hans 3 shadow guards. Powerful Tier 3 skeleton assassins were currently lurking in his very shadow. Hans couldn't feel them, but knowing they were there provided an absolute sense of security. Suddenly, the carriage slowed and ground to a halt. Hans pulled the reins, squinting ahead. A large fallen tree blocked the road. From the thickets on either side, 2 figures emerged. On the left, a massive brute with a 2-handed axe slung over his shoulder. On the right, a scrawny man twirling a jagged dagger. The large bandit leveled his axe at Hans. "Lotta guts traveling alone, kid," he boomed. He slammed the axe head into the dirt. "State your name." "I don't kill nameless trash." Hans sat on the driver's seat, his expression flat. "I'm nobody from Iron Fortress." The big bandit blinked, genuinely confused. The scrawny one leaned in and whispered, "Boss. I think he's making fun of you." The big bandit's face turned a violent shade of red. He felt his professional dignity being insulted. He roared at his partner, "Show him what happens to nobodies." The scrawny bandit let out a greasy, malicious grin, and stepped forward. He ran his tongue along the edge of his blade, his eyes fixed on Hans's throat. The dagger reflected a sickly green light under the sun. "You should have apologized, kid," the scrawny one hissed. "This blade is coated in a venom that..." He stopped. His face underwent a rapid, terrifying transformation. He clutched his throat, his eyes bulging as they turned bloodshot. A heartbeat later, he collapsed into the dirt, stiff as a board. The big bandit, who had just been about to warn him not to lick the poisoned blade, stared at his subordinate's corpse. He began frantically searching his pockets for an antidote. Hans saw the opening and let out a smirk. He whipped out a dagger of his own and lunged forward with heroic intent. Unfortunately, being a non-combatant, he was promptly kicked in the chest by the bandit and sent tumbling back into the dirt. The big bandit growled, raising his axe to finish the job. He never noticed the shadows shifting behind him. Inside Hans's shadow, the three shadow guards were currently engaged in a heated telepathic debate. Did you see how the safety officer looked at us earlier? We need to find a better way to slack off without getting caught. Maybe if we hide inside a hollow log. One of the shadow guards stepped out of the shadow, bored. Before the big bandit could even register the movement, the undead assassin had already ended him. The shadow guard melted back into Hans's shadow, resuming the discussion. As I was saying, if we use a displacement charm, we can probably nap for at least 2 hours. Hans scrambled up, dusting off his suit. He looked at the two corpses and adjusted his collar. Good talk. He urged the horses forward, maneuvering the wagon around the fallen tree. The road to Silvermoon City was open. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 65, The Shills. 1669 words. Chapter 65. The Shills. The gates of Silvermoon City loomed high, constructed from cold, gray granite. The guards at the threshold wore standardized leather brigandine and gripped lances with a visible, soul-crushing boredom. Hans's wagon crawled forward in the queue. When his turn finally came, a guard extended a hand to halt the horses. Entry fee, the guard drawled, his voice drained of energy. 10 coppers per person, 50 for the carriage. Hans counted out 60 copper coins and handed them over. The guard snatched the pile, gave a dismissive wave, and signaled him through. The wagon rolled into Silvermoon City. The thoroughfares here were wider and far noisier than those of Iron Fortress. On either side, shops hung a chaotic variety of colorful signage, and the streets hummed with the constant shuffle of pedestrians. Hans didn't linger on the main road. He steered the horses into a labyrinth of side alleys, eventually coming to a halt in a district that looked particularly worse for wear. This was the lower city, a place populated by those without steady work or noble pedigree. Hans secured the horses, hopped down, and began pacing through the narrow lanes. His objective was surgical. He needed actors. Not the kind from a traveling troupe, but the kind who lived by their wits on the streets. He found his marks quickly. Crouched outside a dingy tavern were 2 men. One was as thin as a bamboo reed, the other was built like a stone wall. The thin one was idly cleaning his fingernails with a rusted knife. The strong one was letting out a massive yawn. Hans strode over and cut straight to the point. Looking to make some coin. The thin man looked up, sparing Hans a brief glance before returning to his nails. The strong one opened his eyes, scanning Hans's expensive suit. What kind of coin? 1 silver each for the morning. The thin man stopped scraping his nails. 1 silver was enough to keep them drowning in ale for several days. What's the job? A performance. 30 minutes later, the 3 were huddled in the shadows of a back alley. Hans placed a wooden box before them and began to outline his vision. Listen close. When the time comes, you're going to do this. As Hans spoke, the expressions of the 2 men shifted from curiosity to utter confusion, finally landing on the look one gives a certified lunatic. The strong man's voice was thick with disbelief. 50 silver coins. Are you mad, or are we? This isn't an apple, Hans said, clicking the box open. A subtle, refreshing aroma drifted out. This is a benediction's kiss. Hans held up the box, showing them the engraved sunflower patterns and the delicate, leaf-shaped metal clasp. Just do exactly as I say. The more people watch, the harder you act. If we succeed, it's 2 silvers each. He had upped the stakes. The thin man and the strong man exchanged a look. For 2 silvers, they'd do more than act, they'd probably start a literal riot. Count us in, the thin man declared. The trio huddled closer, ironing out the finer points of the script. Strange, cackling laughter occasionally echoed from the alley. A young mother passing by with her son caught the sound and immediately shielded the boy's eyes, quickening her pace. "Don't look, sweetheart," she whispered. "Those are just useless adults." Hans and his new employees couldn't have cared less. The noble district, Silvermoon City. The streets here were paved with smooth, white stone slabs, lined with perfectly manicured greenery. Hans found an open patch of sidewalk and set up a small table, draping it with a cloth of midnight black. On the cloth sat a single, exquisite wooden box. He stood behind the table, doing absolutely nothing. High-born youths and their servants strolled past. Some cast curious glances at the lone merchant, but no one stopped. A wooden box wasn't much of a spectacle in this part of town. Then 2 figures rushed onto the scene from opposite ends of the street. It was the thin man and the strong man, now dressed in somewhat respectable tunics, looking like prosperous traders. The thin man reached the table first, slamming a coin pouch down. "Merchant. This benediction's kiss. I'll take it." The strong man roared, shoving the thin man aside. "First come, first served. I staked a claim on this yesterday. Merchant, sell it to me." The thin man snarled back, "Liar. I was here yesterday too. You never showed. I don't care. Today, this benediction's kiss is mine. I'll pay double. I'll pay triple." Their shouting match was thunderous, quickly attracting the attention of every passerby. A group of young, opulently dressed nobles stopped, watching the drama with raised eyebrows and genuine amusement. "What is that? A benediction's kiss? Looks like a jewelry box. Fighting over a box. How novel." Seeing the crowd grow, the 2 shills put their backs into the performance. They began shoving and grappling, looking as if they were seconds away from a bloody brawl. Hans, frantically, stepped out from behind the table to separate them. "Gentlemen, please. No violence. We are men of business," Hans pleaded, looking appropriately distressed. "Merchant, you be the judge. He's trying to steal my prize." The strong man barked. "I was here first." The thin man countered. Hans cleared his throat and projected his voice for the growing audience. "Very well. Since both of you desire it so fervently, I shall pose a riddle. Whoever provides the truest answer shall have the right to purchase." He pointed to the box. "The benediction's kiss, tell me, what are its true benefits?" The crowd went quiet. The thin man snapped his fingers and shouted, "I know. To gift it to a lover is to make them feel the uniqueness of your heart." The strong man bellowed in protest, "Nonsense. To gift it to a partner ensures a smooth path for business and overflowing coffers. Gift it to an elder for eternal health. It makes the neighbor's brat stop crying. It makes you find lost gold on the sidewalk." Their claims became increasingly absurd, drawing peals of laughter from the watching nobles. They didn't believe a word of it, of course. But the spectacle was fascinating. A mysterious box, 2 brawling merchants, and a merchant with a flair for the dramatic. A young noble finally couldn't resist. "Merchant, enough with the games. What actually is in there?" Hans offered the noble a knowing, mysterious smile. He picked up the box and clicked the leaf-shaped latch open. A vibrant, ruby-red apple sat nestled inside. "An apple," the young noble blinked. Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. "This is not just an apple," Hans said, his voice quiet but carrying a magnetic clarity. This fruit comes from the sunflower manor of Iron Fortress, harvested under the very first sliver of dawn. Each one is hand-selected for perfection. Encased in white pine wood polished by hand, secured with a 3-leaf luck clasp, and infused with the scent of spirit-calming herbs. Hans paused, meeting the noble's gaze. It represents a sentiment. A beautiful blessing that can be gifted to anyone to express what words cannot. He allowed the silence to hang for a moment. That is why it is called the benediction's kiss. The young noble stared at the fruit. The apple was ordinary. But the box, the story, and the name made it feel exclusive. Fascinating, the noble chuckled. How much? I'll take it. With the manor's compliments, 50 silver coins. A gasp erupted from the crowd. 50 silvers. For an apple. But the young noble didn't care. To him, 50 silver coins wasn't even enough to buy a set of cufflinks for his Sunday shirt. For that pittance, he was buying an entertaining story, and a novelty he could brag about to his friends over wine. The noble signaled his servant to pay and took the box. Hans pocketed the coin and immediately produced an identical box from beneath the table, placing it on the black cloth. Alas, there are very few left today. Hans looked at the still arguing shills. Now, which of you gentlemen is next? With the first sale as proof of value, the dam broke. I want one. Another noble shouted. I'll give it to my fiancée. Let's see her complain about my lack of effort then. Save one for me. I want to see if it'll stop my father from lecturing me for 5 minutes. This is much better than the usual gold and jewels. It has character. The crowd surged forward. The 20 boxes Hans had brought were sold out in less than 15 minutes. 50 silver coins each. Hans packed up his empty table and black cloth, offering a polite bow to the lingering crowd. Today's supply of benediction's kiss is exhausted. My deepest gratitude for your patronage. At this same time tomorrow, we shall have another limited supply of 20. Ignoring the groans of disappointment from the latecomers, Hans pushed his cart away and vanished around the corner. Back in the dilapidated alley, Hans counted out for silver coins and handed them to the 2 men. A pleasure doing business with you. The 2 men held the heavy silver coins, their hands literally shaking. In one morning, simply by wagging their tongues, they had earned more than they usually made in a month. They looked at Hans with eyes full of religious awe. Big boss, the thin man whispered. Tomorrow do we go again? Of course, Hans said, tucking his bulging coin purse into his coat. But tomorrow we're changing the script. Hans looked toward the spires of the noble district. This was only the beginning. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. The Sea of Stars. 1472 words. Chapter 66. The Sea of Stars. Elsewhere. Reinhard, Nick, and Bruce, after a grueling half-month trek, finally stood before the gates of the imperial capital. The imperial capital. Nick was already daydreaming about his glorious future, so lost in his fantasies that he didn't even notice the drool escaping the corner of his mouth. Bruce's dog ears were pinned straight up in excitement, his tail wagging with enough force to kick up a small dust cloud behind him. The city gates were a marvel of engineering, massive blocks of white stone stacked so high they seemed to graze the underside of the clouds. Every few hundred yards along the ramparts sat a watchtower, each flying the imperial flag. The golden lion emblem snapped fiercely in the high-altitude winds. Bruce's voice was a shaky whisper. We actually made it. Nick threw his arms wide, letting out a roar of triumph. The peak of civilization. The imperial capital. Reinhard watched his companions with a faint, amused smile. To him, This was simply a return to the kind of world he knew, but seeing them so genuinely thrilled lightened the heavy burden in his chest. The trio joined the flow of travelers and merchants, approaching the checkpoint at the main gate. A line of sentries in full-plate armor stood like statues, processing every soul entering the city with cold efficiency. Finally, it was their turn. A guard leveled his halberd, barring their path. His voice was a monotone drone, as if he were reciting a legal codex. Entry registration. State your name, origin, and purpose. Reinhard stepped forward, pulling a silver signet engraved with the Andrew family crest from beneath his cloak. Reinhard Andreas von. I am here by order to return a sacred relic to the imperial court. The guard's posture snapped straight the moment he saw the crest. He retracted his halberd and offered a crisp military salute. My apologies, Lord von. You are authorized to pass. The guard's gaze then drifted to Nick and Bruce. This gentleman may accompany you, but... His eyes locked onto Bruce. This demi-human cannot enter. The air went cold. Nick's goofy grin vanished. Bruce's tail stopped mid-wag, drooping slowly. Reinhard asked, his voice hardening. Imperial decree, the guard replied, his voice returning to a robotic, bureaucratic flatline. Any demi-human lacking written sponsorship, or the physical presence of a noble of the rank of count or higher is forbidden from entering the inner districts of the capital. I am a noble. Reinhard projected his voice. He is my companion. Is my word not enough? The guard shook his head. I am sorry, young Master Andrew, but your rank is that of a viscount's heir. It does not meet the requirements of the decree. This is an absurd regulation. Reinhard hissed. The guard didn't blink. The law is the law. The travelers waiting in line began to whisper and point. Cruel, unshielded comments drifted through the air. Look, it's a kobold. Imagine thinking a mutt like that could just stroll into the capital. Filthy thing. Keep it away from me. Bruce buried his head in his chest. His ears went limp, pressing tight against his skull. Nick looked at Bruce, then at the towering walls of the city. For the first time, an expression of genuine, white-hot fury crossed his face. You people are crossing the line. Bruce reached out, his hand catching Nick's arm. He shook his head slowly. Then, Bruce looked up at Reinhard and forced a smile, one that looked more painful than a sob. It's okay, Reinhard. I forgot about the capital's rules. He turned to his partner. Go to the Adventurers Guild and make our dream real. What the hell are you talking about, Bruce? We said we'd do this together. A great adventurer can be a legend even on his own, Bruce interrupted softly. Without another word, he turned his back on the city and began to walk away, heading back down the road they had spent weeks traveling. His silhouette looked painfully small against the massive shadow of the city gates. Nick stood frozen, his fists clenched so tight they shook. He looked at Bruce's retreating form, then at the golden gate that symbolized everything he had ever wanted. Reinhard, seeing the turmoil, turned back to the guard and snarled, I suggest you reconsider your tone before you realize you've insulted the heir of a functional viscountcy. Just then, a hand landed gently on Reinhard's shoulder. A short distance down the road. Bruce walked with his head down, his ears flat. He didn't really care about the guild or the glory. What hurt was the silence, the realization that he couldn't be by Nick's side anymore. They had promised to conquer the capital together, make a fortune, and eat every delicacy the Empire had to offer. Now, Nick would have to do it alone. Bruce sniffled, wiping his nose with the back of his paw. Just then, he heard the frantic thud of boots hitting the dirt behind him. It was Nick's voice. Bruce froze but didn't turn around. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to make his voice sound normal. Nick, get back there. Don't be an idiot. The footsteps stopped right behind him. Nick was bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. What kind of nonsense are you barking now? Bruce looked at the sweat-drenched man, and something in his heart fractured. He turned, eyes red with unshed tears, and roared, "I told you to go inside. Why did you follow me? You moron." Nick caught his breath and stood up straight. Who said that only adventurers in the capital can become great? Bruce blinked, stunned. Nick stepped closer. In Leaf City, in Jade Territory, or any god's-forsaken corner where monsters crawl, we can be adventurers. Slaying goblins in the woods or catching slimes in the marsh, what's the difference? The pay might be worse, the meat might be tougher, but... Nick stopped in front of Bruce and extended a closed fist. But at least we're together, right? He offered Bruce a wide, reckless grin. Our goal is the sea of stars and the ends of the earth. Bruce looked at Nick's fist, then at his stupid, grinning face. Tears finally broke free, rolling down his muzzle and splashing into the dust. He raised a hand, wiped his face messily, and then extended his own fist. The two fists met with a solid, satisfying thud. Let's go, Nick. We'll find the nearest town and take every commission they have. Hell yeah. This time, we're taking down a great dragon. A dragon? Let's start with a single goblin and work our way up, you lunatic. The man and the dogman walked away, shoulder to shoulder, bickering loudly as they disappeared into the distance. The Imperial Gate. Reinhard stood alone where the hand had left his shoulder. Nick had given him one last, wide-mouthed grin. Go fulfill your mission, Reinhard. Bruce and I are going to become real adventurers now. Then he had run off without looking back. Reinhard watched them go. He turned back to the emotionless guard, who was now gesturing toward the open city. Lord Vaughn. Reinhard shot the man a glare that would have curdled milk, then began his long, lonely walk into the capital. The streets were wide. The crowds were immense. The shops were overflowing with luxury. But to Reinhard, it felt like a ghost town. He eventually found a nondescript, somewhat dingy inn. He spoke to the proprietor behind the desk. A single room. The man barely looked up, tossing a key onto the counter. Second floor, third on the left. 20 coppers a night. Pay up front. Reinhard paid and climbed the stairs. The room was tiny, a bed, a table, and a single chair. He shut the door and leaned his weight against the wood. He pulled the cloth-wrapped holy sword from his spatial pouch and placed it on the table. He sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the blade. The palace. The knight's order. His father would have known people here. But Reinhard didn't know a soul. He lay back, staring at the ceiling. A hollow ache settled in his chest. It wasn't the difficulty of the task ahead. It was the realization that those two idiots were gone. He hadn't even gotten to say a proper goodbye. A couple of absolute bastards. He whispered. He buried his face in the pillow and closed his eyes. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Carl 1554 words. Chapter 67, Carl dawn broke. Reinhard departed from the dingy inn. Nick and Bruce had not parted ways despite the barrier at the gate. Reinhard felt a flicker of joy for them, mixed with an emotion he couldn't quite name. But now was not the time for sentimentality. He reached into his spatial pouch, retrieved the silver signet of the House of Andrew, polished it briefly against his sleeve, and pinned it to his chest. The holy sword remained hidden within the pouch's dimensional folds. It was the hope of the Empire. Reinhard didn't spare a second glance at the bustling morning streets, walking directly toward the royal palace. The palace gates were a fortress in themselves. 4 royal knights stood guard, clad in silver plate armor that blazed under the morning sun. Emblazoned upon their breastplates was the golden lion crest of the imperial line. As Reinhard approached, two halberds crossed with a sharp metallic ring, barring his path. Reinhard spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but every word carried the weight of his resolve. "I seek an audience with His Imperial Majesty." The knights remained motionless, their gazes locking onto Reinhard from behind their visors. The air between them solidified. Suddenly, one of the knights spoke. "Your identity." Reinhard straightened his spine. "Reinhard Andreas von, heir to the House of Andrew of the Iron Fortress territory. I carry urgent military intelligence regarding the undead calamity. Furthermore, I possess the remains of the hero Leon. I must report to His Majesty in person." At the mention of Hero Leon and undead calamity, the knights' posture shifted instantly. Their grip on their halberds tightened. "Wait here." One knight turned and disappeared through the palace gates at a brisk pace. The remaining three kept their eyes fixed on Reinhard, their scrutiny heavy and unyielding. Reinhard stood like a statue. Time crawled. 15 minutes later, the sound of rhythmic footfalls echoed from within. The knight returned, followed by an elderly man in the ornate robes of a court steward. The old man approached Reinhard, eyeing him from head to toe. "You claim to possess the remains of the hero Leon." Reinhard offered no verbal answer. He channeled a thread of mana, retrieving the sword from his spatial pouch. The blade was wrapped tightly in layers of cloth, but a distinct, hallowed aura seeped through the fibers. The court steward's face paled. "Follow me." He turned on his heel, the suspicion in his voice replaced by a grim solemnity. The knights retracted their halberds, clearing the path. Reinhard followed the steward through a labyrinth of corridors. Portraits of past emperors watched him from the walls with silent, painted eyes. They stopped before a set of gargantuan double doors. "His Majesty awaits you within," the steward whispered. "Once inside, do not look His Majesty directly in the eye. Speak only when spoken to." Reinhard nodded. The doors swung inward soundlessly. The audience hall was cavernous and vast. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass dome, shattering into colorful patches of light across the floor. At the far end of the hall, atop a high dais, sat the throne. And upon the throne sat the man himself, Audrey V, ruler of the Audrey Empire. Reinhard walked to the center of the hall, knelt on one knee, and lowered his head. "Reinhard Andreas von, heir of Iron Fortress, petitions His Imperial Majesty." A majestic voice drifted down from the dais. "Lift your head." Reinhard complied slowly, his gaze coming to rest on the steps before the throne. "You are the survivor of that territory," the emperor said, his voice a flat, unreadable calm. "Explain the meaning of Leon's remains." "The hero Leon has fallen in battle." A deathly silence swallowed the hall. It was a long time before the emperor spoke again. "Yes, Your Majesty." Reinhard began his report. He spoke of the powerful undead generals, beings possessed of high intellect and the ability to wield magic. "Based on my observations and our engagement, they possess strength equal to the hero Leon himself. There are at least 7 such enemies, perhaps more." As Reinhard spoke, he could hear the suppressed, sharp intakes of breath from the shadows on either side of the hall. The Empire's highest officials were standing there, listening. Reinhard's voice echoed against the stone, devoid of emotion, stating only the cold facts. When he finished his final sentence, silence returned. The emperor did not panic. He merely commanded, "Bring the holy sword forward." The court steward descended the steps, took the sword from Reinhard with trembling hands, and presented it reverently to the emperor. Audrey V did not touch the blade. "What reward do you seek for this deed?" The question was sudden. Reinhard didn't hesitate. "I seek no land. I seek no titles. I ask only for a teacher. The finest magic instructor the capital can provide." Reinhard looked up, locking eyes with the man on the throne for the first time. "I need power. Power enough to face those monsters." Audrey studied Reinhard's eyes. All of the Empire's Tier 5 mages are currently occupied with their duties. I cannot divert them. I shall assign you a Tier 4 court mage named Martin. My deepest thanks, Your Majesty. Reinhard lowered his head once more. A Tier 4 mage was a cornerstone powerhouse in any region. For the current Reinhard, it was the best resource he could hope for. Your intelligence is valuable, the Emperor continued. The Empire shall re-evaluate the threat level of this calamity. You are dismissed. Sir Pierre will arrange your accommodations. Understood. Reinhard rose and, guided by the steward, exited the hall. Waiting outside was a tall, middle-aged knight. The man offered a gentle salute. Lord Vaughan. I am Pierre. Reinhard returned the gesture. An honor to meet you, Sir Pierre. Follow me. His Majesty has arranged guest quarters for you. The two walked side by side through the silent palace corridors. I have heard of your circumstances, Pierre said, attempting to soften the atmosphere. You are around the same age as my son, yet you have endured so much. You are a remarkable youth. I only did what was required of me, Reinhard replied humbly. My son's name is Karl, Pierre said, his tone dipping into a complex mixture of affection and sorrow. I wish he possessed even half of your courage. Reinhard did not press for details. Pierre saw him to a clean guest room, and took his leave. Evening fell. Pierre returned to his home in the commoners' district of the capital, a modest two-story stone house. He pushed the door open. The house was silent. A youth was crouching in the corner of the room, motionless. Pierre's son. Pierre softened his footsteps, walking to the boy's side. How was your day? Karl's body gave a violent jolt. He didn't turn around. He didn't speak. Pierre let out a heavy sigh. Karl's world was not the world of others. To Karl, a simple cup was a monster covered in writhing tentacles. A wooden chair was a giant dripping with pus and gore. The world was a never-ending nightmare, leaving the boy pathologically withdrawn and terrified of his own shadow. Pierre took an egg from the kitchen and placed it on the floor, sliding it gently toward Karl. To Pierre, it was a simple egg. To Karl's distorted vision, it was a bloodshot, twitching eyeball ripped from a socket. Pierre's voice was incredibly tender. Look at it. Karl's breathing hitched, his frame shivering. It is weak. You can defeat it. You must have faith. You must have conviction. Pierre encouraged him. Flick it. Shatter it. Karl's gaze remained locked on the eyeball, his eyes wide with primal terror. Pierre didn't rush him, standing by in silent support. It took a long time before Karl slowly raised his right hand. His finger hovered in the air for an eternity, shaking so violently it was a blur. He tried to move closer, only to jerk back. Closer, then back again. He repeated this agonizing dance dozens of times. Sweat beaded on Karl's forehead, matting his hair. Pierre watched his son's profile, his heart aching, yet his face remained a mask of gentle encouragement. Finally, Karl's finger brushed the egg. The touch was cold and smooth. Karl's body shook with a violent tremor, but he didn't pull back. He had succeeded in the first step. Then came the second movement, gathering strength. His finger curled, straightened, and curled again. A full hour passed. A faint, crisp sound. Karl's finger finally flicked the egg. A tiny crack appeared in the shell. Karl stared at the crack as if he had just slain a dragon. Drained of every ounce of his strength, he collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. Pierre stepped forward and gently ruffled his son's hair. See, Karl. It was quite simple, wasn't it? Pierre wore a smile of pure satisfaction. This was the encouragement, the training, he had maintained for years. He would not give up on his son. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. Slimes 1498 words. Chapter 68. Slimes. Kaido stood on a street corner in Iron Fortress, watching the fruits of his labor. A human woman stood before a newly installed public water station, her eyes wide with disbelief. She placed a wooden bucket beneath a metal pipe protruding from the stone wall. Following the illustrations on the nearby sign, she tentatively turned a small wheel. The mouth of the pipe glowed with a faint blue light, and crystal-clear water began to flow. The woman's jaw dropped. She looked at the pipe, then at the sky, then back at the pipe. "It's truly magic," she whispered. Once the bucket was full, she turned the wheel back. The flow ceased instantly. She hoisted the bucket, her expression shifting from shock to a mixture of joy and religious awe. Watching this, Kaido felt a small, glowing ember of accomplishment in his chest. He had issued the decree. Every household and every street corner in Iron Fortress and Jade Territory was to be equipped with this plumbing system. A simple water element magic array was engraved on the stone slabs behind the walls. A single charge from a skeleton mage provided enough power for a full week. Public facilities were recharged for free by the Arcane Legion, while private units required a 10 copper maintenance fee. Next to the water station was another new structure, a small stone building with a sturdy wooden door. A sign was carved into the wood, "Public Lavatory." Inside, the stalls were separated by walls, but a single trench ran beneath them all, with water constantly flowing through it. The water circulation was powered by a magic array in the first stall. Waste was carried through pipes into a network of tunnels recently excavated beneath the city. Yes, a sewer system. Just as Kaido was beginning to feel a bit smug about his civil engineering prowess, Greed appeared by his side, clutching a report. "My lord, a report from the Department of Infrastructure." Kaido took the document but didn't open it. Summarize. Wafting from the sewer grates has become a topic of public discourse. Yes, my lord. The feedback is overwhelmingly negative. The populace believes it to be the precursor to a plague or a demonic curse. Kaido understood immediately. The city's entire output of waste was being concentrated into dark, stagnant tunnels without a proper treatment system. The stench must have been ungodly. He quickly scanned his mental library for a solution. Finally, he locked onto a specific creature. Something that ate anything, was completely harmless, had a massive appetite, and was incredibly easy to maintain. Kaido immediately ordered Greed to assemble 10 Tier 2 skeletons. Moments later, the squad stood before him. One skeleton had a small wicker basket strapped to its back, with a fuzzy yellow chick peeking out. Several others were individuals who had shown unique thought patterns in their previous roles. "Our objective is to capture common slimes," Kaido announced. "Your mission is to bring them back alive. Do not harm them." The skeletons nodded in unison, letting out a chorus of gauze. "Any questions?" Papa Skeleton raised a bony hand. The skeleton's jaw clicked and rattled, followed by a pointed gesture toward the chick in the basket. The chick let out a cooperative cheep. Kaido stared at the cute little bird for a long moment. "The bird stays here." The skeleton looked at the chick, then back at Kaido, its soul fire drooping. It began to lift the chick out, preparing to hand it over to the villager buck for safekeeping. Kaido felt a phantom headache beginning to throb in his skull. "Take the damn chicken. But if it gets eaten, that's on you. Everyone, move out." The great slime hunting expedition led personally by the supreme ruler of the undead empire, 10 skeletons, and 1 baby chicken marched toward the marshes outside the city. Within 30 minutes, Kaido was already regretting his life choices. The marsh was a disaster zone, mud everywhere, tangled roots, and swarms of buzzing insects. And of course the slimes. They were everywhere. clusters of blue jelly quivering on logs or half submerged in the murky water. They looked harmless, squishy, and even a little cute. Kaido stood on a patch of relatively dry ground and pointed. "All right, target spotted. I've provided nets and buckets." With a collective "Gah," the skeletons charged. The scene that followed was a catastrophe. One skeleton, trying to channel its inner fisherman, threw a large net over a slime sitting idly on a log. The slime paused, wobbled, and then simply flowed through the gaps in the netting. It reformed on the other side and jiggled, which Kaido interpreted as mocking laughter. The skeleton looked at its empty net, then at the slime, tilting its head in confusion. Another skeleton approached a slime with a bucket, intending to scoop it up. But the slime's surface was far more slippery than anticipated. The wooden bucket slid right off it. Carried by its own momentum, the skeleton lost its balance and face-planted into the muck. The slime leisurely wobbled its way onto the skeleton's skull, and jiggled happily. Kaido shouted from the dry ground, "Use the edge of the bucket. Scoop from underneath." The mud-covered skeleton stood up and tried again. This time, it successfully shoved the slime into the bucket. Not quite. The slime simply climbed up the side of the bucket and dropped back onto the grass with a wet plop. The skeleton just watched it go, making no move to stop it. Kaido covered his face with his hand. Papa Skeleton tried a different approach. It walked up to a slime, knelt, and placed the chick on the ground. It seemed to be inviting the slime to be the chick's brother. The slime jiggled. The chick cheeped. Seemingly attracted, the slime slowly wiggled its way toward the bird. "Hey, what are you doing? It's going to eat the..." Before Kaido could finish, the slime flowed over the chick, engulfing it completely. The skeleton froze. It poked the slime with a finger. The slime wobbled. From inside the blue mass, a muffled cheep could be heard. Panic mode engaged. The skeleton frantically tried to peel the slime off the chick, but it pulled too hard, accidentally swinging the slime upward until it wrapped around its own skull like a gelatinous helmet. Watching this chaotic mess, Kaido let out a long, weary sigh. "Those are slimes," he muttered. "Unranked monsters. The weakest things in existence. They have less aggression than a newborn skeleton. How can 10 of you tier 2s not catch a single one?" The skeletons ceased their confused flailing. They all turned their heads to look at Kaido. One of them jiggled as the slime on its head performed a celebratory dance. Kaido shook his head and stepped forward. He walked to the water's edge, picked up a discarded bucket, and found a large, flat wooden board. He approached a slime. He slid the board beneath the slime's body. Then, he swiftly inverted the bucket over the slime, trapping it between the wood and the pail. Finally, he gripped both and flipped the entire assembly over. The slime was now safely in the bucket. He snapped the lid shut. It had taken less than 10 seconds. Kaido turned to the skeletons. They were all staring at the bucket in his hand. Their soul fires flickered. They had actually learned something. "See that? Was it that hard?" Kaido pointed to the spare boards. "Now do exactly what I did." The skeletons finally got to work. Slowly, clumsily, they imitated Kaido's method. One bucket after another was filled. An hour later, they had 20 buckets of slimes ready for transport. The expedition returned to Iron Fortress. The skeletons trailed behind Kaido, carrying the buckets as if they had just returned from a bloody war. Kaido led them to the central sewer grate. "Dump them in." The skeletons obediently opened the lids, pouring the slimes into the grate. The jellies fell into the darkness with a series of plops. Moments later, a rhythmic, wet, squelching sound drifted up, the sound of happy eating. Kaido peered through the grate. He could already hear the sound of cleaning. For a slime, whether it smells like roses or rot, it's all meat once it's in their mouths. The stench from the sewers began to lift almost immediately. Kaido waved a hand. "Mission accomplished. Dismissed." The skeletons shuffled off to their posts. Kaito stood alone by the grate for a moment, listening to the happy slimes at work. He felt quite satisfied. The Empire was one step closer to becoming a civilized world. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/holoborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. The Lionheart Guard. 1253 words. Chapter 69. The Lionheart Guard. The Imperial Capital, Strategic Council Chamber of the Lionheart Guard. Outlies stood at the center of the room. Before him lay a massive sand table illustrating the entire topography of the kingdom. The region representing the eastern border was marked with a blood-red wooden block. 6 individuals stood in the room with him. They were the Lionheart Guard, the Emperor's sharpest and most trusted blades. Outlies' voice resonated in the cold, cavernous space. Report the intelligence again. A woman named Lena stepped forward, her finger tapping the sand table. Based on the survivor's testimony, it is confirmed that the enemy possesses high intelligence and is capable of advanced tactical coordination. Outlies pressed further. The critical data. The enemy generals. Currently, 7 have been identified. Each one is assessed at Tier 5 or higher. The hero, Leon, is confirmed killed in action. The Holy Sword has been recovered and returned to the capital by a survivor. Gray, a burly man with arms crossed over his chest, stared at the sand table. 7 Tier 5s. It truly is a calamity in every sense of the word. Another member, Marcus, added grimly, 7 is only the number that revealed themselves. There is no guarantee there aren't more lurking in the shadows. Silas, who had remained silent until now, asked, and His Majesty's orders. Outlies picked up the red block representing Iron Fortress. First, observation. Verify the accuracy of the intelligence. Assess the enemy's peak combat potential, the scale of their legion, and their ultimate objective. Outlies looked at his team with a severe gaze. Until we have absolute certainty, offensive maneuvers are strictly prohibited. The life of every person in this room is worth more than the ruins of Iron Fortress. Second, negotiation. As Outlies uttered that word, the air in the room seemed to stagnate. Finn, the youngest member, couldn't suppress his confusion. Negotiation. With the undead. Outlies placed the red block back on the table. It is the Emperor's will. If the enemy's strength exceeds our capacity to handle, we are authorized to open a dialogue. The Empire is prepared to temporarily concede the eastern border in exchange for peace, and the time needed to seek allies. That's practically. Finn started to protest, but Marcus silenced him with a sharp look. His Majesty requires time, Outlies said, his voice brooking no argument. Therefore, we shall provide it. Is that understood? Yes, Commander. The 6 replied in unison. Prepare for departure. Just then, the heavy stone doors of the council chamber swung open. Princess Alice strode into the room. She wasn't wearing a royal gown, but her training gear, her golden hair tied high. Sweat still glistened on her forehead, she had clearly come straight from the training grounds. Master, Alice said. Her gaze swept over the members of the Lionheart Guard before settling on Outlies. Outlies didn't turn around. Your Highness, this is a military zone. I've heard the rumors. You're going to the eastern border. To Iron Fortress. Alice walked to the edge of the sand table, staring at the red marker. Take me with you. Outlies turned, his expression stern as he looked down at her. Alice stepped forward to meet his gaze. I am no longer the girl who needs to hide behind your capes. I am a Tier 3 Great Knight. I am more than capable of defending myself. It isn't enough. Leon was Tier 5 and he is dead, Outlies stated coldly. With your current strength, taking you to that battlefield would be a meaningless gesture. Then I'll get stronger on the battlefield. Alice's voice cracked with frustration. Father didn't let me learn the sword so I could perform in the garden. He let me learn so I could protect this country. Now, when the nation is in peril, you expect me to stay locked in the palace. There are many ways to protect a nation, Outlies said, his voice remaining a calm flat line. Your way is to grow into a qualified heir. Not to become a liability in a battle we aren't even sure we can win. A liability. The word stung Alice like a physical blow. A liability. Outlies did not look away. On that field, I would not only have to face the enemy, I would have to divide my focus to ensure your safety. That distraction would kill us all. Including you. Alice's lips trembled, but she found no words to refute him. She knew he was right. The atmosphere in the room turned brittle. The members of the Lionheart Guard remained silent. This was a matter between the commander and his pupil. After a long silence, Outlies spoke again. Until my return, your training regimen is doubled. If you cannot even complete that, you have no business stepping onto a true field of slaughter. Outlies ignored Alice, turning back to his unit. All units, gear up. Assemble at the north gate in 15 minutes. Understood. The guard moved instantly toward their respective armor racks. The room filled with the sharp, rhythmic clatter of adjusting plate and mail. Alice stood motionless, watching them. Outlies walked past her, pausing for a single heartbeat. Your Highness. True strength needs no proof to anyone but yourself. With that, Outlies strode away to don the armor that symbolized the Empire's strongest knight. Alice remained alone before the massive sand table, as still as a statue. 15 minutes later. The north gate of the royal city. 7 imperial griffins creatures possessing the blood of ancient Mabiast stood ready. Outlies and the 6 members of the Lionheart Guard were fully clad in their enchanted plate armor, each piece shimmering with mana, the golden lion crest gleaming on their chests. Alice stood beneath the gatehouse, watching them. Outlies reined in his mount, looking down at her from atop the massive creature. I'll be waiting for your return, she said. Outlies said nothing, offering only a sharp, single nod. Move out. The griffins unfurled their massive wings, kicking up a gale of wind. They sprinted a few paces before taking to the sky, banking toward the east. Alice watched them until the 7 black specks vanished into the horizon. Then, she turned and walked back toward her training grounds. Her footsteps did not falter for a single second. The slums of the imperial capital, a filthy corner. A figure wrapped tightly in tattered rags slowly lifted its head. Gazing in the direction where Outlies and the Lionheart Guard had disappeared, a low, guttural, and unsettling cackle escaped its throat. A drunkard urinating against a nearby wall jumped at the sound. He squinted at the empty sky and spat. Nothing there, you damn lunatic. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, a hand reached out from beneath the rags and patted the drunkard on the shoulder. The drunkard's body stiffened. His movements froze, and his eyes went hollow. The hooded figure turned and vanished into a side alley. The drunkard's paralysis broke. He shook his head and continued to stagger away. He didn't notice that something that didn't belong to him had taken root in his soul. A whisper lingered in the shadows. Go, little lions of the Empire. Go chase the wildfires in the east. Leave the house, 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 70, value 1617 words. Chapter 70, value Kaido and Greed walked along the main thoroughfare of Iron Fortress. On either side of the road, the stone pavers were newly laid, clean and uniform. Within the newly constructed drainage channels, clear water flowed with a gentle, rhythmic murmur. My lord, Greed's voice drifted toward Kaido. Based on my preliminary observations, skeletons converted from humans are superior in every metric. Greed's tone was as analytical as a ledger. Their reaction speed to complex tactical commands, and their inherent learning capacity far exceed individuals converted from livestock. The preliminary conclusion is that the human soul structure is more complete. After conversion, their potential for evolution is significantly higher. Greed paused, his red eyes scanning the crowd. I recommend establishing a regular elimination mechanism. By converting a designated percentage of the human population into undead on a scheduled basis, we can optimize the overall quality of our military resources. Kaido said nothing, his boots clicking rhythmically against the stone as he continued forward. A human child, chasing a rolling wooden ball, burst out of an alleyway. Unaware of his surroundings, the boy ran headlong into Greed's leg. The child fell to the ground, frozen in shock. He looked up at Greed at that handsome, deathly pale face but didn't cry. A woman rushed over, frantic. It was the boy's mother. There was no fear on her face, only a sincere apology. My deepest apologies, Lord. The boy is far too playful. I hope he didn't cause you any discomfort. She lifted the child, dusting off his tunic, and offered Greed a deep, respectful bow. Greed watched them for a moment, then simply waved a hand, signaling for them to proceed. The woman clutched her child and hurried away. The two continued their walk. As they passed a fruit stall, the middle-aged vendor immediately snatched the reddest apple from his crate. He polished it against his apron and offered it out. My lord, these arrived from the orchards only this morning. Please have a taste. Greed's movement faltered for a fraction of a second. He reached out and accepted the fruit. As a vampire, he had no physical need for such things. His sustenance came from an organized blood compensation system, where residents provided small amounts of blood in exchange for coin and medical care. This system ensured both food for the high-ranking undead, and a massive medical blood bank for the living. Kaido watched the exchange. The humans of this territory no longer viewed the undead as symbols of annihilation. The towering skeleton soldiers were their guardians, the skeletal artisans were the architects of their homes. Together they maintained a strange, brand-new order. In the roadside plaza, children played tag around the feet of patrolling skeleton soldiers. The skeletons marched with perfect, mechanical synchronization, neither side bothering the other. Everything was in perfect, eerie harmony. Kaido's gaze landed on a bench near a fountain. He walked over and sat down, patting the seat beside him. Greed understood the gesture and took a seat. Greed, Kaido's voice was a calm, resonant hum. How long does it take for a newborn skeleton to be trained into a soldier capable of holding a front line? Greed answered without hesitation. For a basic combat unit, conversion and command imprinting take less than a day. For an elite unit, teaching requires perhaps 3 days. Kaido cast his gaze into the distance. The child who had bumped into Greed was now kicking the wooden ball with his friends again. And a human child? Kaido asked. From birth until he becomes a soldier capable of the same task, how long does that take? Greed fell silent. He began to calculate, his mind whirring through data. Without considering variations in talent, and calculating only for basic physical and tactical proficiency, at least 14 years. Kaido withdrew his gaze, looking Greed in the eye sockets. The meaning of the dead is bestowed by the living, Kaido said. His eyes swept over a young mother nearby, holding a picture book and teaching her child to read. I do not want my generals to become saintly weaklings who only know how to pity the frail. But I also do not want you to become unfeeling monsters who only know how to calculate profit and loss. Think, Greed. Think on the value of life. Not just the lives of our enemies, but our own. With that, Kaido stood and walked away, leaving Greed alone on the bench. In the vampire's hand, the red apple remained gripped, untouched. The imperial capital, Pierre's house. Carl sat at the table, leaning forward with every fiber of his being focused on the single egg before him. In his world, that was no egg. It was a bloodshot, pulsating eyeball, wet with gore. Carl's breathing was ragged, his chest heaving with the effort to remain present. He raised his right hand, his finger trembling in the air. He wanted to touch it, but the terror anchored deep in his soul forced him to jerk back again and again. Sweat poured from his brow, stinging his eyes, but he didn't dare blink. Pierre stood behind him, his face a mask of suppressed, soaring emotion. This was the first time Carl had attempted the challenge without being prompted. Pierre remained silent, holding his breath, like a believer waiting for a miracle. Seconds turned into minutes. Carl's finger finally, gently, flicked the egg. A tiny, hairline fracture appeared on the shell. Pierre lunged forward, sweeping his son into a fierce embrace. He placed a warm palm on Carl's head, rubbing it gently. "You were magnificent, Carl. You did it. You've conquered it again." Pierre's eyes were wet, but a radiant smile split his face. This was the greatest progress they had made in 10 years. He helped the nearly catatonic Carl back to his room to rest. "Sleep for a while, son. I have to go on duty at the palace. When I return tonight, we'll have the roasted meat you like best." Pierre donned his knight's uniform, buckled his sword, and stepped out the door with a renewed spring in his step. He would work harder, earn a higher rank, and secure more coin. That way, even if he were gone one day, Carl would never want for anything. Pierre walked the patrol route toward the palace. As he crossed the central plaza, the world ended. Without warning, the sky turned a bruised, sickening blood red. A gargantuan, translucent crimson barrier looking like an inverted bowl of gore descended, sealing the capital from the world. The populace stopped in their tracks, staring upward in paralyzed horror. Screams erupted from every alley simultaneously. "What is this? Is it a divine punishment?" Pierre drew his longsword instantly, his battle aura igniting to its peak as he scanned the perimeter. Beside him, a drunkard who had been vomiting against a wall suddenly began to convulse violently. Wisps of acrid black smoke hissed from the man's shoulders. His body twisted with a wet, bone-snapping crunch. His skin withered and peeled away in gray flakes, revealing the bleached white skeleton beneath. In the blink of an eye, the drunkard was a skeleton. This scene replayed in every corner of the capital at once. The imperial capital had become a living hell in a heartbeat. The city guard tried to rally, but their enemies were already among them. One moment they were standing beside a comrade, a neighbor, or a friend. The next, that person was a shrieking monster of bone lunging for their throat. Chaos detonated across the city. Pierre kicked away a lunging skeleton and swung his blade in a backhand arc, decapitating another. But more undead poured from the shadows, fearless and endless. Pierre's battle aura flared as his sword became a blur of silver light, but he was being surrounded. In his mind, only one thought remained. His home was at the other end of the block. Carl was there. Carl, who was so timid, so fragile. If those things broke into the house. Pierre refused to let the thought finish. "Out of my way." He let out a guttural roar, his Tier 2 battle aura exploding without reservation. The skeletons in front of him were blasted into splinters. He carved a path through the carnage, sprinting toward his home with desperate, manic speed. He had to get back. He must get back. He had to protect his only son. The peak of the capital's bell tower. A figure wrapped in tattered rags stood motionless, overlooking the city below, as if admiring a masterpiece. The rags slid away, revealing the truth beneath. It was a skeleton. A genuine undead Lord, a ruler of death. His power pulsed at the peak of Tier 5, bordering on Tier 6. He had lurked in the capital for months. The most dangerous place was the safest. He had waited for this exact day. The capital's elite outlies and the Lionheart Guard had departed. The city's throat was exposed. The 2 or 3 Tier 5s remaining in the palace were of no concern to him. He spread his skeletal arms and spoke. Authority, death return. The crimson barrier in the sky flared with a blinding light. An invisible wave of necromantic energy rippled through the city. Every soul he had previously marked completed their transformation in that instant. The weak became unranked skeletons. The strongest became tier 2s. But it was enough. The massacre from within had begun. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. Shatter at 1239 words. Chapter 71. Shatter at the Royal Palace, peak of the Magic Spire. Adler, a Tier 5 court mage, hovered in the mid-air, overlooking the chaos engulfing the capital. He clicked his tongue in irritation. If this were an open plain, he could have scoured these low-tier bone racks from the earth with 2 spells. But here, amidst the civilian density, his hands were tied. His deputy, a Tier 3 mage, spoke through the communication crystal, his voice frantic. Lord Adler, we have located 12 energy nodes. But every time we attempt a breach, it triggers a localized mana explosion. We've already taken casualties in 3 different squads. Decoy cores, Adler muttered, his voice a flat, cold line. The enemy used nodes in the residential districts as bait, specifically so we would hesitate to strike. The true core is buried far deeper than we anticipated. Then what do we do? His Majesty demanded the barrier be brought down within the hour. The palace guard and the garrison are tied up purging the undead from the streets. There's no support coming. I am aware. Adler closed his eyes, his mana expanding outward like a web, touching the blood-red canopy that shrouded the sky. It was uniform, stable, and terrifyingly seamless. This barrier wasn't something constructed in a panic. It felt like a gargantuan project decades in the making, only officially activated today. Pierre was sprinting. A skeleton lunged at him from an alleyway. Pierre sidestepped, his longsword threading through the creature's ribs and shattering the soul fire within. He had no time. No time to wonder who these frames had been in life. The baker? The tax official's clerk? It didn't matter. They were monsters now. They were killers. They were a threat to Carl. That singular thought drove Pierre's body forward. Battle aura surged beneath his plate armor, sustaining his stamina and numbing his fatigue. The corner. Just one more block. Pierre saw it. The wooden door to his home. A dozen skeletons were swarming it, slamming their fists and bodies against the timber. The wood groaned, splinters flying. Pierre's eyes turned a violent, bloodshot red. Get away from my son. With a guttural roar, Pierre became a silver streak, slamming into the undead cluster. He swung his blade, no finesse, no technique, just raw, industrial strength slaughter. His battle aura erupted. One skeleton was cleaved in half at the waist. Another had its skull pulverized by the pommel of his sword. He caught a third with his shoulder, shattering it into a pile of calcium dust. He was a maddened bull. In less than 10 heartbeats, the doorway was cleared. Pierre lunged for the handle, jammed his key into the lock, and burst inside. The living room was a wreck. Carl was huddled in the corner, hands clamped over his head, his small frame shaking with a violent tremor. Pierre dropped to one knee before the boy. Don't be afraid. Papa's here. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the doorway. These weren't the erratic, shuffling steps of low-tier fodder. There were 2 sets. Pierre spun around, drawing his sword and shielding Carl with his body. 2 skeletons entered. These were different. Their bones were thicker, stained a darker hue, and the soul fire in their sockets burned a deep, menacing blue. One held a heavy knight's broadsword. The other gripped a slender, wickedly sharp rapier. Tier 2 undead. Pierre settled into a low defensive stance. He knew instantly, this was a real fight. The broadsword skeleton moved first. It executed a textbook lunge, its blade coming down in a vertical cleave. Pierre caught the blow on his crossguard. Sparks showered the floor. Pierre's arms went numb from the impact. Such strength! The rapier skeleton began to circle him at an unnatural speed, its body twisting into a bizarre, fluid posture. The rapier struck like a viper, darting for Pierre's flank. Pierre retreated a step, carrying the thrust and counterattacking in the same motion. But the broadsword skeleton was on him again, its heavy, wide-arced swings forcing Pierre back into a defensive loop. They worked with a terrifying, silent synergy. One suppressed him with heavy blows while the other hunted for a crack in his armor. Pierre felt like he was fighting two maddened duelists rather than mindless monsters. The battle tore through the small living room. Tables were upended, chairs were reduced to kindling. Deep gouges were carved into the stone walls. Pierre's breathing grew ragged. His battle aura was draining fast. He couldn't drag this out, he had to end one of them now. Pierre deliberately overextended, baiting the broadsword skeleton into a full-power overhead strike. He gathered his remaining mana, prepared to take the hit, and trade his life to shatter the creature. The skeleton took the bait. Its blade whistled through the air, aimed for Pierre's head. Pierre prepared to lunge, but the rapier skeleton was faster. It lunged from his blind spot, the tip of its blade striking Pierre's right wrist with surgical precision, just as he was about to exert force. The broadsword fell. Pierre tilted his head at the last possible second. The blade scraped across his helmet, and bit deep into his left shoulder. The sheer weight of the impact forced him to his knees. Before he could stabilize, the rapier skeleton closed in. It didn't thrust. Instead, it used the flat of its blade to hook beneath the edge of Pierre's abdominal plate, and yanked upward. Pierre felt himself become weightless. He was flipped backward, slamming into the floor directly in front of Carl. His helmet rolled away, clattering across the tiles. Pierre struggled to rise. He didn't want Carl to see him like this. He didn't want his son's pillar of strength to crumble. He propped himself up on his elbows, coughing blood. But the undead had no mercy. The broadsword skeleton stepped forward, leveling its blade at Pierre's exposed chest. Carl watched. In his eyes, the world of monsters had vanished. In its place was a reality far more horrific than any nightmare he had ever conjured. His father. The omnipotent hero. The man who could topple any giant. He was lying on the ground, broken. He was going to die. Memories flickered through Carl's mind like a rapid-fire kaleidoscope. His father's warm smile. His father's constant, gentle encouragement. You must have faith. You must have conviction. Carl slowly, shiveringly, stood up. Pierre saw the movement. He screamed with the last of his breath. Carl didn't run. He stepped in front of his father. His legs were shaking, but he turned his thin, fragile back to Pierre, and faced the two towering monsters radiating the cold scent of death. Carl extended his trembling right hand. Then, with his left, he gripped his right wrist tightly, locking it into place like a fixed ballista. His gaze became incredibly focused. He looked at the two skeletons. In his vision, they morphed into two gargantuan, blood-red, pulsating eyeballs. Carl's lips parted. He reached into the deepest well of his soul, and unleashed the loudest sound he had ever made in his life. I will shatter you. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Sudden strike. 1558 words. Chapter 72. Sudden strike. The sound of bone grinding against bone amplified in the suffocating silence of the living room. The skeleton knight wielding the broadsword paid no heed to Karl's frantic screams. Its hollow sockets remained locked onto Pierre. It raised its blade, beginning a downward arc aimed straight for the man's skull. Simultaneously, the skeleton with the rapier shifted its focus to the boy blocking its path. It slid forward, body low to the ground, the slender tip of its blade aimed directly at Karl's throat. The scent of death was overwhelming. Pierre's eyes threatened to burst from their sockets. He strained with every fiber of his being to heave his broken body upward, desperate to shield his son, but his shattered frame refused to obey. His final scrap of strength manifested as a single, despairing roar. Karl squeezed his eyes shut by instinct. His right index finger, pointed forward at the encroaching monsters, snapped outward with a sudden, violent force. "I will shatter it." The next heartbeat. A deafening explosion rocked the house. The wooden front door and a massive section of the side wall detonated inward, showering the room in a storm of splinters and stone. A silhouette wrapped in a physical shockwave burst through the wreckage, moving at a velocity that left nothing but a blurred afterimage. The blur slammed into the two motionless skeletons. The Tier 2 undead frames were pulverized instantly, reduced to a rain of bone meal and jagged shards that scattered across the floor. Neither Karl nor Pierre could comprehend what had just happened. Karl slowly opened one eye. In his field of vision stood a figure with her back turned to him. It was a girl, roughly his own age. Her brilliant golden hair was tied back in a high ponytail, and she was clad in form-fitting combat gear designed for high-intensity movement. The girl turned her head slightly, her lips curling into a grin that revealed a row of white teeth. "Not bad at all," she chirped. It was Princess Alice. She didn't spare another glance for Karl. Her eyes swept over the bone fragments on the carpet before she began walking toward the jagged hole in the wall. "You're safe now. Find a room, lock the door, and don't come out until the sun sets." Pierre struggled to a sitting position, his voice shaking as he tried to offer his thanks. "My deepest gratitude, Your Highness." Alice merely gave a dismissive wave of her hand, and leaped through the gap in the wall without looking back, vanishing into the chaos of the streets in a heartbeat. Pierre stared at the pile of bone dust in front of his son, then at the massive hole where his wall used to be. He let out a long, shuddering breath and collapsed back onto the floor. He was alive. Karl was alive. The royal palace, the grand terrace. Emperor Audrey V stood at the precipice of the terrace, overlooking his capital, as it was swallowed by a sea of fire and slaughter. The crimson barrier still choked the sky, and screams echoed from every district. A figure began to manifest behind him, condensing out of the very shadows. Beneath the swirling shroud of darkness was a frame of bleached white bone. A sovereign of death. To send outlies and the Lionheart Guard away from your side, you truly are a bold man, Audrey. Audrey did not turn around. "I did it because of the grief." The sovereign of death let out a hollow, rattling chuckle. "It is precisely because life is finite that your kind fears the end. You suffer, and in that agony, you produce nothing but sorrow and sin." He spread his skeletal arms wide toward the burning city below. To become undead is to possess eternal existence. Without the end of life, the root of all suffering is severed. No more errors. No more pain. What I provide is release. It is the only true salvation. Audrey remained still, his voice a flat, dangerous calm. "Since you have seen fit to lecture me, allow me to ask you a single question." The sovereign of death tilted his skull with amusement. "Do you know who I am? The current king of this heap of meat." The moment the words left the sovereign's mouth, Audrey vanished. A split second later, the emperor was in the sovereign's face, their gazes locking in the void. Audrey's hand shot out like a strike of lightning, 5 fingers splayed wide as they clamped onto the sovereign's entire skull. Audrey's arm muscles bunched, and he slammed the creature downward with the force of a falling star. The sovereign's skull was driven into the reinforced white stone of the terrace. Spiderweb cracks exploded outward from the impact site. Audrey loomed over the pinned skeleton, his voice devoid of a single degree of warmth. Then why haven't you knelt? The floor of the terrace ignited with a complex, glowing blue geometry. The royal protection array had been triggered. It was a barrier woven by the most powerful mages in the Empire's history, a defense that even a Tier 6 entity would struggle to breach. A sound like dry wood snapping echoed from the sovereign's throat as he lay pinned to the stone. You are far more mischievous than your father was. A gargantuan wave of necrotic mana erupted from the skeleton's frame, blasting Audrey's hand away. The Sovereign of Death stood up, snapping his neck back into place with a series of wet clicks. The soul fire in his sockets shifted from ghostly blue to a bottomless, abyssal ink black. Tier 5 peak. Only a hair's breadth from Tier 6. A golden battle aura surged around Audrey, the majesty of a king, and the lethality of a warrior merging into a singular, radiant presence. He, too, was Tier 5. The duel began. The Sovereign of Death manifested a long sword of jagged, pale bone. The blade was covered in wicked barbs and radiated a thick, suffocating scent of rot as it lunged for Audrey's heart. Audrey didn't retreat. He sidestepped the point and delivered a heavy palm strike toward the creature's neck. The Sovereign blocked with his blade, the impact sounding like two slabs of steel colliding. Audrey used the momentum to backstep, reaching out toward a life-size statue of a knight standing nearby. With one hand, he ripped the decorative greatsword from the statue's stone grip. A fine toy, Audrey remarked. He infused the blade with his battle aura, and the heavy slab of iron became weightless in his hand. The two collided on the narrow terrace. The Sovereign's swordsmanship was erratic and alien, every strike targeting a lethal pressure point or a gap in plate. Simultaneously, wisps of black death mana snaked along the floor like tentacles, reaching for Audrey's ankles. Audrey's style was the opposite: wide, sweeping strikes that carried the absolute authority of a monarch. Every swing of the greatsword brought the weight of the Empire down upon his foe. His golden aura purified the darkness before it could touch his skin. Steel and bone clashed repeatedly, the roof of the palace trembling under the weight of two opposing philosophies of power. The Sovereign of Death parried a heavy blow and drifted backward. Enough games. He raised his bone sword high, the ink-black mana beginning to swirl into a vortex at the tip. Audrey drove his greatsword into the stone before him, his golden aura condensing into a massive, shimmering shield of light. But just as the final clash was about to detonate, the Sovereign of Death froze. He tilted his head toward the sky. The crimson barrier shrouding the city was flickering. Its energy was beginning to hemorrhage. The court mages had found the sequence. They were breaking the lock. The soul fire in the Sovereign's eyes pulsed once. He abandoned his charge. His objective had been met. It seems our playtime is at an end, he murmured. He sheathed his bone blade as his body began to turn translucent. Audrey didn't pursue. A cold trickle of unease ran down his spine. During the fight, the opponent had passed up several opportunities to land a crippling blow. This wasn't a raid, it was a distraction. A cover-up. The Sovereign of Death offered one final whisper before vanishing completely. We shall see each other again soon, Audrey. I hope, for your sake, you are still standing this straight when that day comes. The figure dissolved into the wind. Audrey stood alone on the terrace, his brow furrowed. He felt a sudden, fleeting chill across his forehead, as if something cold and invisible had ghosted over his skin. But the sensation vanished as quickly as it had come. He couldn't even remember the exact feeling of it. At that moment, the blood-red barrier in the sky shattered with the sound of 1,000 breaking mirrors. It dissolved into a rain of scarlet sparks, vanishing into the air. The calamity that had gripped the capital for hours was finally over. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 73. Chapter 73. The Undead Way of Life. 1334 words. Chapter 73. the undead way of life. The griffins beat their powerful wings, their wake slicing a path through the sea of clouds. Outlies flew at the head of the formation, his silhouette sharp against the morning sky. Behind him, the members of the Lionheart Guard maintained a perfect V-shaped flight pattern. Outlies' gaze pierced through the space between his mount's ears, locking onto the distant horizon. According to the map, they had entered the airspace above Jade territory. All units, decelerate. Decrease altitude. Outlies' voice, amplified by his battle aura, rang clearly in the ears of his subordinates. The Griffin squad began a circling descent, dropping from the cloud layer to a height of about 100 meters. The world below unfurled before them. Finn spoke up, his voice tinged with confusion. "Commander, is there a mistake? It's all farmland down there." No one answered him. Every eye was glued to the ground. There was no scorched earth. No piles of rotting corpses. Certainly none of the ruin and desolation that inevitably followed an undead calamity. As far as the eye could see, there was only a vast, rolling tapestry of emerald green. The crops were flourishing, and a river snaked through the fields, its surface reflecting the sunlight like a silver ribbon. Lena flew up beside Outlies. "Commander, this is impossible." Outlies' voice remained a flat line. "I have eyes, Lena." "No, I mean this has to be a large-scale illusion cast over the entire territory." Lena insisted, her voice full of a desperate kind of confidence. Just then, they spotted people in the fields. Farmers were working the soil, their movements relaxed and leisurely, their faces wearing expressions of quiet contentment. Along the ridges of the fields, a squad of skeleton soldiers marched in a uniform patrol. One of the farmers spotted the skeletons, straightened his back, and wiped sweat from his brow. He waved a hand at the patrol and shouted something across the distance. The lead skeleton soldier halted. Its empty eye sockets turned toward the farmer. Its jaw clicked open and shut, emitting a dry clack. The farmer laughed, seemingly satisfied with the reply, and bent back over to resume his work. The skeleton patrol continued its march. The Knights of the Lionheart Guard, the Empire's most elite warriors, fell into a collective, stunned silence. Silas spoke, his voice wavering with uncertainty. "Is that human being mind-controlled?" Outlies extended his senses. He felt no trace of a magical construct, no lingering threads of an illusion spell. This was reality. Humans and undead were coexisting on this land in a manner that defied every law of the world they knew. Outlies felt a dull throb in his temples. "Continue forward. Target, Iron Fortress." The griffins banked and climbed, accelerating toward the north. Inside a manor within Jade territory, Lust leaned against a windowsill. She watched the 7 black specks vanish into the distance, and a pulse of information was sent soundlessly through the link to her master. As the guard flew over a chain of mountains, a new scene emerged. Countless skeleton miners moved in and out of the mine shafts like worker ants. They transported wagon loads of ore to a massive magic array at the base of the mountain. A dozen skeletons in mage robes stood at the edge of the array. Simultaneously, they raised their staffs, injecting mana into the runes. The mountains of ore vanished in a flash of light. With every beat of the griffin's wings, Outlies' heart grew heavier. In his long life, he had dealt with the undead many times. He knew what they were: chaos, destruction, the enemy of all that breathed. But the place below, it didn't look like a monster's nest. It looked like a civilization. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of a city emerged. As the distance closed, every knight of the Lionheart Guard forgot to breathe. Iron Fortress. High, pristine walls reflected the sun with the natural luster of polished stone. Along the ramparts, a watchtower sat every 50 meters, each packed with skeleton archers. Finn's eyes went wide. Tier 3 toxic archers? No, there are Tier 4 skeleton snipers among them. With those numbers, they could turn our griffins into pincushions in a single volley. Inside the walls, the city was laid out with geometric precision. On the wide stone avenues, many shadows moved. Some were human, some were undead. Commander. Marcus's voice was dry. The reports said Iron Fortress fell less than a year ago. Less than a year. To turn a ruin into a metropolis like this, it wasn't something that could be achieved by human hands. All units, land, outlies decided. Flying in would be suicide. He had seen enough to know their defenses were absolute. He didn't know if he and the 6 Tier 5 knights behind him could slaughter every undead in this empire before their battle aura ran dry. The griffins touched down on the grass a kilometer from the city gates. Outlies dismounted, and his griffin lay down quietly, awaiting orders. He led his 6 subordinates on foot toward the city. The gates of Iron Fortress stood wide open. 2 skeletons stood guard, wielding massive bone greatswords. Tier 3 skeleton berserkers. As Outlies' group came within 100 meters, the sentries merely swiveled their skulls once, then ignored them. As they neared the threshold, a figure stepped out from the gatehouse. He wore a perfectly tailored suit of noble's evening wear, his features strikingly handsome. He walked up to Outlies and offered an impeccable, courtly bow. Lena's pupils contracted. A Tier 5 vampire, she whispered. Greed straightened up, a polite, practiced smile on his face. You have traveled far. My master has been expecting you for some time. Greed's gaze swept over the 7 knights, finally settling on Outlies. Please, follow me. Outlies remained silent for 3 full seconds. Behind him, his team had their hands clamped on their sword hilts, their battle auras coiled and ready to detonate. Lead the way, Outlies finally said. Greed bowed once more, turned, and led them into the city. The moment Outlies stepped through the gates, the first thing he saw was a massive plaza. Children were running and playing. A little human girl was chasing a skeleton. The skeleton was running with a clumsy, waddling gait, appearing terrified of accidentally bumping into the child. Suddenly, the skeleton tripped over its own feet, face-planting hard. Due to the momentum, its skull popped off its neck and went rolling across the stone tiles, coming to a stop in the center of the plaza. The Lionheart guard tensed instantly. The screams and chaos they expected never happened. The little girl stopped, looked at the skull on the ground, then at the headless body twitching in the dirt. She didn't scream, she giggled. She trotted over, scooped up the skull like a play ball, and wiped the dust off its forehead with her sleeve. Then, she ran to the headless skeleton, stood on her tiptoes, and carefully snapped the head back onto the spine. The skeleton stood up, wiggled its neck to test the fit, and then gave the little girl a gentle pat on the head with its bony hand. The girl laughed and ran off to play with her other friends. The cracks in Outlies' worldview widened into a chasm. He looked back at his 6 elite warriors. Lena was rubbing her eyes as if trying to dispel a hallucination. Finn stared with a dropped jaw. Not a single textbook he had ever studied could explain the scene before him. Outlies felt his headache intensify. He set his jaw and continued following Greed. Today, he would meet the master of this realm. Today, the world would never be the same. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 74. Chapter 74, The Authority of Death's End. 1553 words. Chapter 74, The Authority of Death's End. Outlies followed the measured, silent steps of Greed, treading upon the stones of Iron Fortress. Each slab of the stone road was joined with terrifying precision, flat, hard, and clean. Along the sides, newly constructed aqueducts carried clear water in a rhythmic, peaceful flow. There was no filth here. No sign of the undead wasteland they had expected. Inside Outlies' mind, a voice crackled through the Lionheart Guard's private mental link. It was Lena. I've scanned them. They are normal humans. No mind control. No magical enslavement. Their souls are intact and their emotional states are. Gray's heavy voice rumbled through the link, thick with disbelief. You're telling me they're living alongside the dead? By choice. With a bunch of walking bone racks. No one could answer him. Every scene they witnessed shattered the common sense they had held since birth. Undead were a calamity. They were the synonym for destruction, the sworn enemy of all that breathed. That was the absolute consensus of every race on the continent. Yet here, common sense lay in shards on the pavement. Soon, they reached the Lord's mansion. Greed came to a halt before a set of gargantuan double doors. He stepped aside, offering an impeccable gesture of invitation. Outlies did not hesitate. He strode inside. The room was vast but strikingly hollow. There was no throne of bone, no opulent tapestries, no statues of power. There was only a singular, massive black table. At the head of the table sat a figure. It was an ordinary skeleton. It sat in perfect stillness, its frame bleached clean, and devoid of any ornamentation. Its empty sockets were fixed on the doorway, as if it had been waiting for them since the city's foundation. Outlies led his 6 subordinates forward. They stopped at the far end of the table, facing the skeleton across the long, dark expanse. The room was so quiet that the knights could hear the thrum of their own heartbeats. The Lionheart Guard had already coiled their bodies into states of maximum readiness. They were facing the monarch of a rising empire in existence that had forced the empire to send its strongest blades just to secure a dialogue. Yet, from the creature before them, not a single ripple of mana leaked out. Finally, the skeleton moved. Its skull tilted upward slightly. For what purpose have you come? Outlies took a step forward, a movement that caused his team's nerves to pull taut. He raised his hand and removed his helmet, his gaze crossing the table to lock onto Kaido. I am the commander of the Royal Knights of the Odri Empire, Outlies. I come by the decree of His Imperial Majesty, Odri V, to seek terms of peace. Kaido did not respond immediately. His finger bone tapped once against the polished surface of the table. The crisp sound echoed through the hollow chamber like a stone dropped into a mirror-still lake. Kaido repeated the word, his voice a flat, unreadable calm. To my knowledge, no declaration of war was ever issued between us. Outlies felt his heart sink. The response was outside any of the contingencies they had rehearsed. The skirmishes on the eastern border. The fall of Iron Fortress. A defensive counterstrike, Kaido interrupted. Your hero intruded upon my domain with the intent to annihilate my subjects. I merely acted as any lord would. Your Majesty, Outlies said, steadying his breathing. My government is prepared to recognize the eastern border including Iron Fortress and Jade Territory as sovereign land belonging to your empire. We wish to establish a border and sign a non-aggression pact. This was the Emperor's bottom line. Concede the East to buy the time needed to breathe. Inside Kaido's sockets, 2 points of soul fire flickered. It sounds equitable. However, I must decline. The air in the room instantly solidified. Finn's hand clamped onto his sword hilt, battle aura beginning to churn within him. Outlies asked, his voice maintaining its professional chill, why? Because, Kaido said, leaning forward slightly. The simple movement projected a crushing, invisible pressure across the table. You are attempting to trade things that already belong to me. Kaido's gaze seemed to pierce through Outlies, looking toward the distant capital far beyond the horizon. This piece you offer is nothing more than a scrap of parchment to be shredded the moment you solve your internal dissent. Once you have gathered sufficient strength, the next Eastern expedition would attempt to trample this land. Am I correct, Knight Commander? Outlies remained silent. He could not refute it. Kaido had read the Emperor's long-term strategy, as if it were an open ledger. Kaido leaned back into his chair. I will tell you this, I have no interest in actively hunting other civilizations without cause. My subjects live well here. I have no desire to disturb the peace of others. Outlies processed this. The humans here were happy. The monarch was, at the very least, a lawful entity. He harbored no immediate malice toward the empire. The previous conquests were indeed triggered by the empire's own aggression. Just as Outlies prepared to take his leave and relay the result, Kaido spoke again. However, to let you return empty-handed would make me seem an ungracious host. Kaido's voice remained neutral. I have recently been researching a new spell, but I find myself lacking critical data. Specifically, data regarding a Tier 6 life form. Kaido's empty sockets locked onto Outlies. If you are willing to assist me in this experiment, I will grant you a concession. In the event my empire requires future expansion, the Odri Empire shall not be the primary target of my advance. Every eye in the room snapped to Outlies. To use the Empire's strongest knight as a test subject for an undead king. Finn's battle aura threatened to boil over, but Lena's hand on his shoulder kept him grounded. Outlies, however, gave his answer immediately. I accept. He was a Tier 6 powerhouse, one of the few standing at the apex of the world. He possessed absolute confidence. Until his battle aura was completely depleted, no Tier 5 magic could hope to inflict a lethal wound. It was the arrogance of the strong, tempered by the resolve of a man willing to buy security for his people at any cost. Kaido seemed satisfied. Excellent. He gestured with a bony finger toward Greed, and the rest of the Lionheart Guard. The rest of you. Greed bowed instantly and turned, gesturing for the 6 knights to follow him. Finn cried out in protest, Commander. Outlies' voice was final. Obey the order. The 6 knights reluctantly filed out. When the heavy doors thudded shut, only the strongest men of the Empire and the monarch of the dead remained. Let us begin, then, Outlies said. His golden battle aura ignited, light bleeding through the gaps in his armor until he was wreathed in a radiant halo. He was prepared for anything. Kaido made no grand gestures. He simply extended his right hand, palm leveled at Outlies. As the seconds ticked by, invisible ripples of magic began to expand from Kaido's center. The next moment, the sky above Iron Fortress went dark. Outside the mansion, Greed and the 6 members of the Lionheart Guard looked up simultaneously. A gargantuan eye of indescribable proportions had opened in the firmament above the city. It didn't blink. It simply gazed downward with cold, cosmic indifference. Inside the meeting room, Outlies felt it. It wasn't a physical impact. It wasn't a mental assault. It was none of the conventional forms of combat he had mastered over half a century. An erosion of concepts. The effect on him was minimal due to his sheer power, but he could sense the fundamental nature of the authority. Anything below Tier 6 caught in that gaze would have their life snuffed out, and their essence forcibly rewritten into an undead thrall. Kaido withdrew his hand. The sky returned to normal. The experiment is concluded. You may go. Outlies donned his helmet in silence, hiding a face that was etched with pure shock. He turned and pushed the doors open. His team swarmed him immediately. Commander. Are you all right? Outlies didn't answer. He simply began to walk toward the city gates. We are leaving. The griffins took to the sky, banking hard toward the capital. The moment Outlies had felt the authority of Death's End, his first instinct had been to kill Kaido on the spot. A monster with that kind of power was a threat to the world. But he didn't dare gamble. A creature that dared to stay alone with a Tier 6 knight couldn't possibly be without a failsafe. If he failed to kill the king in one strike, it would mean total war, a consequence the Empire could not survive. The griffin's wings beat against the sea of clouds, the wind howling in their ears. The 7 knights flew in a heavy, haunted silence toward the west. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 75. The Encounter 1378 Words Chapter 75, The Encounter. The Sovereign of Death sprinted across the desolate wilderness. His objective was clear: Iron Fortress. Earlier he had sensed a massive, incredibly pure surge of necrotic energy emanating from that direction. He could feel that the core of that power eclipsed even his own. If he could only align himself with the master of that land, perhaps they truly could transform this world into a definitive realm of the dead. An era belonging to the undying was finally at hand. He quickened his pace, his tattered rags fluttering in the wind, providing a meager veil for his skeletal frame. But a sudden thought flickered through his mind, causing his stride to falter. The image of that man's golden armor surfaced in his consciousness. He could not afford a head-on confrontation with that monster, at least, not until he had linked up with the undead forces to the east. High above, the griffins beat their wings in a steady, powerful rhythm. Outlies and the 6 members of the Lionheart Guard flew in a heavy, haunted silence toward the capital. Since departing Iron Fortress, not a single word had been exchanged. Finn had opened his mouth several times to speak, but seeing the commander's expressionless, stone-cold face, he had swallowed his words every time. Lena and the others maintained a silent dialogue via their private mental link. Careful, Lena's voice echoed in their minds. The commander is in a foul mood. Gray's voice rumbled back with its usual bluntness, no kidding. Outlies didn't participate in their chatter. A cluster of white-hot rage was smoldering in his chest. As a Tier 6 powerhouse, he felt stifled and humiliated. Had he been alone, he wouldn't have cared if his battle aura ran dry. He would have fought Kaido until his bones were dust. But as the commander of the Royal Knights, he had to prioritize the Empire's stability over his own pride. He was a leader, but he was also a man. He needed a target. He needed a release. Just as he was struggling to rein in his emotions, his sharp gaze caught a movement on the ground below. A figure was moving across the plains at a velocity that no normal human could achieve. Outlies caught a scent, a familiar, putrid stench. But this wasn't the ordered undead of Iron Fortress. This was chaotic, malevolent energy, a raw hatred for the living that felt like a needle in his eye. All units, descend, Outlies commanded. His voice was a shard of ice. The griffins banked immediately, diving from the clouds. 7 massive beasts kicked up a gale as they landed with surgical precision, surrounding the figure and blocking his path. The Sovereign of Death skidded to a halt. He looked at the 7 knights, their sanctified mounts, and the moon in the center clad in golden plate. His worst-case scenario had just manifested. Outlies dismounted, walking step by heavy step toward the rag-shrouded figure. "Remove the cloth," Outlies said, his voice flat. "Let me see your face." The Sovereign of Death knew he was exposed. He slowly raised a hand, grasping the rags over his skull. In the heartbeat the Lionheart Guard assumed he was submitting, the Sovereign ripped the rags off and hurled them toward Outlies like a distraction. Simultaneously, his other hand condensed a sphere of concentrated abyssal mana, launching it point-blank at Outlies' face. His body then dissolved into a streak of black smoke, hurtling backward to create distance. Outlies didn't even glance at the flying rags. Facing the dark projectile, an attack capable of leveling a small mountain, the knight simply raised a hand. A golden barrier of battle aura manifested before his palm. The abyssal bolt slammed into the gold and vanished without a sound, like a drop of ink falling into a vast, sunlit ocean. "A Tier 5 undead lord," Lena cried out, sensing the energy output. Finn and Gray reached for their weapons, prepared to lunge. A Tier 5 undead lord was a national-level disaster. Normally, it would require the full mobilization of the Lionheart Guard to ensure a clean extermination. "He's mine." Outlies raised a hand, stopping his team. His gaze locked onto the undead as it reformed its physical shape dozens of yards away. The Sovereign of Death stared at the unharmed Outlies, letting out a dry, rattling laugh. "Quite the confidence you have, Commander Outlies. Or should I address you by your proper title? Lord Hero." The word hero caused the 6 knights behind Outlies to flinch. It was a title from a bygone era, a name he hadn't used in decades. Outlies offered no reply. He reached into the empty air. A longsword radiating a soft, hallowed glow manifested in his grip. It was Leon's holy sword. The reason the blade had never fully acknowledged Leon wasn't that Leon was unworthy, it was because the blade's true master was still very much alive. The moment the light appeared, the air in the clearing turned sweet and fresh. The necrotic miasma clinging to the sovereign began to sizzle and pop as if it had met its natural predator. "Hero, is it?" Outlies whispered. "It's been a long time since anyone called me that." The next microsecond, Outlies vanished. Every bone in the sovereign's body screamed a warning. Without hesitation, he detonated his remaining mana, forming dozens of cursed bone shields in front of him. Simultaneously, hundreds of skeletal hands tore out of the earth, grasping for Outlies' ankles. It was all futile. Outlies appeared directly in the sovereign's face. The shields and the grasping hands were treated as if they didn't exist. The holy sword rose. The sovereign of death let out a roar of defiance, gathering every scrap of his remaining power into a massive black scythe, swinging it toward the hero. It was the desperate, all-or-nothing strike of a Tier 5 sovereign. Outlies simply swung his sword once. There was no thunderous explosion. No blinding flash of colliding energy. The moment the holy sword touched the black scythe, the dark weapon turned to ash. The blade continued its arc, passing cleanly through the sovereign's chest. The expression on the sovereign's skeletal face froze. He looked down at his ribs. There was no wound. Yet, his body began to dissolve from the point of contact, crumbling into motes of light that scattered into the wind. "I didn't think I'd have to use so soon." The sovereign of death uttered a cryptic final whisper before being completely erased from existence. Outlies stood over the spot where the creature had vanished, his face a mask of indifference. The shockwave from his swing had not stopped at the monster, it had traveled upward, piercing the heavens. A massive rift, miles long, was carved through the clouds above. Sunlight poured through the gap, illuminating the earth like a divine spotlight. Finn stood with his mouth agape, staring at the miracle in the sky. Not a single word would come. This was the power of a Tier 6 powerhouse. This was the Empire's strongest knight, the hero of old, Outlies. Outlies sheathed the holy sword. He closed his eyes, his vast perception sweeping through every blade of grass in the area. Once he was certain not a single fragment of the undead's OD remained, he spoke. "Confirm it." "Yes, Commander." Lena's eyes glowed with a silver light, her innate divine protection that allowed her to detect soul remnants. After a moment, she shook her head. "Target is completely annihilated. Not a single soul fragment remains." Outlies turned and walked back to his griffin. "We're going home." The Lionheart Guard took to the sky once more. The fire in Outlies' chest had subsided somewhat after that strike, but his heart remained heavy. Killing a rogue Tier 5 sovereign didn't change the fact that a far greater, more organized threat was rising in the east. The imperial capital. The court diviner clutched his crystal ball with trembling fingers. Across the smooth, glass surface, a jagged crack had suddenly appeared. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Odrivi 1617 words. Chapter 76. Odrivi, the Imperial Palace, capital. The finance minister's voice echoed through the cavernous hall, heavy and monotonous. Every figure he cited represented a shattered family or a scorched home within the capital. Preliminary assessments indicate that 10% of the capital's infrastructure has been sustained during this undead calamity. Civilian casualties are still being tallied, but we estimate the count will exceed 5,000 souls. Odrivi sat upon his throne, listening in a cold, practiced silence. Suddenly, his vision blurred. A wave of nausea, thick and unnatural, surged from the deepest marrow of his bones. His body gave a sharp jolt. His fingers clamped down on the stone armrests of the throne. Below him, the finance minister stopped his report, sensing the emperor's sudden instability. "Your Majesty." Audrey did not respond. In his vision, the world was losing its color, bleeding into a monochromatic, ashen gray. A voice, a jagged, intrusive rasp erupted within the theater of his mind. "You didn't expect to see me again so soon, did you, Audrey?" It was the Sovereign of Death. Audrey felt his right hand twitch, rising slowly against his will. He slammed his left hand down upon his own forearm, pins and needles of golden battle aura erupting to suppress the alien control. He ignored his ministers, roaring instead within his own consciousness. "It is you who must depart. My plan suffered a minor deviation, but no matter this vessel. I find it quite suitable." Audrey stood up abruptly, his movements stiff and mechanical. Every eye in the throne room was now fixed upon him. He ignored them all, turning on his heel. Every step was a staggering, labored effort. He had only one instinct remaining, to leave this place before his body was completely usurped. The commotion behind him swelled. "Your Majesty. Summon the court physicians immediately." Audrey didn't look back. He poured every ounce of his willpower into his legs, hurtling toward his private chambers. The guards outside his bedroom wore masks of pure bewilderment as their emperor approached like a wounded beast. "Stop me," Audrey tried to command. But the words that tore from his throat were different. "Everyone, get back. Do not approach my chambers without an express order." The voice belonged to Audrey, but the cadence carried a chilling, ancient arrogance, the voice of the dead. The guards froze, but the weight of his command forced them to obey. Audrey burst into his room and slammed the heavy oak doors shut, throwing the bolt with the last of his strength. Behind him, the ministers and knights who had chased him were cut off. They heard only his final, desperate decree, "Stay out." "That is an order." Inside the room, Audrey leaned against the door, gasping for air. His body had become a battlefield. "Give up, Audrey. Your willpower is impressive, but you are merely human. A human soul has limits. Undead existence is eternal." The Sovereign of Death's cackle resonated in his skull. "Once I hold the reins of this body, my first act will be to welcome our kin from the east. The entire world shall bask in the glory of the grave. You should be honored. Your flesh shall be the cornerstone of a new era." Audrey used the wall for support, stumbling toward the center of the room. His left hand suddenly seized a crystal goblet from a side table, intending to shatter it, but his right hand was faster, catching the wrist and forcing the glass back onto the table. "This is my body. Not for much longer." The control was hemorrhaging. Audrey began to smash his own belongings, appending bookshelves and shattering vases, desperate to exhaust the body's physical stamina and delay the parasite's takeover. Just then, a knock thudded against the door. "It's me, Alice. I'm coming in." Alice's voice. Audrey's heart clenched. "Do not enter." But his jaw was locked. He could no longer issue a warning. The lock turned and Alice pushed the door open. She had come to boast of how many citizens she had saved and how many skeletons she had felled, but the sight before her stopped her cold. The room was a ruin. And her father, the Emperor, stood in the center of the wreckage, his eyes burning a terrifying, unnatural red. "Father." Alice's voice was thin with unease. "What is it? What's happened?" Audrey stared at her, or rather, the Sovereign of Death stared through his eyes. "This is the princess. Outliz's only disciple. It is time that bastard knight learned the price of defying the dead." The Sovereign's malevolent intent flooded Audrey's mind. His body moved. Total control was achieved for a singular second. Audrey's fist clenched, his golden battle aura exploding as he launched a punch directly at Alice's face. Alice's eyes widened. She didn't even have time to scream. A heartbeat before impact, the trajectory of the fist buckled. By a mere inch, the strike veered to the side at an impossible angle. The fist whistled past Alice's cheek and slammed into the stone wall behind her. The entire palace shuddered under the force. The defensive runes in the masonry flared blue and died. A deep, fist-shaped crater was left in the solid rock. Alice collapsed to the floor, her cheek stinging from the mere wind of the punch. Within Audrey's mind, the sovereign shrieked in fury. "What are you doing? You lunatic! You're burning your own soul to override me." Audrey lowered his head, his golden aura grinding against the blue soul fire of the parasite. "A king shall not be insulted. A mere ghost dares to presume in my presence." He spotted an ornamental longsword on the floor, fallen from a broken shelf. He looked at Alice, who sat paralyzed and shivering. He remembered the court diviner's prophecy. "Your only daughter will personally end your life." So, Audrey realized. That's how it is. With the last of his sovereign will, he suppressed the sovereign of death, and knelt to retrieve the blade. He walked toward Alice, step by agonizing step, and extended the hilt toward her. "Do it," he said. His voice was a terrifying calm. Alice looked up, her face a mask of tears and confusion. "Father. What are you saying?" "Do it, Alice." Alice shook her head, sobbing. She couldn't understand. "Father, how could I ever?" The sovereign of death, sensing Audrey's resolve, began a frantic assault on his consciousness. "Are you insane, Audrey? You want to die? I tell you, no. This body belongs to me." Audrey's vision was being swallowed by ink-black darkness. His time was measured in seconds. He looked at his daughter and let out a roar that shook the rafters. The girl flinched, her head snapping up. Audrey stared directly into her eyes, his words etched with the finality of a monument. "A king does not waver. Among 10,000 paths, choose one and walk it. Ask no leave of right or wrong. A king does not break. Before a million foes, the frame does not bend, the spine does not fall. A king does not yield. Destiny may be cruel, but the king's command is higher than the heavens. A king does not abandon. Until life's end, the conviction shall not perish. This is the last lesson I can give you, the resolve of a monarch. Prove your resolve to me." Audrey's roar filled the room. Within his mind, the sovereign's voice turned into a shriek of pure terror. "Stop this. I waited centuries for this opening. I was to be a founder of the realm of death. My immortality. My empire. You cannot do this. You tyrant. You madman." Alice looked into her father's burning red eyes. She reached out with trembling hands and gripped the hilt. Tears blurred her vision, but her movement was absolute. It was the most basic, most practiced thrust Outlies had ever taught her. Alice drove the blade into Audrey's heart. The steel sank deep. Blood flowed along the fuller, staining the metal. Audrey's body stiffened. The red light in his eyes began to fade rapidly into the void. But Audrey smiled. A genuine, soulful smile. The stern, meticulous father finally smiled. Alice bowed her head, unable to look at his face. Her tears splashed onto the floor in heavy, rhythmic drops. Audrey reached out one last time, his hand weak and cold, and rested it on her golden hair. He used his remaining strength to lift her chin, forcing her to look at him. "Smile, Alice. From this day forth, you are Audrey 6. Be proud, my daughter." Audrey's hand slipped from her face. His body lost its tether to the world and slumped forward. Alice caught him. She held her father tight as he went cold. Aawagwuff. A shrill, soul-shredding wail erupted from the princess's throat. It tore through the doors and echoed through every corridor of the palace. Outside the door, the queen had arrived long ago. She had heard the impacts, the emperor's roars, and Alice's final cry. She kept her hand on the door handle but never dared to push. She knew the prophecy had been fulfilled. She stood there in a cold, brittle silence alongside the ministers, knights, and guards. They stood in vigil, listening to the sound of a daughter's heartbreaking sound that would haunt the palace corridors for a long time to come. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. The Crown. 1375 words. Chapter 77. The Crown. The wind had died down. Dead leaves carpeted the palace courtyard, left unswept by servants too terrified to move. The doors to the emperor's private chambers stood wide open. The sound of wailing had long since ceased. Alice sat on the floor, cradling the body of Audrey V. She was perfectly still. The body in her arms had already lost its warmth, turned into a vessel of cold meat and bone. The sword she had wielded remained embedded in his chest, the blood having slowed to a crawl, congealing into dark, jagged patterns in the grooves of the stone floor. The Queen Mother entered. Her footsteps were light, making no sound against the masonry. Behind her stood the Prime Minister, the Finance Minister, and every high-ranking official who had rushed to the scene. They hovered outside the threshold, none daring to take a single step into the room. They simply watched the tableau, their princess and their dead king. The Queen Mother stopped behind Alice. She did not reach out to comfort her daughter, nor did she offer a shoulder to cry on. She simply placed a firm hand on Alice's shoulder. Alice, the Queen's voice was a flat, unmoving calm. Stand up. Alice's frame gave a small, violent shiver. She did not look up. Mother. I killed him. I killed father. I am aware, the Queen replied, her grip tightening on Alice's shoulder. Now stand up. Slowly, agonizingly, Alice lifted her head. She released her father's body. She looked at her mother and saw a face devoid of tears, only a weariness Alice had never seen before, and a cold, royal steel she recognized all too well. Alice pressed her palms against the floor, straining to rise. Her legs were like water, they buckled, and she collapsed back into a seated position. The Queen did not help her. A sovereign does not fall. Alice bit her lip until she tasted copper. Once more, she braced her arms against the stone. This time, she stood. Her body swayed, her balance precarious, but she remained upright. Seeing this, the Queen Mother gave a sharp nod. Draw the sword. Alice looked down at the hilt protruding from her father's chest. Her hand shook so violently it was a blur. Yet, she reached out and gripped the steel. With a wet, heavy rasp of metal against bone, the blade was withdrawn. Alice stood there, clutching the bloody sword. She looked like a marble statue of a goddess of war. The Queen stepped around her to the body of Audrey V. She stooped over, straightening his disheveled royal robes with clinical precision, and used 2 fingers to gently close his staring eyes. Prepare the funeral rites for the Emperor, the Queen commanded the attendants outside. The servants bowed and scrambled to obey. At that moment, the frantic thunder of metal boots echoed from the end of the long corridor. Outlies and the Lionheart Guard had arrived. The moment they had crossed the north gate, they had felt the atmospheric change. The air was heavy, as if the very manna of the capital had turned to lead. No one spoke. Every maid and sentry they passed kept their heads bowed, terrified of letting their expressions be read. Outlies burst into the Emperor's chambers, shoving past the cluster of officials at the door. He skidded to a halt and saw the scene. The fallen king. The expressionless Queen Mother. And Alice, standing in the center of the room, clutching a blood-stained blade. Outlies' mind went white for a heartbeat. What happened? His own voice sounded like a stranger's to him. No one answered. The tension in the room was a physical weight. Outlies stepped forward, dropping to one knee beside the corpse of his master. He inspected the wound. A single thrust through the heart. Unless His Majesty had deliberately abandoned his battle aura and suppressed his natural defenses, a Tier 5 powerhouse could never have been ended by such a strike. Outlies looked up at Alice. "Your Highness." Alice didn't look at him. Her gaze pierced through him, fixed on some invisible point in the void. "Master," Alice said. Her voice was hollow, as if it were drifting from a great distance. "You've returned." "His Majesty." Outlies started to ask. A figure stepped from the shadows of the room. It was the court diviner, his face still hidden beneath his hood. "The prophecy has manifested. His Majesty knew this day would come long ago." Outlies remembered the day in the council chamber, when Audrey had pushed over his own kingpiece on the sand table. He looked back at Alice, his voice a low, realization-filled murmur. "It was His Majesty. He ordered you to do this." It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact. Alice's lips moved in a ghost of a whisper. Outlies closed his eyes. When he opened them, the grief had been buried beneath a mask of absolute duty. He shifted his posture, kneeling on one knee. He was not kneeling to the dead king. He was kneeling to Alice. Outlies, commander of the Royal Knights of the Audrey Empire, stands before his sovereign. Behind him, the 6 members of the Lionheart Guard followed suit, their armor clattering as they took a knee. "We stand before our sovereign." The roar echoed through the empty chamber. Outside the door, the ministers, the officials, and the guards, every living soul dropped to their knees. "Hail, Your Majesty!" A mountain-shaking wave of voices. Alice looked at the man who had been her teacher, kneeling before her. She looked at the pillars of the empire prostrating in the hall. She tightened her grip on the sword. That blade was her first crime as a queen. "Hear my command," she said. Her voice wasn't loud, but every syllable carried a resonance that demanded obedience. "The city is under martial law. Every civilian who perished in the riots shall have their family compensated by the royal treasury. Every guard and knight who resisted the undead shall receive double the promised bounty. My father's funeral shall be held in 3 days. My coronation shall follow immediately after. We do not have time to linger in the past." The commands flowed from her lips without a hint of hesitation. The kneeling ministers looked up at the girl who was not yet 20. In her shadow, they saw the ghost of Audrey. Alice turned her gaze to Outlies. "I am here, Your Majesty. The report on the eastern border. I will hear it now." She allowed herself no time for grief. She allowed the Empire no time for instability. Outlies stood up. "As you command, Your Majesty." He knew that from this heartbeat forward, they were no longer teacher and pupil. They were sovereign and subject. The Queen Mother watched her daughter. She watched the unbending line of her spine. To be a king, the price is everything. She stepped forward, taking the bloody sword from Alice's hand. In its place, she pressed an object into Alice's palms. It was the crown of Audrey. It had not yet been sanctified by the ritual, but it had already found its new master. Alice took the crown. She did not put it on. She held it with both hands and walked out of the room. She walked past the kneeling court, through the long corridors, and out onto the terrace overlooking the capital. It was the same terrace where Outlies had once taught her about the weight of the crown. The night was thick. The lights of the capital were sparse after the chaos, but they still flickered, stubborn and defiant. Alice held the crown toward the city. "Father," she whispered to the wind. "I will keep this view alive forever. In my own way." A gust of night air swept over her, tossing her golden hair and fluttering her blood-stained clothes. The Queen of the Empire had arrived. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Martin's Intuition. 1619 words. Chapter 78. Martin's Intuition. The funeral of Audrey V and the coronation of the new monarch were held on the same day. The old king was returned to the earth, the new king ascended the throne. This news acted as an unstoppable gale, sweeping across every corner of the continent in record time. The intelligence agencies of every neighboring power received the formal notification. Yet, immediately following it was a second, even more scandalous declaration. The Audrey Empire officially recognized the sovereignty of a new nation, the Evernight Empire. A nation composed entirely of the dead. Furthermore, the Audrey Empire had officially excised the entire eastern border from its maps, designating it as the sovereign territory of the Evernight Empire. This decision sent a seismic shock through the continent. The Cardinal of the Holy Empire of Gustico, Theocracy, issued a scathing condemnation immediately. The official document claimed that the Audrey Empire was consorting with pure evil, betraying the covenant of the living, and was a traitor to all of humanity. Other nations expressed varying degrees of intense unease. Surrendering such vast swaths of land to the undead was unprecedented in history. It was viewed as an act of cowardice, a supreme betrayal. However, some nations remained silent, watching from the wings. They saw the cold logic behind the move. The eastern border had been transformed into a massive buffer zone. The Audrey Empire then declared its absolute neutrality. This stance meant the Empire would not participate in any crusade against the undead, but nor would it provide the Evernight Empire with any assistance. It was the strategy of Outlies, a gambit that placed the Empire in an unassailable position. If the human alliance failed and the Evernight Empire expanded westward, Audrey would be the only human nation with established diplomatic ties to the dead. That status alone would be a monumental advantage. If the human alliance succeeded and the undead were wiped out, Audrey would merely carry a stain on its reputation, a stain that time and hard power would eventually wash away. The first to react were the nobles of the eastern border. Their exodus was shockingly swift. The moment the imperial decree reached them, a frantic migration began. They packed their ancestral wealth, their loyal servants, and every scrap of gold that would fit into a carriage, fleeing their lands without a backward glance. Castles, fields, and mines, objects representing centuries of heritage, were abandoned. They refused to live under the rule of skeletons. The commoners, however, had no choice. They had lived on that land for generations, the soil was their lifeblood. They had nowhere to go and no means to get there. They remained, waiting for an unknown fate. Rumors of the Evernight Empire spread like a plague among them. Some said the undead used the living as livestock. Others said they would be enslaved in eternal, sleepless labor. Yet, smaller whispers suggested that Evernight possessed its own order, and was not a collective of mindless chaos. Panic and confusion reigned. With nothing left but prayer, the people could only hope that their new masters would not bring total annihilation. In his temporary quarters in the capital, Reinhard heard the news. The death of King Audrey V. The coronation of Princess Alice. The recognition of Evernight. Each headline pushed the world further beyond his understanding. He felt he had to act. He decided to return to Jade territory immediately. He had promised Count Barton he would return, and he felt a duty to tend to his mother's garden. There was another reason for his departure, his magic instructor, Martin. Ever since Reinhard became Martin's nominal student, the men had maintained a bizarre, chilly distance. Martin refused any face-to-face instruction. He never taught Reinhard so much as a basic cantrip in person. Instead, he regularly had a servant deliver his old magic journals and research notes. Reinhard had spent his weeks self-studying from those messy, scribbled pages. He was deeply perplexed. He couldn't understand why this esteemed mage seemed to find him so repulsive. Before leaving, Reinhard felt it was only proper to bid his mentor farewell. Inside the mage's spire, Martin was in the throes of a long-term anxiety attack. When his servant announced that Reinhard had come to say goodbye, Martin's eyes lit up with a manic intensity. He sprinted to the door to greet Reinhard personally. Reinhard. My dear student. You're leaving? A look of irrepressible joy spread across his face. Reinhard saw it clearly and was baffled. It wasn't the proud joy of a teacher blessing a student's journey, it was the look of a prisoner receiving a pardon. Yes, master. Circumstances have changed. I intend to return home. Splendid. Marvelous. A young man should see the world. Martin's voice rose an octave. He even stepped forward and gave Reinhard an uncharacteristically enthusiastic pat on the shoulder. Are you packed? If not, I'll help you. Right now. This instant. Reinhard stood frozen. He truly believed his mentor was celebrating the start of his grand journey. In reality, Martin was throwing a mental parade. When he had first received the Emperor's order to take Reinhard as a student, he had been impressed. Reinhard was young, disciplined, and already a Tier 2 mage. He thought he had found a once-in-a-century prodigy. But out of a sense of responsibility, Martin had looked into the boy's background. And he discovered a pattern that defied all logic. Ever since the fall of Iron Fortress, a string of disasters had followed the boy. Martin realized a terrifying rule: anyone or any faction that had deep contact with Reinhard Andreas von suffered a catastrophic fate shortly after. The latest example was Audrey V. The Emperor had personally met with Reinhard only days before his freakish, sudden death. That was the final straw for Martin's sanity. He wasn't a diviner, but his instincts shouted that Reinhard was a walking harbinger of misfortune. Martin had spent every waking moment since then avoiding the boy. He feared the jinx would rub off on him like a contagion. He feared his very life was in danger just by being in the same zip code. He had sent the notebook specifically so Reinhard would stay in his room and never knock on Martin's door. He had hoped the boy would eventually just. And now, the day had finally come. Martin felt a tiny sliver of guilt as he watched the polite boy. He knew his treatment of a talented youth was undignified and unfair. He even wondered, for a split second, if he was being too sensitive. Holding on to that small shred of guilt, he worked frantically to stuff Reinhard's gear into his bags. He grabbed Reinhard's apprentice staff and grimoire. At least I can send him off properly, he thought. The duty of a teacher, at the very least. Because he was moving so fast, Martin grew thirsty. He paused, turning to the table to take a drink of water. The cup reached his lips. The water entered his mouth. Reinhard's voice came from behind him. Master, may I take these journals with me? They have been an incredible help. Martin's attention shifted to the question. He instinctively started to turn his head to say, of course, they were meant for you anyway. In that exact microsecond sputter, a mouthful of water was sucked perfectly into his windpipe. Gah cough cough. Martin's face turned the color of a bruised beet. He bent over in agony, coughing so hard tears and snot erupted simultaneously. He felt as though he were going to hack his lungs onto the carpet. In that instant, every ounce of guilt in his soul evaporated into the wind. He let out a silent, mental scream of pure terror. It really is him. The jinx is real. He tried to kill me with a cup of water. Take them. Take them all. Martin wheezed. He scrambled to his feet, dashed into his study, and began dumping every magic journal he owned out of his spatial pouch in a disorganized heap. He stuffed them into Reinhard's pack with a violence bordering on assault. Then, he shoved the heavy bag into Reinhard's startled arms. You're all set. Reinhard clutched the bag, looking at his panting, red-faced mentor in total confusion. Master, you. Don't say another word. Remember. Once you leave this tower, never mention my name. Rely on your own strength. Don't bring shame to. Martin shouted while physically pushing Reinhard toward the exit. He shoved the boy out of the room, then out of the spire's main doors. Forge your future. Don't ever come back to visit. The heavy doors of the mage's spire thudded shut in Reinhard's face. He could hear the sound of several heavy bolts sliding into place, and the scrape of furniture being pushed against the door from the inside. Reinhard stood alone on the steps, clutching his bag. Master Martin truly is a passionate man, Reinhard murmured to himself. He genuinely believed his teacher was so overcome with emotion regarding his departure that he couldn't bear to look at him any longer. Inside the tower, Martin was slumped against the door on the floor, gasping for air. He felt a peace he hadn't known in weeks. The calamity was finally gone. Martin looked at his empty bookshelves, feeling nothing but the profound relief of a man who had narrowly escaped an executioner's blade. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 79. Splitting the loot. 1261 words. Chapter 79. Splitting the loot. At the gates of Iron Fortress, a familiar carriage rolled slowly along the stone path. The wheels rumbled against the pavement with a steady, rhythmic thrum. Hans sat at the driver's bench, his face wearing a grin of irrepressible smugness. Behind him sat two men he had scouted in Silvermoon City, Sinclair and Tate. During his time there, Hans had realized these two were natural-born actors. Their over-the-top performances and perfectly timed bickering had manipulated the crowd's emotions with surgical precision. Hans wasn't a man to let talent go to waste. He had extended an invitation to join the Sunflower Merchant Guild, and the two had accepted without a second thought. To them, it didn't matter where they went as long as the coin followed. As the carriage entered the city, Hans noticed subtle shifts. The streets felt more alive than when he had left. The new drainage systems and public water stations were fully operational, giving the city a sense of modern efficiency. He drove straight to the temporary headquarters of the Sunflower Guild. This time, there was no stew pot. He ordered his men to drag the largest table in the courtyard to the center. Hans hauled a bulging leather bag from the wagon and slammed it onto the wood with a heavy thud. Clatter. The brilliant radiance of gold momentarily blinded everyone present. Hundreds of gold coins were piled into a miniature mountain on the table. The guild members were all there: Grog the apple vendor, the blacksmith, the carpenter, the herbalist. They stared at the pile, their breathing hitched in their throats. Is all of this? Grog's voice was a shaky whisper. In all his life, he had never seen so much wealth in one place. Every single coin belongs to us, Hans declared. His voice wasn't loud, but it radiated a sense of absolute security. The venture to Silvermoon City was a total triumph. According to our agreement, it's time for the payout. Hans used a wooden bowl to scoop out and distribute the gold. Grog received 5 gold coins. The blacksmith received 4. The carpenter and the herbalist were handed 3 each. Every member who had contributed to the production of the Benediction's Kiss walked away with gold in their palms. They clutched the coins, feeling as if they were trapped in a lucid dream. No, several years. Even if they never ate or drank, they could never have saved this much in their previous lives. Chairman. Grog, the burly brute, actually had wet eyes as he stared at the gold. You earned it, Hans said, watching their excitement with a deep sense of satisfaction. Everyone, listen up. This is only the beginning. Hans raised his voice, commanding the courtyard. The Sunflower Merchant Guild will grow. We will become the strongest. I need you to spread the name of Sunflower to every corner of this city. Tell everyone you know, join us and you strike gold. From today, we implement a new rule. Hans's eyes glittered with Kararaji-style cunning. For every person you recruit into the guild, your share of the next dividend increases. The more you bring in, the more you earn. The courtyard went quiet for a heartbeat. Then, an earth-shaking cheer erupted. Hail the chairman! Long live the Sunflower Guild! A fever took hold of them. Recruiting means more money. It felt like a gift from the heavens. Over the next few days, a sunflower craze swept through Iron Fortress. Hey, Wong, still wasting away at that boot stall. Listen to me join the Sunflower Guild. I got 3 gold coins in the last payout. Did you hear? The guy selling grass rope joined Sunflower. He's eating roasted meat every single night now. Just sign the contract and you're rich. Where else are you gonna find a deal like that? More and more residents swarmed the guild headquarters. In a matter of days, the membership exploded from a few dozen to over 300. Hans watched the ledger grow, laughing until his sides ached. The Lord's mansion, Greed's office. Greed sat behind his desk, listening silently to Hans's report. Hans stood in the center of the room, recounting every detail and profit margin of the Silvermoon expedition. He spoke with animated gestures, radiating the aura of a man who had conquered a kingdom. Greed's face remained an unreadable mask. Before Hans had set out, Greed had viewed him as a mere tool, a human screwdriver to be used and discarded once the job was done. But now, Greed's perspective was shifting. He remembered his conversation with his master, Kaido. Think, Greed. Think on the value of life. The value of life. Greed watched Hans. This human was cunning, avaricious, and utterly ruthless when it came to profit. But he possessed a vibrant, bursting vitality. It was a drive to survive and thrive that sparked a unique brand of wisdom and action. It was a quality the undead inherently lacked. You have done well, Greed said, his voice a calm flat line. Hans felt a massive weight lift from his shoulders. I am honored by your guidance, my lord. He bowed deeply. Your recruitment model is effective, Greed continued. However, it is insufficient. It lacks structure. Hans leaned in, all ears. Please enlighten me, my lord. Greed tapped his desk rhythmically. Relying solely on headcounts will make the guild bloated and chaotic. You must establish a hierarchy of ascension. Common member, senior member, core pillar, and regional overseer. Different ranks enjoy different dividend ratios and carry different weights of responsibility. Use their own greed to drive them upward. Make them create greater value for the guild in their pursuit of status. As Greed spoke, Hans's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This is a masterclass in empire building. Furthermore, your inventory is too limited. Greed stood and walked to the window, looking out over the bustling city. You have 300 artisans under you now. Every one of them is an untapped gold mine. Greed turned back to Hans. From this day forward, as long as you do not violate the laws of the Empire, you may use any means necessary to expand the Sunflower Merchant Guild. Hans knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with suppressed excitement. This subordinate. The first thing Hans did after leaving the mansion was sprint back to the Sunflower House. He rounded up all the children and marched them into the largest clothing boutique in the district. Pick whatever you want. 3 outfits per person. Hans slammed a coin pouch onto the counter. The children erupted into cheers. Lily picked out a brand new princess dress and began spinning in front of the mirror. Miguel changed into a crisp, sharp suit, though he muttered about it being a waste of money, he couldn't hide the beaming smile on his face. After the shopping spree, Hans took them to the finest restaurant in the city. Roasted meat, delicacies, and fruit juices filled the massive table. The children ate until their faces were slick with grease, glowing with a happiness they had never known in the slums. Hans laughed loudly, grabbing a giant piece of meat. Watch close, kids. I'm gonna show you how a real merchant eats a pig in 3 bites. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 80. Being busy is a blessing. 1328 words. Chapter 80, Being Busy is a Blessing the Next Day. The Valley Base, Kaido's log cabin. The lid of the coffin creaked open just a fraction. Kaido's skull peered through the gap, his empty sockets scanning the world outside the window. The sunlight was pleasant, birds were chirping, and everything appeared far too peaceful. He slammed the lid back down. Kaido rolled over inside his narrow wooden sanctuary. The entire eastern border. It was all his now. That newly crowned queen of the Odri Empire had some serious stones. To cede a territory of that magnitude, an entire chunk of the map directly to the Evernight Empire without a second thought. It meant dozens of cities, hundreds of towns, and a near-infinite count of villages and farmland were now registered under Kaido's name. It was a headache. A monumental, soul-shredding headache. How was he supposed to manage that many humans? How do you govern a territory that large? His ideal life was that of a hands-off manager lying in a coffin all day, occasionally coming out to poke a few humans for a laugh, and generally doing nothing. He pushed the lid open again and sat up. There was no hiding from it, the problems were stacking up, and they had to be dealt with eventually. Kaido's soul fire flickered. Through the invisible threads of the soul link, a command was instantly projected into the consciousness of the 7 generals. Valley Base, Strategic Council Chamber. A massive round table stood in the center of the room. Kaido's figure had already materialized at the head. One by one, ripples of blue light flared, and the 7 generals teleported in: greed, wrath, pride, sloth, gluttony, envy, and lust. The 7 figures took their respective seats. Everyone is here, Kaido's voice resonated through the stone chamber. You are all aware of the situation. The Odri Empire has formally ceded the entire eastern border to us. This territory is now our responsibility. I want to hear your thoughts. Skillwrath was the first to speak. Master, no need for complex talk. Dispatch my fearless vanguard immediately. We'll march through every city and every village one by one. If anyone dares to resist, we beat them until they're loyal. I guarantee that within 3 days, there won't be a single dissenting voice in the entire East. Wrath slapped his chest armor with a confident clang. Crude, Skill Pride sneered. Is there anything in that skull of yours besides combat? Have you already forgotten the concept of sustainable development we studied? What the hell are you barking about? Wrath slammed the table, making the massive round wood shudder. Believe it or not, I'll dismantle your ribs and use them as kindling. You're welcome to try. Pride crossed his arms, looking down at Wrath with cold indifference. We can see if you burn me first, or if I turn your skull into my new wine goblet. Kaido said nothing. He simply extended a bony finger, pointing toward an area near the door where a lone skeletal head was idly staring at the sky. The 2 generals immediately went quiet, though they continued to glare at each other. Gluttony, what are your thoughts? Gluttony, never one for eloquent speech, hesitated for a long moment before glancing at Sloth beside him. Master. My thoughts are exactly the same as his. Sloth stared at Gluttony in utter disbelief. You little rat. You dare scheme against me even in a meeting. Gluttony said nothing, merely turning his head back toward the window to pretend he was admiring the scenery. Kaido. Skilllust covered her mouth, stifling a giggle. She had recently perfected an illusion magic that allowed her to change her appearance in the eyes of others, shifting between an elf maiden and a succubus-style elder sister. Master, we only need a single city lord to occupy each major hub. If each legion contributes 100 soldiers to maintain order, we can slowly replicate the Iron Fortress model across the region. Kaido remained neutral on the suggestion, giving a noncommittal nod. Why do they all get to speak first? Why am I always last? Envy muttered. Why does that brainless barbarian Wrath get the first word? Why does that narcissist Pride get to sit so straight? Master, this is an injustice. Stop talking, Kaido interrupted Envy's rambling, and turned his gaze toward Greed. He was the hope of the room. Greed stood up, offering a refined bow to Kaido. Master, I believe General Wrath's proposal has merit, but it requires significant calibration. Wrath shot Greed a look that said, glad you've finally grown a brain. Greed ignored him and continued. A military deterrent is necessary. I recommend that each legion dispatches elite units of millenary scale to every district. Sweep through the east with the force of a thunderclap, liquidate all remaining noble militias, bandit groups, and threatening mabiasts. We must be swift and we must be ruthless. Every human must understand that the era has changed. Wrath rubbed his hands together excitedly. Now that I like. Greed's gaze swept the room. After the sweep comes the takeover. Vampires possess human appearances, they excel at negotiation and administration, and they possess significant combat strength. Appointing them as temporary city lords is our most efficient option. A tier 4 vampire is more than enough to suppress any local riffraff. Tier 4s as city lords? Gluttony asked instinctively. Isn't that a waste of resources? On the contrary, Greed shook his head. It is a declaration of our power to the outside world. Furthermore, it ensures that our policies are executed without compromise. We will replicate the successful models of Iron Fortress and Jade Territory, establish basic education, open foundries, and develop commerce. We must make every person in the East dependent on the new order we have built in the shortest time possible. Greed finished and sat down. The chamber was silent. Even Wrath and Pride offered no rebuttals. Greed's plan was logically seamless, with every gear interlocking perfectly. After a moment, Pride spoke. The plan is perfect, Greed. However, you've ignored the most central issue. Our current manpower is insufficient. Master, our total undead count is barely over 100,000. That sounds like a large number, but if we scatter them across the entire eastern border, it would be like tossing a pinch of salt into the ocean. Lust, annoyed by Pride's pessimism, chimed in. Won't the undead converted during the Great Sweep make up for the numbers? Sloth added a rare comment. Why not just govern the major cities and leave the rest for later? The argument flared up again, with the 7 generals bickering over troop allocation. Kaido listened quietly, his finger bones tapping a steady rhythm on the armrest of his throne. Kaido spoke, and the room went silent instantly. Greed, you are responsible for the establishment and implementation of the civil administration system. The city lords shall be vampires as you suggested. Pride, you will coordinate the overall military deployment for the purge. The rest of you will provide full support to these two. Lust, you will not participate in the sweep. You are to lead the Arcane Legion. Every settlement in the East, be it human or demi-human tribes willing to submit, must be connected by a network of magical highways. Use the same standards as our current roads. Kaido sat back into his throne, his voice returning to a calm flat line. Operations begin at sunset tomorrow. Flashes of blue light erupted as the 7 generals vanished from the chamber. Kaido was left alone, looking at the empty round table. He let out a sigh. Well, I suppose being busy is better than being forgotten. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 81, Flesh and Bone. 1412 words. Chapter 81, Flesh and Bone. The setting sun spilled over the ridges of Iron Fortress, plating the newly tilled soil in a layer of flowing gold. Buck leaned heavily on his hoe, letting out a long, weary exhale. Today's workload had been no small feat. The newly reclaimed fields required meticulous care to prepare for the next season's planting. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward a figure a few yards away. Skeleton no. Today 46 was acting different. Normally at this hour, the creature would either be snack crunching on freshly germinated seeds, or digging a hole to lie in, claiming it wanted to experience the process of photosynthesis. Buck usually spent half his energy engaged in a battle of wits with the bone rack, shouting himself hoarse just to get it to stop planting itself. But today 46 was as composed as a veteran butler. In the morning, when Buck ordered it to weed, it actually weeded, pulling every blade of grass with surgical precision and sorting them by species and size into neat piles. At noon, it carried water buckets, calculating the exact milliliter of OD-enriched water each seedling required with more obsession than a high-tier druid. At one point, Buck had deliberately left a bag of sprouted potatoes next to it, waiting for the impulse to boil them to take over. Instead, 46 merely tilted its skull, looked at the bag, and picked up a piece of charcoal. It wrote on a nearby wooden board, "Crop batch 734, germinated state. Recommend immediate planting to ensure survival rate." Buck stared at the script, feeling a phantom chill crawl up the back of his neck. Did the soul fire in its head burn too hot and melt its common sense? He spent the entire day on high alert, convinced the skeleton was suppressing a massive, prank-filled bad end for him. But as the sun dipped toward the horizon, nothing happened. "All right, that's enough for today," Buck called out, shouldering his hoe and addressing the squad of skeletal trainees. "Return to your posts. We resume at dawn." The other skeleton soldiers halted their movements and began their synchronized, mechanical march back toward the barracks. Only 46 remained stationary. It simply stood there, its empty sockets fixed on Buck, the 2 points of soul fire burning with a quiet, steady intensity. "What are you looking at me for?" Buck grumbled. He had grown used to the skeleton's absurdity. "Feeling homesick for your dirt hole because you didn't bury yourself today?" He turned to leave, done with the day's weirdness. "I am leaving," a voice devoid of inflection vibrated from behind him. Buck's footsteps faltered. He kept his hoe on his shoulder and didn't turn back. The final sliver of twilight traced the silhouette of his young frame. He was silent for a few seconds before letting out a soft, dry chuckle, as if he'd heard a tired joke. "Is that so? Congratulations, then. Was it a promotion? A reassignment?" Regardless, for Buck it felt like a reprieve. "I will not forget," 46 spoke again. It slowly swiveled its skull, taking in the fields where it had toiled for countless day-night cycles. It seemed to be reminiscing about every time Buck had physically hauled it out of the mud by its ribs. These memories possess value. Buck's shoulders gave a microscopic tremor. He slowly turned his head halfway, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "You're right," he said, his voice taking on a strangely light, airy quality. "Every memory has value. Most humans live their entire lives without realizing that truth. For a skeleton to understand it, well, that's something truly remarkable." He pulled his gaze away from 46, looking instead at the sky, which had turned a bruised, violent orange. "This chapter will surely become an eternal page in your record." He paused, sounding as though he were speaking to himself as much as to the dead. "It is a treasure. You can afford to be proud of it." With that, Buck lingered no more. He strode away toward the residential district, his shadow stretching long and thin across the cobblestones until he vanished around the corner. Skeleton number 46 stood alone in the darkening field for a long time. It watched the spot where Buck had disappeared, then looked up at the sun as it was swallowed by the night. Then, it turned on its heel and began walking in the exact opposite direction. As darkness fell, every Tier 2 and higher undead emerged from their posts, merging into the streets. Their movements were perfectly uniform. No orders were barked. No shouts were heard. 46 joined a column of marching units. Above them, he saw the banner of the Punishment Legion. Without a word, he took his place at the rear and matched their stride. The foundry. Paul stood in the center of the vast, hollow factory floor. Outside, the rhythmic thunder of synchronized marching drifted in, fading slowly into the distance until it vanished. The world went silent. Only a few recently extinguished blast furnaces remained, emitting the faint, metallic tink-tink of cooling iron. The assembly line sat still. The clay pipes that had hummed with molten metal were now cold. A single, newly molded helmet still warm to the touch sat forgotten next to a grinding wheel. Paul walked over and picked it up. It had a tiny, almost imperceptible flaw. Normally, he would have screamed at the apprentice responsible until his lungs burned. But that apprentice was gone. He walked past the rows of cooling vats, past the massive stamping presses. He rested a hand on a cold power hammer. He had built this machine alongside a group of skeletons, failing over 1,000 times before the gears finally turned. He remembered a long time ago, when he was the apprentice. In a tiny, soot-choked smithy in Bone Village, his master, a wiry, ancient man, had taught him how to read the color of the flame with his bare eyes. When Paul had finally mastered the craft, he felt invincible. He had left his master to find his fortune in Iron Fortress, eager to make a name for himself. On the day he departed, his master had stood at the door of the smithy, watching him walk away in silence. Not a word was said. It was the same silence Paul felt now. He eventually returned to Bone Village after being rejected by the civilized folk of the fortress, only to find his master had passed away. He had inherited that small, soot-stained shop and nothing else. So that's how he felt that day, Paul murmured to the empty anvil. His voice felt thin in the cavernous space. His former apprentices, those bone racks he had insulted and scolded 10,000 times, were now clad in the armor he had designed. They were going to war. He was the only master left in the city. A master without a single student. But his work was far from over. The staging plains, outside Bone Forest. Countless skeletons had gathered here, forming a literal ocean of bone. They were divided into gargantuan phalanxes according to their legion designations: Fearless Vanguard, Punishment Legion, Shadow Guards. Tens of thousands of soul fires burned like a carpet of fallen stars under the night sky. In front of the Punishment Legion phalanx, where 46 stood, were mountains of equipment. Standardized breastplates, helmets, greaves, and gauntlets, all mass-produced in Paul's foundries. A centurion approached 46, handing over a set of plate and a longsword. With unpracticed, mechanical movements, 46 buckled the armor onto its frame piece by piece. The sound of bone meeting metal was a constant, sharp clack. At the very front of the staging area, 46 saw the silhouettes of the generals, Pride, Wrath, and Sloth. Pride wore no armor, his obsidian black bones were exposed to the night air, radiating an aura that forced every skeleton in his vicinity to lower their heads in submission. Pride didn't look back. He simply raised his obsidian greatsword toward the horizon. In the next heartbeat, every skeletal legionnaire stepped forward with their left foot in perfect, terrifying unison. A singular, tectonic roar. The earth shuddered. The undead scourge had begun its march. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. The Orlando Chapel. 1558 words. Chapter 82. The Orlando Chapel. The Holy Empire of Gustico. Inside the chapel of Orlando town, sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting vibrant, kaleidoscopic squares onto the cold stone floor. The confession booth was dim and hushed. A carved wooden partition divided the narrow space. On one side, a middle-aged man knelt, his voice trembling with a terror he could no longer suppress. "Sister, I'm afraid. I'm terrified of the Evernight Empire." The man's voice dropped into a ragged whisper, teetering on the edge of a sob. "The rumors are everywhere. They say the Legion of the Dead has begun to move. Are they coming for us? Merciful gods, we are just common folk. What are we supposed to do? My son has just learned to walk. My wife." On the other side of the partition, Sister Cecilia listened in silence. She maintained a perfect prayer posture, hands folded, head bowed, her expression a mask of solemn piety. My child, do not let fear cast a shadow upon your heart, Cecilia said. Her voice was ethereal and soft, carrying a resonance that seemed to wrap the man in a cocoon of safety. Those undead are merely another trial walking the earth to test our resolve. Continue your path, hold fast to your faith and your kindness. For the great Saint Lustern watches over you, and his blessing remains with all the devout. The man's sobbing stilled. He lifted his head, looking as though he had found a life raft in a stormy sea. Thank you, sister. Truly, thank you. He traced a sign of the cross over his chest and departed the booth, his heart brimming with gratitude. The sound of his footsteps receded, and the heavy chapel doors groaned shut. Silence returned. Inside the booth, Cecilia let out a long, weary exhale. Her mask of sanctity vanished, replaced by a face of utter exhaustion. She stretched her arms, her joints popping like dry kindling. Arg! I'm actually dying. She hiked up one leg, resting it over her other knee, a posture entirely unbecoming of a woman of the cloth. I'm so hungry. Sitting here all day is turning my backside into a block of wood. Cecilia rubbed her stomach, which let out a hollow growl in protest. That bastard Father Anchi, probably off wandering again, dumping all the work on my shoulders. Muttering curses, she reached into a hidden pocket deep within the folds of her oversized nun's habit. After a moment of frantic rummaging, she unearthed a piece of crusty, stale bread, a treasure she had pilfered from last night's dinner. She gave it a quick sniff. Still good. I hear the Evernight Empire has launched a massive expedition. Talk about a pain, she grumbled. Cecilia's priorities were vastly different from those of the fearful villager. Skeletons. Those things were a world away. Cecilia was far more concerned with whether the war would cause the price of wheat to spike. If inflation hit the town, the chapel's food budget would be the first thing on the chopping block. That was the real calamity. The thought of losing her drumstick privileges made her pause mid-bite. That cannot happen. Just as she was calculating how to convince the kitchen staff that she needed extra protein to sustain her soul-soothing duties, the chapel doors creaked open. Someone was coming. Cecilia's body snapped into a seated position, as if she were on a spring. Legs down. Hands folded. Expression, holy. However, she hadn't finished swallowing her mouthful of bread. She had to puff out one cheek, desperately trying to look composed while her jaw remained frozen. Footsteps approached. A man in priest's robes appeared at the entrance of the confession booth. Father Anchi. Cecilia's expression collapsed instantly. She shot him a sharp glare. She crossed her legs again, forced the bread down her throat with a hard swallow, and took another defiant bite. Father Anchi surveyed her with a slight, disapproving furrow of his brow. Your conduct lacks the grace expected of a servant of the divine. Cecilia stared at the middle-aged man. His robes were always suspiciously spotless, and his voice always measured and scoffed. Can Grace buy me a sandwich? You're late. We were supposed to swap shifts at 2. It's nearly 4. Anchi didn't move. He didn't even acknowledge the complaint. Instead, he looked up at the vaulted ceiling and spoke in a dramatic, sweeping tone. I have profound respect for the first human who ever drank milk. Cecilia blinked. Her brain stalled for a second. What does milk have to do with anything? What is this man talking about? Because, Anchi continued, looking past her, the creature he was facing was quite likely a bull. Cecilia stared. Father Anchi finished his thought, then offered her an impeccable, courtly bow. I must be off. I have more lost lambs to seek out. With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, his pace light and efficient. The sunlight through the window caught the edge of his robes, giving him a genuinely saintly glow for a brief second. Get back here, Anchi. You're not leaving. The only response was the chirping of birds from the courtyard. Cecilia shook with fury, slamming her half-eaten crust of bread into the floor. He escaped again. Now I'm stuck here for the rest of the day. She screamed at the empty pews. After the echo died, the room went quiet. Cecilia stared down at the piece of bread lying on the stone tiles. Dust was already clinging to it. Her stomach growled again. It was a loud, desperate sound. She hesitated for exactly 3 seconds before stooping over and honestly picking the bread back up. She blew the dust off with a huff and stuffed the rest of it into her mouth, chewing in a sullen, defeated silence. "Just you wait, Anchi, next time I'm going to," she began mentally cataloging 100 ways to get revenge. Maybe she'd dye his robes pink. Or replace his vintage wine with vinegar. Or better yet, swap the holy scriptures he used for his sermons with that trashy romance novel she hid under her mattress, The Overbearing Knight's Forbidden Desire. A twisted, dark smile spread across her face. "Heh heh heh." A small boy, who had just entered the chapel to pray, stopped dead. From the shadows of the confession booth, he saw a nun letting out a terrifying, villainous cackle at the empty air. The boy dropped his wooden toy sword in fright. He turned and bolted toward the door, screaming as he ran, "I'm never playing with San Cecilia again. She's a monster." Cecilia's laughter cut off. Her heart gave a jolt. That kid, Jamie, had the biggest mouth in town. If he went around telling stories, her reputation was finished. Worse, if the mayor heard, he might cut the donations to the chapel. "Little Jamie. Don't run." She managed to catch him at the chapel gates. "Jamie, listen to me." That wasn't a weird laugh. I was practicing an ancient exorcism chant. A very holy chant. She tried to make her face look as sincere as possible. Jamie sniffled, looking at her with deep suspicion. "You looked scary. Like the witch in my daddy's book who eats naughty kids." "I promise." Cecilia gritted her teeth. She rummaged through her pockets, her heart bleeding as she fished out a copper coin. She pressed it into Jamie's small hand. "This is a reward for a brave warrior. You witnessed a secret training session, so the gods decided to bless you. This copper is lucky. It'll protect you from monsters." Jamie looked at the coin. His crying slowed. Cecilia breathed a sigh of relief. 1 copper and the problem is buried. Then, Jamie spoke. "But Father Anchi gave me 2 coppers yesterday." Cecilia's smile froze. "Gave you?" Jamie tucked his coin away. "He told me not to tell anyone he was using the donation box money to tip the wandering bards." Cecilia felt her head buzz. That bastard. Not only is he skipping work, he's embezzling. And he's corrupting the youth. "Jamie," Cecilia said, inhaling deeply to stay calm. "What else did Father Anchi tell you?" "He taught me a new game," Jamie said innocently. "He said if I ever see Sister Juanisen hiding bread in weird places, I should tell him, and he'll give me 3 coppers. Jamie smiled at her with total innocence. "So that's it. Anchi, you absolute snake." No wonder her emergency rations hidden behind the confession booth panels, under the altar candle holders, even in the choir's sheet music pile kept vanishing the next day. Jamie saw Cecilia's face turning a violent shade of red, and assumed he had been too greedy. He clutched his coin and skipped away, shouting back, "Thank you for the blessing, Sister Cecilia." Once he was out of sight, Cecilia could no longer contain her rage. "Anki Thai." A roar echoed over the town of Orlando, startling a flock of pigeons off the chapel roof. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Father Anchi 1330 words. Chapter 83. Father Anchi. Twilight descended upon the town of Orlando. Inside the local tavern, the air was a thick, heady cocktail of frothy ale, human sweat, and the savory grease of roasted meat. Townspeople, weary from a full day of labor, crowded around rough-hewn wooden tables. Their loud laughter and boisterous chatter acted as a shield against the physical exhaustion of the day. The tavern keeper's daughter moved nimbly between the rows, her tray laden with flagons and plates, shouting back retorts to the regulars as she worked. In the center of the tavern, the stool usually occupied by the old three-stringed lute player sat empty. In his place sat a strange young man. He held a brand-new lute in his lap, a beautiful instrument that looked far more expensive than the traveler himself. Pinned to his chest was a peculiar medal, a round, childishly drawn skull. It looked almost chibi, radiating a distinct aura of stupidity. The young man cleared his throat, his fingers ghosting over the strings. A scruffy bearded shepherd shouted, hoisting his mug high. "Forget those sappy love songs. Tell us a real story like how the elf queen built her kingdom from nothing." "I love that one." A chorus of drunken laughter followed. The young minstrel simply smiled, his fingers stilled. "Gentlemen, please. Calm your spirits," he said, his voice clear and melodic, easily cutting through the tavern's cacophony. "Before I begin my tale, allow me to introduce myself. I come from the Iron Fortress territory." He paused deliberately, gauging the room's reaction. "Iron Fortress," someone muttered. Then, realization dawned. "Isn't that the place? The one taken by the dead?" The minstrel nodded, his smile never wavering. "Precisely. The place the world now calls the Evernight Empire." The atmosphere in the tavern curdled instantly. The noise died down. Every pair of eyes in the room locked onto the young man, their gazes a mixture of pity and morbid fascination. The shepherd who had been heckling him slowly lowered his mug, his expression turning solemn. He stood up and clumsily traced a sign of prayer over his heart. "To escape such a hellscape, you must have the protection of the spirits," he whispered. "Do not worry, lad. It is all in the past now. May the Holy Spirit of Gustico watch over you." The surrounding villagers nodded solemnly, following the shepherd's lead in making the sign of the cross. "Ay, poor child. Don't be afraid. You're safe here in Orlando." However, the minstrel did not display the sorrow or gratitude they expected. If anything, his grin widened. "I appreciate your kindness, truly. But I did not escape. I simply chose to walk out," he said. He began to pluck at the strings, weaving a light, jaunty melody. "Gentlemen, the story I bring you today isn't some ancient legend of an elf queen. It is the living truth of my homeland. A story of the Evernight Empire. In that land, there are academies where tuition costs nothing. Any child, regardless of birth or bloodline, can learn to read and write. The instructor who taught me was a skeleton mage. He was infinitely patient and never once lost his temper. Even when my neighbor's boy little Tom, the terror of the block, drew pictures on the teacher's leg bones, the master only made him stand in the corner for a few minutes. Food there is cheaper than dirt. In the old days, my family of 5 shared 2 loaves of black bread a day. Now, thanks to the tireless effort of the skeleton farmers, we eat soft white bread daily. Every week, we even receive meat rations sent directly from the Aegis Legion. The guards are powerful beyond measure and absolute in their justice. My sister once got lost in the marketplace, and our family was frantic with worry. It was a squad of skeleton patrolmen who brought her back. The knight in command even lectured my parents for nearly an hour on the importance of child safety. Since the great master arrived, there are no thieves, no bandits. We sleep with our doors unlocked at night." He scanned the now silent tavern, his voice ringing with a fierce, genuine pride. "The undead of the Evernight Empire are not the mindless monsters of legend. They are builders. They are guardians. They are the physical manifestation of order. Our master, the sovereign of death, is creating a kingdom the likes of which this world has never seen." The story ended. A graveyard silence fell over the tavern. The pity and sympathy on the villagers' faces had evaporated, replaced by a deep, visceral terror. This boy is insane, they thought. The evil dead have completely scrubbed his mind. In the darkest corner of the tavern, Father Anshi Shinpu, sat with a glass of red wine, listening in silence. He did not interrupt. He did not move. What was the duty of the church? To identify heresy. To seize the heretic. To judge them. To burn them. The words this young man had just spoken were enough to secure him a seat on a funeral pyre. The tavern keeper looked toward Father Anshi with a pleading gaze, his hand already reaching for the heavy club he used to settle drunks. Several burly villagers stood up, waiting for a single nod from the priest to tackle the madman spreading blasphemy. Finally, Father Anshi moved. He stood up with unhurried grace, fastidiously straightening his spotless priestly robes. He moved through the crowd, stopping directly in front of the young minstrel. The young man looked up at him. There was no fear in his eyes, only a calm, open honesty. Father Anshi said nothing. He simply reached into his pocket, withdrew a single copper coin, and dropped it gently into the minstrel's coin pouch. Then, Father Anshi turned and walked out. The entire tavern stood stunned. That was. Father Anshi pushed open the tavern door. Outside, the sky was a velvet black. The night wind carried a chill, fluttering the hem of his robes. He looked up at the stars and let out a soft, weary sigh. I really, truly hate the thought of war, he murmured. War meant chaos. It meant the breakdown of order. It meant the donation boxes would be lighter and the price of good wine would skyrocket. His leisurely afternoon tea sessions would be replaced by endless pre-battle prayers and post-battle masses. More importantly, if what that young man said was true, even a fraction of it, then this wasn't a duel between holy and evil. It was the collision of two different civilizations. That meant many deaths. Much blood. And it would be very, very troublesome. Father Anshi despised trouble. He only wanted to stay in Orlando, bicker with Sister Cecilia every day, skim a few coppers from the donation box to reward hard-working minstrels, and listen to juicy gossip about knights and princesses. Thinking of Cecilia, Anshi's lip curled. The woman was surely sulking in the church right now. She was probably whispering curses under her breath while stuffing her face with that emergency bread she thought he didn't know she had hidden. He began to stroll back toward the church. It was time to face the wrath of the thunderous nun. Compared to a war that could flip the entire continent on its head, Anshi felt that handling Cecilia's temper was the much larger headache. However, Anshi wasn't truly worried. He had an ace up his sleeve. Little Jamie. That big-mouthed brat. Anshi had paid him 2 whole coppers to spy on Cecilia. What the father didn't know yet was that his 3-copper, industrial spy, had already been flipped by Cecilia for the bargain price of a single copper coin. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 84, Reality. 1518 words. Chapter 84, Reality. The valley base, inside the log cabin. Kaido sat upon his throne of bleached bone, his finger bones tapping an absent-minded rhythm against the armrest. Before him, Greed knelt on one knee, his form as motionless as a shadow. The business with the bards, Kaido began. How is it progressing? Reporting to the master, Greed replied. The first wave of 37 individuals has followed your directives. They have infiltrated various towns across the Holy Empire of Gustico and the Odri Empire. Greed finished his report but did not rise. He hesitated for a heartbeat before adding, however, my lord, they are, in the end, human. A note of uncertainty crept into the vampire's voice. We have placed no binding contracts upon them, nor have we subjected them to mental domination. Can we truly rely on their individual will to remain loyal? If one were to have a change of heart, or be bought by the foreign powers. Kaido's gaze settled on Greed. A lie is a lie, Greed. They have no need to fabricate, nor to exaggerate. They only need to recount exactly what they have seen in Iron Fortress and Jade Territory. Kaido's tone remained a flat, unmoving calm. Furthermore, that sense of genuine belonging and pride, that is something no amount of acting can replicate. An audience is not made of fools. They can distinguish between a script and the truth. Greed lifted his head cautiously. The master's foresight is beyond my reach. The cowardice and fickleness of human nature remain an unpredictable risk. I still believe a secondary layer of insurance would be more. Greed, Kaido's voice rang out again, did you truly believe I dispatched the Shadow Guards merely to protect their physical safety? Any tongue that dares to defile the name of the Evernight Empire will find that the price of slander is quite high. Greed lowered his head, all objections silenced. As you command, my lord. Jade Territory. After a long and winding journey, Reinhard had returned. He stood before the small, inconspicuous door he knew so well, his heart a chaotic storm of conflicting emotions. Every scrap of intelligence he had gathered on the road had made his heart sink further. Jade Territory, the land his father had died to protect, had been formally annexed into the Evernight Empire. Count Barton, that venerable elder who had taken him in, was likely already lost. But there was a sliver of hope in the reports. The main force of the undead scourge had seemingly moved on. This is my chance. Reinhard's grip tightened on the staff hidden beneath his traveling cloak. The defenses within the castle had to be at their weakest. He would seize this opening, infiltrate the city, and find the residents enslaved by the dead. He would drag them back from the abyss of despair. He would prove to them, through his actions, that hope was not a memory. The noble of the house of Andrew had returned. Reinhard steadied his breathing. Using the stealth techniques he had practiced in the capital, he soundlessly nudged the small door open. The scene that greeted him caused his battle stance to crumble, and his prepared speech to die in his throat. The hellscape he had envisioned didn't exist. There was no gloom. No rhythmic wailing of the damned. Instead, he found a scene bursting with life. The streets were scrubbed spotlessly, far cleaner than they had ever been under Count Barton's rule. Along the roads, rows of trees he didn't recognize were in full bloom, their small white flowers releasing a delicate fragrance into the breeze. A group of clean, well-dressed children were laughing and playing around a towering skeleton soldier. One particularly mischievous boy was climbing the skeleton's back like a jungle gym. He reached up, plucked a white flower from a branch, and tucked it into the skeleton's empty eye socket. The skeleton didn't roar in fury. Instead, it extended a bony arm, gently bracing the boy's back to ensure he didn't tumble to the pavement. Reinhard's mind went white. Impossible. This is an illusion. A high-tier curse cast by the dead to ensnare the minds of the living. Inside Reinhard's soul, the pillar of conviction began to shriek in denial. He could no longer endure the lie. He burst from the shadows, lunging forward. He snatched the laughing boy from the skeleton's shoulders, dragging him down, and shielding him with his own body. Don't be afraid, child. I've come to save you. Reinhard screamed at the bewildered boy. I will slaughter these monsters and give you back your freedom. The boy stared at the trembling, frantic stranger for a heartbeat. Then, he violently wrenched his hand away from Reinhard's grip. The child spread his arms, blocking the path between Reinhard and the tall skeleton soldier. Teacher says bullying is wrong. The boy yelled. You're the bad guy. The skeleton soldier tilted its skull slightly, the white flower in its socket swaying with the movement. It looked at the frenzied youth, but made no aggressive move. In its simple logic, it assumed this older child simply wanted to join the game. With a dry clack, it reached up, removed the flower from its socket, and extended it toward Reinhard as a peace offering. The nearby residents noticed the commotion. They stopped their chores and began to gather, but their eyes held no recognition for Reinhard, no pleas for help. There was only confusion and sharp vigilance. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? Is he mental? He looks unstable. Someone call the Punishment Legion. Don't let him hurt the kids or the skeletons. Reinhard stumbled back. He looked at the faces of the citizens at the genuine, unfaked peace and satisfaction written in their expressions. He looked at the boy defending a monster. He looked at the skeletal hand offering him a flower. Everything Reinhard had fought for, the heavy mission he had carried, the righteousness of his cause, it all disintegrated into a hollow, absurd joke. He spun around like a cornered animal and bolted. He ran toward the small courtyard where his mother had lived. The garden of flowers. The one who planted them was gone. The one who admired them was dead. Now, only a madman remained, desperate to bury the world. He burst into the hidden basement, dumping every letter and gift his mother had left him onto the floor in a frantic heap. He seized a letter at random, his hands shaking so hard the paper rattled. It was her script. But never forget, you are a noble of the house of Andrew. The word sounded like a scream in his ears. Did this world even need nobles anymore? Reinhard collapsed onto the floor, clutching the parchment. Over and over, in a voice only he could hear, he began to whisper to the dark. A proper noble must remain composed. I have to liberate the people of Iron Fortress. I will become a true noble. The next day, a new fixture appeared on the streets of Jade Territory, a rambling, incoherent young man. Sometimes he would kneel in the dirt, catching the sleeves of passing residents to tell them of the cruelty of the undead, only to be met with looks of pity or annoyance as they stepped around him. Other times, he would sit in an alleyway, clutching his head and chanting about nobility and responsibility like a broken record. When the reports of the disturbance reached Greed, he treated the matter with significant interest. After all, this was the first recorded case of a human mental breakdown under the Evernight Empire's administration. He traveled to Jade Territory in person. Greed stood at the end of the street, watching the tattered, hollow-eyed figure in the distance. A slow, predatory smile spread across the vampire's face. So you aren't dead after all. Greed strolled up to Reinhard, looking down at the shattered youth. He could feel his own mana, the trace he had left behind, pulsing actively within Reinhard. He was merely curious why it had taken this long to detonate the boy's sanity. The girl, Lilia. The feedback she gave me indicated she had successfully ended a life, Greed mused, tilting his head with genuine amusement. I assumed her mission was complete. I suppose I should blame myself. I completely forgot you even existed because you were simply too pathetic to keep in my records. I was wondering where that holy sword went. To think you were the one who carried it off. Greed reached out, patting Reinhard's cheek with a gentle, patronizing touch, as if soothing a pet. Well then. Since you've managed to stay alive, we shouldn't let you go to waste. As luck would have it, Avarice has been looking for some fresh experimental materials. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. Love and Flowers. 1546 words. Chapter 85. Love and Flowers. The corridors of the Evernight Academy rang with Rosen's frantic bellows. You little brats. Cease this at once. Who authorized you to use the inkwells as soccer balls? Before the words could fully leave his mouth, an inkwell traced a perfect arc through the air, colliding with the center of Rosen's forehead with a wet splat. Deep indigo fluid cascaded down his hair and face, making him look like some sort of abyssal beast freshly crawled from the great cascade. At the sight, a child pointed and shrieked in delight. Not good. Principal Rosen has turned into a monster. He's going to eat us. Nigerundeo. The children scattered with peals of laughter, leaving behind several bewildered skeletons and a dripping, expressionless Rosen. He looked at a nearby skeleton who was staring at him blankly, let out a weary sigh, and began the long trek toward Lloyd's office. His eyes had completely lost their highlights. I believe I require a sabbatical, Rosen muttered. Lloyd didn't look surprised. He offered a few words of consolation while heading to the crime scene. Looking at the wreckage of the corridor, he massaged his temples. His heart felt heavier than a mountain of lead. Ever since the Great Purge began, the undead instructors had been drafted to the front lines. This had halved the Academy's faculty just as student enrollment spiked. Without the chilling presence of the skeleton mages, the children had completely reverted to their primal, chaotic natures. Naturally, as the principal and vice principal, Lloyd and Rosen had become the children's favorite targets for mischief. Lloyd clutched his hair in frustration. We have to find a solution. If we don't, we'll be broken beyond repair before the teachers return. Rosen wiped a smear of ink from his cheek and glanced out the window. Perhaps we should send them outside. Lloyd followed his gaze. The infrastructure of Iron Fortress was complete, but beyond the main thoroughfares and residential blocks, many areas remained barren, functional, but devoid of beauty. Lloyd's eyes lit up. You mean a landscaping project? A master plan formed in an instant, something to vent the children's boundless energy, beautify the capital, and serve as a brilliant propaganda piece for the Evernight Empire's people-first policy. We're seeing Lord Greed immediately. The Lord's mansion, Greed's office. Greed was neck-deep in logistics reports regarding the military sweep. Lloyd and Rosen stood before his desk, speaking at breakneck speed as they outlined their planting initiative. And that is the proposal, Excellency. Lloyd puffed out his chest, trying to look authoritative despite the circumstances. Excellency, it is for the sake of the environment. More importantly, it fosters team spirit and practical capability in the students. Rosen added, nodding vigorously, still bearing the faint stains of the abyssal monster incident. Greed paused his work and looked up. Strictly speaking, he considered these two humans his instructors in the ways of the world. He weighed the feasibility of the plan. A moment later, a thin smile touched his lips. Permission granted. Just as the duo thought they had secured a free pass to slack off, Greed added, however, as this is an academy event, there must be an evaluation. Upon completion, I expect a comprehensive analytical report. This includes planting protocols, projected survival rates, and the input-to-output resource ratio. The two men felt their souls wither under the mountain of bureaucratic requirements, but they took their orders and dejectedly withdrew. The next day, the announcement of Iron Fortress's first Love and Flowers festival spread across the territory like a wildfire. Sunflower House. Hans was currently reading a book of fairy tales to the children. And then, the wicked goblins dug a pitfall and captured the beautiful female knight. Hans snapped the book shut, cursing inwardly. Who the hell gave me this bedtime story? It's probably a Karaji forbidden text. Lily raised her hand innocently. Hans and why did the goblins want to catch the knight Onizen? Did they want to play tag? Hans broke into a cold sweat. Just as he was about to invent a desperate lie, Miguel burst in holding a flyer. The Academy is organizing a tree planting event. Can we go? The children's attention shifted instantly. No classes. Hans let out a breath of pure relief, tossing the questionable book into a corner. The guild is closed today. We're going planting. By the time Hans and the children arrived at the assembly point, it was a sea of humanity and bone. Stacks of saplings and sacks of flower seeds were piled in the plaza next to child-sized buckets and shovels. The students lined up to receive their tools. One skeleton soldier stared at the tiny, plastic-looking trowel in its massive, calcified hand, appearing to undergo an existential crisis. Lloyd stood atop a temporary platform, holding a megaphone. Students, welcome to the inaugural Love and Flowers Festival. Our objective is simple, to fill every corner of Iron Fortress with love and flowers. I declare the festival open. Move to your designated sectors. The crowd of humans and skeletons exploded outward, charging toward their zones. Hans led his sunflower unit to their assigned plot. "All right, kids. Let's do this." Hans clapped his hands. "Our motto is, competition first. Friendship a distant second." A short distance away, Lily was huffing and puffing as she dug a hole for a sapling taller than herself. Hans walked over to check her progress and froze. Lily had jammed the tree into the hole upside down, its roots pointing defiantly toward the heavens. Hans massaged his forehead. "You planted it backward." "But Hans and I," Lily said with absolute innocence, pointing at the bare roots. "This way the feet of the tree can see the sun first." Hans stared at her. Is she a genius? I literally cannot find a logical flaw in that sentiment. Meanwhile, Miguel was trying to maintain order. He was directing two skeleton soldiers to water some freshly planted sprouts. "Right there. Be gentle. Even distribution, don't use too much." The skeletons didn't care for nuance. They hoisted their massive buckets and simply let go. K-splash. 2 buckets of water, not a drop spared, slammed into a single tiny daisy. The poor flower, experiencing a level of hydraulic pressure it was never meant to endure at its age, was instantly washed into the next zip code. Only a small whirlpool remained where it once stood. Miguel stood with his mouth open, staring at the skeletons. The 2 undead high-fived their bony hands, celebrating a mission accomplished. Over in Grog's sector, things were equally special. Grog wanted to display his professional expertise as an orchardist. He was explaining how to determine soil acidity to his children and a group of skeletal students. "Look, you grab a handful of soil and touch it with your tongue. If it's astringent, it means..." Before he could finish, 3 skeletons simultaneously knelt, grabbed handfuls of dirt, and shoved them into their jawbones. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As they chewed, dirt leaked out of the gaps in their mandibles. After a thorough tasting, the 3 skeletons shook their heads at Grog in unison. They let out a gaw as if to say, "Your teaching is flawed. This soil has no umami." By mid-afternoon, the entirety of Iron Fortress had been transformed into a chaotic, joyous plantation. Lloyd and Rosen were running themselves ragged between sectors. "Who mixed the fertilizer with flour and tried to bake it? That is not edible. You over there. Do not use your own ribs to measure the depth of the hole. Little boy. You are not allowed to ride on a skeleton's head and pretend you are a dragon rider." As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the first Love and Flowers festival concluded with everyone in a state of total exhaustion. Along the streets of Iron Fortress, rows of teetering, lopsided saplings and flowerbeds had appeared. If one looked closely, the flowers had been arranged into a very shaky, misshapen skull pattern. Everyone was covered in mud, the skeletons included. Hans leaned against a tree he had personally straightened at least 8 times. He looked at the mud-covered children of Sunflower House and offered a weary, genuine smile. Lily ran up, brandishing an empty watering can. "Hans and I. Did we win? Are we number 1? "Of course," Hans declared, hands on his hips. "The Sunflower House is always number 1. In the distance, Kaido stood atop the city walls, overlooking the messy, vibrant land. Greed's shadow appeared behind him. "Master, the evaluation results are in." Greed's voice was a flat line. Based on planting standards and projected survival rates, the Sunflower Group, led by Hans, came in dead last. Kaido's gaze lingered on the scene below. He watched the children chasing each other, and the skeletons clumsily cleaning their tools. For a moment, he felt a flicker of something resembling joy. "Tell Lloyd there will be no rankings for this event. Every participant is a victor." 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 86. Emerald's Respite 1172 Words Chapter 86, Emerald's Respite. While the world above was a chaotic, mud-caked festival of laughter, the laboratory of skill avarice was a realm of clinical silence. Several assistant skeleton mages stood around the experimentation tables, the soul fire in their sockets burning with a steady, unwavering intensity. Avarice had not participated in the Arcane Legion's Project Genesis. Instead, he remained buried in his research. Kaido had handed him a vital mandate: the perfection of the Evernight Empire's healthcare infrastructure. In this world, the quality of a potion was traditionally judged by the depth of its color. The deeper the blue, the higher the concentration, and the more extortionate the price. Even the palest blue, the lowest grade swill with minimal effect, cost an ordinary family months of wages for a single vial. Avarice's previous experiments had been hindered by a lack of diverse materials. Common fruits, plants, and livestock only went so far. However, the recent Great Purge had delivered a massive influx of fresh research materials. Avarice picked up a vial of freshly concocted reagent from the table. The liquid within was not the traditional blue of the church, it was a vibrant, glowing emerald green. Sample 10. Prepare for testing, Avarice commanded, his voice echoing hollowly through the room. One assistant stepped forward to the table, quill poised over a ledger. Another reached for a white ceramic bottle on the shelf, sanctified water from the Holy Empire of Gustico. The assistant unstoppered the ceramic bottle and poured a generous amount of the holy liquid onto Avarice's forearm. Sizzle! A plume of acrid white smoke rose as the bone began to pit and corrode. Even as a Tier 5 lich, Avarice felt a jolt of visceral discomfort. To an undead creature, concentrated holy energy was more toxic than the deadliest poison. Avarice picked up the emerald vial and popped the cork. Slowly, he let a single drop of the green liquid fall onto the corroded bone. The reaction was immediate and bizarre. There was no neutralizing explosion, no clashing shockwave of opposing energies. As the green liquid touched the gray, decaying bone, the discoloration vanished instantly. The bone surface knit itself back together with a series of soft clicks. Within the span of a few breaths, his arm was as smooth and pristine as the day he was raised. Avarice flexed his left hand. The joints moved with perfect fluidity. The lingering sting was gone, and his soul fire stabilized. Avarice set the vial down and dictated the conclusion to his assistant. Potion type, Protocol 1. Effect, highly efficient healing of both physical and magical trauma. Capable of purging the majority of curses and debuffs. Compatibility, applicable to all biological and non-biological entities. Avarice paused, then added a final, critical note: special remark, exceptionally effective against damage sustained from sanctified/holy sources. The birth of this potion did more than just shatter the Church's monopoly on healing. It meant the legions of Evernight now possessed their own countermeasure against the priest's greatest weapon. For centuries, the undead had feared the splash of holy water. Now, Avarice had brewed the antidote. This tiny vial was enough to tilt the balance of the entire continent. Avarice closed his eyes, accessing the soul link to reach out to a specific colleague. Greed, who was currently overseeing the State Affairs Legion, as they replanted the upside-down trees from the festival, stopped in his tracks. The healing reagent is complete, Avarice's voice crackled with a rare hint of excitement. I have synthesized a brand new formula based on the Master's conceptual guidance. It is ready for mass production. Testing confirms its efficacy completely eclipses the highest quality human potions currently on the market. Greed understood the strategic weight of those words instantly. I will report to the Master at once. Moments later, Greed manifested beside a tree. Kaido was there, personally helping a sapling stand straight. Master, Greed said, bowing. Avarice's potion is a success. Greed recounted the report in detail, the possibility of mass production, and the fact that it outperformed the Church's finest treasures. He waited for Kaido's command. Kaido stood up, dusting the soil from his bony hands. He didn't seem particularly moved by the financial value. His focus was purely on raising the living standards of his territory. Greed, pass my decree. First, this potion shall be officially named Emerald's Respite. Second, every registered legal citizen of the Evernight Empire is entitled to 1 free treatment of Emerald's Respite per month at any designated Imperial clinic. Third, for citizens requiring more than their monthly allowance, a fee of 1 silver coin shall be charged per treatment. The potion must be administered on-site, it is not for private sale. Fourth, for non-citizens anyone seeking treatment from outside our borders the fee shall be 3 gold coins per treatment. 3 gold coins. The price was several times higher than even the church's saint-class medicine. The gap between 1 silver and 3 gold was a staggering difference in magnitude. Master, the price. Greed couldn't help but interject. Is it not too high? It might scare away potential clients. Kaido turned his hollow gaze toward his Secretary of State. To the nobles and powerhouses who value their lives above all else, is 3 gold coins too much to pay for a second chance? Is a life that cheap? Greed's crimson eyes widened. He understood. It wasn't too much. Not even close. For those truly in need, they would pay 30 or 300 without a second thought. I understand, my lord. I'm not finished, Kaido added. Fifth, have Avarice establish a secondary production line. Dilute the Emerald's Respite, add blue dye, and package it in ceramic vials identical to the church's standard. Sell it to the Sunflower Merchant Guild at 2/3 the current market rate. Set the retail price to match the church's standard exactly. Whatever they charge, we charge. Kaido didn't want to overcomplicate things. Novelty was often met with suspicion. If the humans liked blue water, he would give them blue water. He had no interest in wasting time explaining new formulas to a bunch of stubborn traditionalists. Greed fell silent. His mind raced as he deconstructed the cold, interlocking logic of these decrees. Free benefits for citizens to secure loyalty. Low-cost internal fees to sustain the infrastructure. Exorbitant external fees to harvest wealth from the elite. And finally, a diluted, knockoff version to disrupt the human economy. He would trap the world in a mire of genuine versus fake potions, bleeding their treasuries dry through internal friction. This wasn't just a commercial strategy. This was war. A war without the clash of steel, yet capable of dismantling a superpower from within. Your will be done, my lord, Greed said, lowering his head deeply. The Evernight Empire shall become a monument to your greatness. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 87, Winter. 1407 words. Chapter 87, Winter. A green, warty head rolled to a stop at Nick's feet. He kicked the trophy aside, raising his sword with one hand and pointing it dramatically toward the jagged ceiling of the cave. Once again, I have utilized my unparalleled blade arts to bring an end to the sins of this world. Bruce the kobold stepped out from behind a jagged rock, dangling 2 dead goblins by their ankles. Nick, you literally just tripped over a loose stone. Your sword flew out of your hand and happened to skewer that goblin while it was cowering in the corner. Nick sheathed his sword with a flourish and adjusted his stained collar. That was the gambit of fate. A high-level secret technique accessible only to heroes favored by destiny itself. Your adventurer rank is too low to comprehend such a profound realm of combat, Bruce. My rank is the exact same as yours, Iron. It's as low as it gets, Bruce grunted, tossing the corpses onto a growing pile at the cave entrance. Besides, in this mission, I handled 7. You handled 3. One of which was a lucky throw. By every metric of contribution, I am the lead on this commission. Nick pointed to the various shades of green slime staining his tunic. Look at me. Look at the price I paid to distract these hideous creatures. This was my most expensive shirt. I charged the front line and bore the greatest risk. You charged too fast and dove headfirst into the goblin's latrine pit, Bruce countered, pointing a claw toward a bubbling puddle deep in the cave that emitted an unspeakable stench. You were splashing around in there screaming, "It's burning! It's burning!" Nick's face flushed a violent red. That was a toxic mire. I was testing the traps with my own body. I sacrificed my comfort for the safety of the team. That is called devotion. It is a point of pride. His voice echoed through the damp, stinking cavern, startling a bat clinging to the ceiling. Bruce let out a long, weary sigh, deciding not to argue. As long as Nick is happy, he thought. Quit shouting and help me. The request requires the left ear of every goblin as proof of subjugation. 11 in total. Not a single one missing. Nick grumbled, heroes are never understood in their own time, then knelt down, drawing a small utility knife from his belt. The two began scavenging through the pile. This ear is no good. You smashed it to a pulp with your hammer. Just use a right ear then. The clerks at the guild can't tell the difference anyway. The regulations specify the left. It's a matter of professional credit, Nick. Can credit buy me dinner? Can it pay for ale at the tavern? Bruce didn't answer, silently slicing the left ear from an intact corpse and dropping it into a burlap sack. Nick reluctantly followed suit, gagging as he worked. The smell. Next time, let's take a slime subjugation mission. At least those are clean. Slime missions pay 10 coppers. That wouldn't even cover the inn for a night. Then what about a great dragon? One haul and we're set for life. And then we'd be eaten by the dragon. I suppose that counts as being set for the rest of our very short lives. 10 minutes later, Bruce tied the sack shut. A dark fluid seeped through the burlap, dripping onto the dirt. Let's go. Back to town to turn this in. If all goes well, we eat roasted meat tonight. With a double serving of ale. Nick shouted, finding his spirit again as they stepped out of the cave. The sky above had turned a heavy, bruised gray. A sudden gust of wind swept past, stealing the warmth from their skin. A tiny, white speck drifted down, landing softly on the tip of Nick's nose. It was ice cold. He reached up to touch it, and it dissolved into a single drop of water on his fingertip. It's snowing, Nick whispered, stopping in his tracks. More white flakes began to drift from the heavens, silent and indifferent. Bruce looked up, his dog ears twitching. A snowflake landed on his snout, making him let out a sharp sneeze. Winter, Bruce murmured. The two stood at the cave entrance, watching the white specks begin to dust over the mud and bloodstains of the battlefield. How much coin do we have left? Bruce performed a mental audit. After we turn this in and get our 3 silvers, and after we pay the lodging fee for the inn, plus 2 servings of the cheapest black bread and groat gruel, we'll have about 1 silver and 20 coppers left. Nick fell silent. 1 silver was nothing in the face of winter. It wouldn't buy a thick cloak, let alone a room with a hearth that didn't leak. Commissions are going to get scarce, Nick said quietly. The maybeists go into hibernation. Requests drop and the rewards follow. We should head east. I heard Jade Territory has free food and plenty of work. Bruce shattered the fantasy immediately. From here to Jade Territory is a month's trek on foot. Our coin wouldn't last 3 days on the road. Then what? I can't freeze to death in a gutter, Bruce. I'm not built for that. Bruce shifted the heavy sack of ears to his other shoulder. We go back to town. Turn in the ears. Eat a full meal. Then, we find manual labor. Helping out at a tavern, or carrying sacks at the docks. We'll find a way. Nick stared at him in disbelief. I, the great adventurer Nick, am going to haul grain sacks at a wharf. You could always wash dishes at the pub. The man and the dogman stared at each other for a long moment. Finally, Nick let out a short, bark-like laugh. Washing dishes it is. Better than starving. But once we have the coin, the very first thing we buy is the best roasted meat in the capital. Deal, Bruce smiled. Let's move, Nick. We need to reach the gates before the light fails. Objective, roasted meat. The two figures, one hauling a foul-smelling sack, the other waving his arms in a fake show of bravado, marched into the deepening snow. Their silhouettes grew smaller and smaller against the white. Iron Fortress, Sunflower House. Hans stood by the window, watching the snowflakes drift past the glass. He let out a heavy sigh. Winter had arrived. Behind him, the chaotic symphony of children filled the room. Miguel Oniacan. Lily is stealing my blocks. Snowy took my bear first. Quiet down, everyone. Close the shutters, it's freezing. Miguel's voice rang out, laced with a teenager's weary patience. Hans didn't turn around. His mind was a whirlwind of calculations. Sunflower House now supported 6 children, with himself, that was 7 mouths to feed. He had commissioned winter clothes from the tailor last month, thick cotton and wool costing a small fortune. The granary was stocked with enough wheat and potatoes for 2 months. But meat and fresh greens were scarce. In the winter, the price of vegetables would skyrocket to the heavens. Then there was the fuel. Firewood and coal were the greatest expenses. Keeping a house of 7 warm throughout a northern winter was a logistical nightmare. While he could petition the Logistics Bureau for an allocation, the bureaucracy was slow, and the supply was strictly rationed. Hans walked into his room and dragged a locked wooden chest from beneath his bed. He clicked it open, revealing the monthly turnover of the Sunflower Merchant Guild. He counted the coins one by one. Gold, silver, copper. This was the children's lifeline. Hans thought about the new venture Greed had entrusted to him, the potions. The diluted version of Emerald's Respite. Exporting it to the human kingdoms. Hans watched the snow falling faster now, blanketing the city in white. In his mind, he saw the children huddled around a dying hearth, shivering from the cold. Hans's fist tightened. I won't let that happen. Not to them. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Central Heating. 1455 words. Chapter 88. Central Heating. Miguel, watch the house. I'm heading out for a bit. Miguel poked his head out from the living room. It's already snowing out there. Where are you going? Hans pulled his collar up high, shielding half his face from the draft. To earn coin, he said, his voice quiet but resolute. Enough to see us through the winter. He was about to step over the threshold when he froze. 2 figures stood at his door. They were clad in heavy, midnight black mage robes, hoods pulled low enough to mask their features. Despite the swirling gale, not a single snowflake clung to their fabric. Hans's hand instinctively drifted to his waist, only to find nothing there. He cursed inwardly. He'd grown soft in the safety of Iron Fortress. He hadn't even packed his usual negotiation blade. One of the figures, carrying a heavy metal tool kit, spoke. Citizen, Hans. The voice was a flat, clinical monotone. Only the undead spoke with that specific lack of inflection. Hans let out a breath of relief. It was a strange reality, but aside from his family at Sunflower House, the creatures he trusted most in this world were the denizens of the Evernight Empire. That's me. By the Master's decree, we are here to install a civilian-grade heating array. A skeleton mage stepped forward, extending a formal notice. Hans stared at it, hesitant to take the paper. A heating array. It sounded expensive. Terrifyingly expensive. Is there some mistake? I didn't petition for this. A petition is unnecessary, the other mage said, stepping past Hans into the house. This is a basic citizen benefit of the Evernight Empire. Installation is mandatory. Cost, 0. The first skeleton mage followed him in, closing the door behind them and sealing out the winter chill. The children in the room went silent at the sight of the two grim, robed intruders. The younger ones scrambled to hide behind Miguel. Ignoring the residents entirely, the two mages began pacing through the living room. One of them occasionally tapped the walls and floor with a bony finger. Load-bearing wall structure, stable. Meets installation parameters. Spatial center point identified. Optimal energy field coverage confirmed. The second mage knelt in the exact center of the room and began to carve. Hans watched his polished wooden floorboards and panicked. "You're installing it there?" The mage with the toolkit produced a tool that looked suspiciously like a masonry chisel. The installation process will generate a minor amount of particulate matter and wood shavings. Please perform post-installation sanitation yourself. The next second, a piercing screech of metal against wood filled the room. The skeleton mage worked with mechanical speed, its hand a blur. Wood chips flew as precise, glowing lines were etched into the timber. Driven by curiosity, the children crept closer to watch. "Brother," Lily whispered to Miguel. "What are they drawing? Is it a treasure map?" The boy named Snowy, the boldest of the lot, ran up to the working mage. He held out his prized possession, a small wooden toy hammer. "Mister, use mine. It's a good one." The skeleton mage paused. It turned its skull, the sole fire in its sockets, examining the toy, then the boy. It extended a bony hand, took the hammer, and weighed it solemnly. Then, with great care, it placed the toy hammer into its kit alongside its professional tools. Then, it picked up its own chisel and resumed carving. Hans covered his face. His heart bled for his high-quality pine flooring. Half an hour later, a complex magic array, 2 meters in diameter, was etched into the center of the living room. The other mage inspected the work, nodding. "Runes verified. Commencing installation of the control nexus." The kit-carrying skeleton walked to the wall where the children's hand-drawn family portrait hung. It took the picture down and handed it casually to Hans. Before Hans could react, the skeleton produced a crude iron lever and several long, heavy-duty bolts. It hammered the lever's base directly into the masonry. Plaster dust cascaded onto the floor. The ugly, industrial iron lever now sat exactly where the heartwarming drawing used to be. The visual dissonance made Hans want to weep. "Control nexus installed," the mage said, dusting off its hands. "Pull downward to increase thermal output. Push upward to decrease. Operation is intuitive. Meets civilian safety standards." Hans stared at the lever, which was thicker than his arm. Intuitive? He wasn't so sure. Process complete. Commencing initial mana injection and system diagnostics. The two mages stood on opposite sides of the array, raising their staffs. "Non-essential personnel, retreat to the perimeter." Hans quickly herded the children into the corner. 2 streams of OD surged from the staffs into the floor. The lines of the array ignited one by one, glowing with a faint orange light. And then the light flickered and died with a soft poof. Silence filled the room. The two mages looked at each other. One pointed a bony finger at a specific node. The other shook its head and pointed at a different rune. They didn't speak, but Hans could feel the air vibrating with a silent, heated debate. After a few minutes, they reached a consensus. One mage stepped forward and scraped a chisel across a specific rune twice. Calibration corrected. Commencing second test. Again, the mana surged. The array on the floor exploded into a blinding glare, dyeing the entire room a fierce, fiery orange. An indescribable wave of heat erupted from the center, rushing outward. It wasn't a warmth. It was an inferno. A blast of hot air slapped Hans in the face. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. "It's too hot!" Lily cried, clutching her collar, her face turning beet red. The temperature in the room was skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. The very air began to shimmer and distort. "Turn it off. It's too much," Hans screamed, lunging for the iron lever. He grabbed the cold metal and tried to shove it upward with all his might. It didn't budge. Creak, the lever shifted a millimeter under his weight. Instantly, the array flared even brighter. Hans felt like his eyebrows were about to be singed off. Just then, a dark blur appeared beside him. A skeleton mage extended a single bony finger and gave the massive iron lever a light, effortless flick. The lever that Hans couldn't move with his entire body weight snapped to the top position with a sharp clack. The light of the array died instantly. The searing air began to cool. The only sound in the room was the ragged breathing of Hans and the children. The skeleton mage turned its skull, the soul fire flickering at Hans. Control Nexus sensitivity threshold exceeded. Recalibrating. It pulled a small wrench from its kit and tightened a few bolts at the base of the lever. Calibration finalized. System entering standard operational mode. With a steady hand, it pulled the lever down to the midpoint. This time, the array glowed with a soft, gentle amber light. A stable, comfortable warmth radiated slowly from the floor, flowing into every corner of the room. The children, who had been drenched in sweat moments ago, let out long sighs of relief. "It's so cozy. Warmer than the fireplace." Forgetting their fear, the children crept closer to the array, basking in the constant heat. Their small faces glowed with a happy, healthy flush. The two skeleton mages packed their kits and headed for the door. Installation and debugging complete. Imperial benefit, no fee for labor. Sustenance energy will be provided via the Iron Fortress mana grid. A maintenance fee of 10 coppers is due weekly to the Bureau of Logistics. We wish you a warm winter. With that, they opened the door and stepped out into the blizzard without looking back. Their silhouettes vanished into the white in seconds. Hans stood in his spring-warm living room, dazed. He looked at the array on the floor, then at the industrial lever on his wall. He walked to the window, watching the wind howl and the snow fall faster. But inside, there wasn't a hint of a chill. Miguel, Lily, and the others were already sitting in a circle around the amber glow, laughing and playing. Hans let out a sigh. At the very least, this winter, no child in this house would fall ill from the cold. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. The Caravan, 1660 words. Chapter 89. The caravan in the southern border of the Odri Empire. Snowflakes had blanketed the trade routes. A caravan consisting of over a dozen wagons trudged slowly through the deepening white. A man named Barnaby, riding at the head of the procession, yanked his wool collar tighter against the biting chill. He was the leader of this venture, a veteran merchant who had spent 20 years navigating the treacherous markets of the south. A young guard, huffing white mist into his cupped hands, trotted up beside him. "Boss, how much further until we hit that legendary Ghost Road?" Barnaby glanced at the leaden sky, then squinted toward the horizon. "The bards say that once we clear those hills ahead, we'll be in the eastern border." Another guard chimed in, his voice muffled by a scarf. "Boss, is this lead actually solid? An undead empire that does business with the living?" He let out a sharp sneeze before continuing. "The more I think about it, the more I feel like we're the ones being delivered for sale." Barnaby didn't answer. His mind was occupied by the songs the minstrels had been singing in every tavern from the capital to the coast. The Evernight Empire. A nation built by the dead. Clean, efficient, and obsessed with order. Most importantly, the Odri Empire had formally recognized its legitimacy. This meant the bards weren't just spinning tall tales to earn a free drink, there was truth to the madness. Barnaby was a merchant, and a merchant followed the scent of profit. Where the risk was greatest, the margins were widest. He had gambled half his life's savings and recruited his most trusted associates to form this caravan. He intended to be the first to cut a piece of this new cake. The procession crested the final ridge of the hills. Every man stopped dead in his tracks. The road ahead was gone. A sprawling marshland, emitting a pungent, alien odor, stretched across their path. A sickly green mist swirled over the mire, and bleached white bones poked out from the black, bubbling sludge. "Hell," a guard whispered. "It looks exactly like the rumors." "We should detour, boss," the guard captain said, moving to Barnaby's side. "This place reeks of a curse." Barnaby remained motionless. He recalled a specific verse from the bard's songs: "When you gaze upon the marsh of despair, do not retreat, for it is but the threshold of hope." He turned to the captain. "Send one man. Have him walk a few paces in." The captain looked hesitant, but he tapped a guard known for his recklessness. The man drew his sword and crept toward the edge of the swamp, step by cautious step. He poked the mud with the tip of his blade. It was hard. He lifted his foot and stepped onto the surface. Beneath his boot, it felt as solid as a paved street. The guard shouted, his voice cracking with shock. "The ground is hard. It's rock solid." A ripple of commotion went through the caravan. Barnaby's heart began to hammer against his ribs. "All units, advance. Maintain formation." He spurred his horse, the first to step onto the eerie terrain. Wagons and guards followed in a line. The moment the heel of the last man crossed the threshold into the marshland, the world shifted. The unsettling swamp vanished. In its place was a magnificent stone highway, wide enough for 10 carriages to drive abreast. The surface was perfectly level, stretching straight toward the horizon. Gasps of disbelief erupted from the merchants. They looked back, but behind them, the landscape remained a rotting swamp. "A miracle, it's a literal miracle," someone stammered. Barnaby didn't let the spectacle cloud his judgment. He had spotted a structure by the roadside, a small wooden outpost. Standing beside it was a knight clad in full-plate armor, mounted upon a skeletal warhorse. Beneath the visor of its dark helm, 2 points of crimson soul fire burned with a steady, haunting intensity. The knight moved. It urged its mount forward, blocking the caravan's path. A crushing aura of authority radiated from the undead warrior. The guard captain gripped his sword hilt, his hand trembling. He was a Tier 2 warrior, and he could feel the sheer, unmoving power of the creature before him. It was unlike any foe he had ever faced. A flat, emotionless voice vibrated from beneath the knight's helm. Barnaby snapped out of his trance. He looked at the knight, then at the endless highway ahead. He understood. This was a private road. "The price?" Barnaby asked. 1 silver coin. Per person." A collective intake of breath echoed from the men behind Barnaby. There were over 50 of them. That was 50 silver coins, enough for an ordinary man to live like a king in a capital tavern for months. Merchant instinct flared. Barnaby tried to haggle. "Lord Knight, that seems a bit steep, doesn't it?" The skeleton knight said nothing. It simply, slowly, leveled its heavy lance at Barnaby's chest. Cold sweat instantly soaked Barnaby's back. "We'll pay. We're paying right now." He didn't hesitate a second longer, ordering his men to pool their coin. A heavy leather bag was placed into the knight's gauntlet hand. The knight accepted the payment and produced a stack of bone plates from its storage space, tossing them to Barnaby. "Drip blood. 1 for each soul." Barnaby and his men complied immediately, pricking their fingers and letting the drops sink into the bone. The plates absorbed the OD signature, emitting a faint, transient glow. The skeleton knight retracted its lance, wheeled its horse around, and returned to its outpost. It was as if the encounter had never happened. Barnaby clutched the bone plate, feeling as though he had just walked through a dream. "I was a bit too greedy," he thought. Thank the spirits they didn't take my head as change. The caravan resumed its pace. The wagon wheels rolled over the stone road with a smooth, rapid velocity they had never achieved on human roads. They encountered no further obstacles. Within half a day, the silhouette of a magnificent city rose from the horizon. Iron Fortress. The caravan ground to a halt at the city gates. 2 skeleton berserkers stood as sentries. Entry fee, 10 coppers per person. Identity proof, drip blood, record signature. Valid for 1 week. Failure to renew or loss of ID will result in classification as an intruder unit and summary expulsion. Barnaby felt no annoyance at the strict regulations. If anything, the cold wind felt less biting. In his world, more rules meant more safety and more order. He paid the fees and processed the IDs. The caravan rolled slowly into the city. And then, they were frozen by the sight. The streets were wide, paved with uniform stone slabs so clean they reflected the drifting clouds in the sky. The houses on either side had been meticulously repaired, every window matching the next in perfect symmetry. The entire city was grand, spotless, and solemn. There were pedestrians. Squads of skeleton soldiers marched in synchronization, patrolling the thoroughfares. Ghouls with gray skin and bared fangs were wielding shovels and brooms, efficiently sweeping the morning snow into the sewer grates. And there were humans. Humans in thick cotton coats walked the streets freely. There was no fear on their faces. A human child ran past a ghoul, laughing. The monster actually stepped aside to make way for the boy. An elderly human man was seen shouting a lecture at a group of skeletons and children who were having a snowball fight. Barnaby's worldview was being dismantled brick by brick. This wasn't a city of the dead. This was a functioning metropolis governed by an incredible, alien sense of order. A subordinate ran up to him, his voice shaking with excitement. "The spices we brought, they're already gone." Barnaby looked back. Their wagons were already surrounded by a swarm of people. These were the human residents who had migrated from Jade territory. They were buzzing with excitement at the arrival of a caravan. Having saved quite a bit of coin recently, they were aggressively buying up everything the wagons held. Spices, cloth, salt, ale, things common in the outside world had become precious commodities here. Barnaby's breathing grew shallow. He saw it. He could see the mountains of gold coins waiting for him. By the end of the first day, Barnaby's entire inventory was sold out. He had earned more profit in a single afternoon than he usually did in a year. But he didn't leave. He ordered his men to guard the empty wagons while he wandered the city alone. He saw the southern agricultural zone, where skeletons under human guidance were erecting massive greenhouses over the fields. He saw the western industrial zone, where the roar of foundries produced endless crates of weapons and armor. He saw the notice boards in the central plaza, where the laws of the Evernight Empire were posted simple, direct, and transparent. He even saw the gargantuan complex of the Evernight Academy, larger than the Royal Library in the capital. The more Barnaby saw, the faster his heart beat. Finally, he reached the southern commercial district. Every shop here bore a specific logo, a sunflower. The shops here sold primarily food and fruit. And to his shock, the prices were the same as they would be in the height of summer. As he stood there, more caravans guided by the songs of the bards were already beginning to roll down the great road toward Iron Fortress. They would experience the same shock as Barnaby. And they would see the same golden future. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 90. The Big Cell. 1545 words. Chapter 90. The Big Cell. Hans stood on a street corner in the commercial district, watching as convoy after convoy of foreign merchants poured into Iron Fortress. Barnaby's caravan hadn't been the first, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Every newcomer wore the same sequence of expressions, First, a jaw-dropping shock at the sight of the ghost road, followed by a manic, feverish glint upon realizing the sheer order and untapped opportunity of the city. Hans recognized that fever. It was the specific look a merchant gave when they caught the scent of gold. Sinclair was currently crouched at Hans's feet, gnawing on a piece of hard bread and leaving a trail of crumbs in the dirt. Beside him, Tate paced back and forth, his hands wringing together nervously. "Chairman, what's the move?" Tate asked. "The crowd is getting thicker by the hour. They only have 7-day permits, but gods only know how many more wagons are backed up on that road." Hans didn't look at him. His eyes remained fixed on the newcomers, who were peering around like explorers discovering a lost continent. "Who said they're here to steal our business?" Hans whispered, a sharp, predatory smile spreading across his face. "They are our new business." He had a massive inventory of stock he needed to move. Specifically, the bulk order of healing potions he had acquired from the State Affairs Legion at a highway robbery discount. He beckoned the two shills closer and outlined the plan. Sinclair's jaw dropped so hard his bread hit the dirt. Tate practically levitated off the ground in fright. "Chairman, we don't have a grudge, do we?" Tate stammered. "I mean, sure, I talk trash behind your back sometimes, and yeah, I hid a few coppers from the last payout. And okay, I traded your favorite mug for a pint of ale, but I don't deserve a death sentence." Sinclair picked up his bread, dusted it off, and added in a small voice, "He's right, boss. It's too risky. What if the act goes south and Tate actually kicks the bucket?" Hans reached into his vest and pulled out a single silver coin, flipping it expertly between his knuckles. "This is the appearance fee for a job well done." Tate watched the silver dance, swallowed hard, but shook his head. "My life is worth more than a silver." Hans pulled out for more, lining them up in a row on a nearby barrel. 5 silvers. Tate's Adam's apple bobbed. 5 silver coins were enough to keep him drowning in high-end ale for a month. He wavered, but his survival instinct held firm. "Chairman, it's not about the money. It's a matter of principle. I am a man of integrity." Hans swept the 5 silvers back into his pouch. Then, with deliberate slowness, he produced a single, glittering object. A gold coin. Hans placed the gold in the center of the barrel. "Finish the job and this is yours. Plus, I'll give you 3 days of paid leave." Tate's eyes went completely flat. His breathing became heavy and ragged. In his mind, that gold coin was already transforming into an endless mountain of roasted meat and vintage wine. "Chairman." Tate's voice trembled. "Which way do you want me to fall? I've been working on a very realistic death rattle. Would you like to see a practice run of my final moments?" Half a day later. The Central Commercial District, Iron Fortress. This was the nexus for all the visiting merchants. They gathered here to trade intel, scout prices, and marvel at the bizarre harmony of the city. It was the most densely populated intersection in the capital. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out of a side alley, collapsing into the center of the thoroughfare. It was Tate. He was a gruesome sight, drenched in red from head to toe. Smeared across his face, his clothes, and his exposed skin were shocking streaks of blood, mostly his own, mixed with a healthy amount of chicken gore. Across his chest was a long, jagged wound shallow enough to be safe, but deep enough to look horrifying. He'd cut it himself, gritting his teeth the whole time for the sake of that gold coin. He stumbled, caught his foot on a loose paver, and let out a genuine shriek of pain as he face-planted into the stone. The surrounding pedestrians recoiled in horror, clearing a wide circle around him. Several of the new merchants turned pale. They had just arrived in the city only to witness a bloody murder. Just then, a second figure burst through the crowd. He lunged to Tate's side, scooping him into his arms with a dramatic howl. "Talk to me. Don't you dare die on me." Sinclair's acting was aggressively over the top. He squeezed out tears on command, sobbing as he shook the dying man. "Someone save my brother. A young, naive-looking merchant in the crowd felt a pang of pity and shouted to a nearby skeleton soldier, "Quick! Call a priest. There isn't much time." The skeleton tilted its skull, staring at him. It could sense perfectly well that the human wasn't in any mortal danger. The other veteran merchants nearby gave the youth a look usually reserved for the mentally infirm. "You're in the undead empire and you're asking a skeleton to find a holy healer." Tate suppressed the urge to laugh, closed his eyes, and let his head LOL sideways, feigning his final breath. Right on cue, a booming, confident voice cut through the clamor. "Make way." The crowd parted automatically. Hans stepped forward, looking every bit the prosperous guild chairman in his fine suit. He carried a small, blue crystal vial in his hand. He approached Sinclair and glanced down at the dying Tate. "A mere mortal wound," Hans declared, his voice carrying clearly to every ear in the plaza. "Hardly worth a concern." He popped the cork and poured the blue liquid, the diluted version of the master's formula, directly onto Tate's chest. Sizzle! A faint wisp of white smoke rose. Before the stunned eyes of the crowd, the jagged wound on Tate's chest began to knit together with impossible speed. Within seconds, the skin was flawless. Not even a scar remained. Tate snapped his eyes open. He performed a perfect carp leap, springing from Sinclair's arms to his feet. Sinclair gasped, "Brother. How do you feel?" Tate squeezed his fists, letting out a roar toward the sky with the full power of his lungs. "I feel alive. I'm pumped." He hopped in place, throwing a series of erratic, high-energy punches that whistled through the air. "I feel like I could punch a ground dragon into the next province." The watching merchants froze. Realization dawned on them like a lightning strike. Hans held up the empty vial, facing the crowd. He cleared his throat, projecting his voice even louder. "Are you tired of worrying about blades and arrows on the road? Do you fear the scars left by wandering Mabiasts? Behold, your salvation has arrived." He gestured to a crate that had, mysteriously, appeared behind him, filled with identical blue vials. "Produced with honor by the Evernight Empire. Exclusively distributed by the Sunflower Merchant Guild. This is the superior healing catalyst. A single vial for only 10 silver coins." Hans pointed to the bouncing, energetic Tate. 10 silvers won't buy you a quality horse. 10 silvers won't buy you a set of enchanted plate. But today, 10 silver coins buys you a second life. Limited stock. First come, first served. If you miss out today, you wait a year." The crowd was silent for 3 seconds. Then, a portly merchant who had clearly done the math burst forward, slamming a heavy coin pouch onto the crate. "Give me 10 vials." He didn't care if it looked like standard low-grade medicine, he had seen the results with his own eyes. In a life-or-death situation, this scam was a miracle. Even at 3 gold coins, men would kill for this. That first sale was the spark in the powder keg. Every foreign merchant went into a frenzy. "Give me 20. I'll pay double. Don't push. I was here first. I want 50 vials. Get back. These are mine." The scene devolved into absolute chaos. Merchants brandished their gold like hungry Mabiasts, swarming the small crate. Sinclair and Tate, startled by the sheer violence of the response, scrambled to maintain order. "Form a line. Get in line. One at a time. Drop the coin, take the vial, and move." Hans stood at the center of the storm, that wicked smile firmly in place as he collected pouches and handed out stock. The sound of gold and silver clinking against the wood was the sweetest music in the world. He didn't feel like he was selling medicine. He felt like he was printing his own currency. He loved these industry peers. To him, they weren't people anymore, they were just bags of gold that happened to breathe. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen, symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. The Slave Trader. 1579 words. Chapter 91. The Slave Trader. The town of Orlando. A long queue had formed outside the local chapel, stretching from the heavy oak doors all the way to the corner of the cobblestone street. Father Anchi stood behind a massive iron cauldron, wielding a wooden ladle to stir the steaming wheat porridge. Over his usually spotless white priestly robes, he had rarely donned a grease-stained apron. Anchi's voice was a flat line of zero motivation. A small child, face flushed beet red from the biting winter wind, stood on his tiptoes to present a large wooden bowl. Seeing this, Anchi scooped up a generous portion of the scalding porridge. However, the moment the ladle hovered over the bowl, Anchi's hand began to vibrate at a miraculous, high-speed frequency. The porridge in the spoon dissipated back into the pot at a visible rate, until barely half a scoop actually made it into the child's bowl. The mother behind the boy bowed repeatedly in gratitude, her voice thick with thanks as they hurried away. Anchi let out a massive yawn, feeling as though his lower back was about to snap like a dry twig. In previous winters, the church provided relief as a formality. This year was different. Recently, Orlando had suddenly become a buzzing hub of activity. Every day, various merchant caravans passed through. It seemed everyone had been to the Evernight Empire to do business. These merchants were becoming increasingly flamboyant with their spending, and the price of grain was barely 50% higher than it had been in the summer, a miracle for a northern winter. Because of this, Anchi had been forced to empty out the private stash. He had spent half a year meticulously skimming from the church funds to keep the town fed. An elderly woman, who had just received her bowl, wiped a tear from her eye. "Father Anchi, you are truly the living saint of Orlando." Anchi continued to stir the pot with an expressionless face. A saint wouldn't be mentally calculating which floorboards in the confessional booth he could pull up to use as firewood without the roof collapsing. Just then, a shadow fell over him. It was Cecilia. She stood with her arms crossed, eyeing Anchi with a look usually reserved for a particularly rare and disgusting species of beast. "Oh ho, if it isn't our great Father Anchi," she drawled. "What brings you out here to serve the masses in person? I assumed you'd be in the tavern right now, using the donation box coppers to buy rounds for the local bards." Anchi didn't even look up. "I'm not like certain people who hide in the warmth of the chapel, calculating how many chicken legs they can embezzle from the kitchen this month." Cecilia's face flushed a violent red. "That was purely to maintain my physical stamina for prayer." She noticed the surrounding townsfolk giving her odd looks and huffed indignantly. "I don't have time for your nonsense." She turned on her heel and stomped away, muttering curses under her breath. Anchi curled his lip and resumed his vibrating ladle technique. The distribution finally ended. Anchi was bent over, cleaning the heavy cauldron, when he spotted a new procession approaching from the edge of town. Leading the group was a portly man with a greasy smile, followed by several burly, well-armed guards. In the center of the guards were several figures in heavy shackles, their footsteps stumbling and weary. Anchi's movements stopped. Slave trading was strictly prohibited within the Holy Empire of Gustico. However, there were always desperate men willing to risk the gallows for a high enough margin of profit. Anchi frowned. The merchant had clearly spotted him at the chapel doors. He dismounted his horse and approached with an unearned air of familiarity. "You must be the famous Father Anchi." "An honor to meet you, truly an honor," the trader gushed. Anchi ignored the greeting, his gaze drifting past the men to the merchandise. 6 in total. All female. And they weren't human. Small, curved horns protruded from their foreheads. 6 of them. Anchi felt a headache beginning to throb in his temples. One of the succubi seemed to sense Anchi's gaze. She lifted her head, her eyes meeting his. She looked young, barely 16 or 17. Her face was smeared with dirt, and her eyes held none of the legendary allure her race was known for. There was only numbness and a profound, hollow exhaustion. The moment she saw the priestly robes, she instinctively recoiled, her body trembling. The slave trader followed Anshi's line of sight, and let out a grin that only men of low character shared. Ah, father has a keen eye for quality. It took quite an effort to secure this batch of grade A stock. I'm taking them to Iron Fortress in the Evernight Empire. I hear the masters there have quite the appetite for exotic flavors. I'm hoping for a record-breaking price. Anshi withdrew his gaze and looked the trader in the eye. His voice was a flat, dangerous calm. In the town of Orlando, no slave transactions of any form are permitted. The trader's smile didn't waver. Oh, father, you misunderstand. I'm merely passing through. We'll rest for the night and be gone by dawn. We won't cause you any trouble. As he spoke, he surreptitiously withdrew a heavy, clinking leather pouch from his vest, attempting to press it into Anshi's hand. A small donation for the chapel. For your troubles. Anshi glanced at the bag. It was thick. At least 20 silver coins. He hesitated. If he took the money and looked the other way, the problem would leave town tomorrow morning. It would be quiet. No one would know. He could use the silver to buy that bottle of vintage wine he'd been eyeing for months. Just as Anshi's hand neared the bag, the young succubus who had looked at him suddenly lunged. She scrambled from the line, throwing herself at Anshi's feet, and clutching his legs. Lord Priest, her voice cracked high-pitched and utterly helpless. The scene froze. The trader's face twisted. The guards reached for their hilts, ready to seize her. Anshi's expression went dark. He looked down at the succubus clutching his thigh, weeping as if her heart were breaking. He felt his pulse thumping in his throat. Anshi tried to pull his leg back. Let go of me. But the girl held on with the strength of a drowning victim. Lord Priest, I beg of you. I don't want to be sold to the bone monsters. I'll serve you. I'll do anything. I'll even convert. I'll believe in the spirits. I'll pray to the dragon. This girl is trying to roast me on a spit, Anshi thought. The trader's face was now a mask of cold fury. He stepped forward, his voice a low hiss. Father, pay no mind to this bitch drivel, the trader hissed, his face a mask of cold fury. He stepped forward, eyes narrowed. She's just a flight risk looking for an opening to bolt. Hand her over, and I'll throw in a full gold crown on top of the silver. Anshi looked at the trader, then down at the succubus who had been violently hauled to her feet by the guards. Finally, his gaze drifted to his own white priestly robes. He let out a long, weary sigh. Anshi turned to the guards who were preparing to discipline the girl. Could you please unhand her? The guards hesitated, looking toward the slave trader for confirmation. The trader bit his lip, his mind racing through the profit margins, before finally giving a curt wave for his men to stand down. Anshi knelt in the dirt, looking into the eyes of the young succubus. What is your name? I am Danica, she stammered. The winter wind howled, whipping Anshi's robes around his frame, but he paid it no mind. He offered a small, rare smile and extended a hand toward her. I believe the Holy Spirit would never turn away a truly devoted believer, regardless of their bloodline. He helped Danica up, then turned his head back toward the merchant. You keep your coin. Give me this girl, and you and your troop may stay in town for a few extra days without further scrutiny. The slave trader froze. A defiant, disobedient succubus, even one as high quality as this, was a hot potato. She was a liability, a risk that might escape or be returned by a dissatisfied client. This deal actually wasn't bad. The trader's scowl vanished instantly, replaced by a fawning, oily grin. He nodded frantically at Anshi. Then this wayward sheep shall be left in your capable hands for spiritual guidance, father. In his head, the merchant was already doing the math. A girl of her temperament would have fetched 2 gold crowns at most, and she likely would have escaped before the ink on the bill of sale was dry. By handing her over now, he was effectively selling her for 1 gold and 20 silver, while securing the protection of the local clergy. Somehow, in the middle of a snowy street, the merchant realized he had actually turned a profit. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Danica 1351 words. Chapter 92. Danica. Night had fallen. Inside Father Anchi's private quarters, a lone candle flickered, casting long, dancing shadows against the stone walls. Anchi paced the room irritably, the floorboards groaning and creaking under his weight like a chorus of dying frogs. Danica, the young succubus, sat on the edge of his bed, her eyes following the priest's frantic back-and-forth movement. Anchi skidded to a halt, his gaze locked onto the small, elegant, curved horns protruding from her head. This was a problem. A massive, world-ending problem. Hiding a living succubus inside a cathedral of the Holy Empire was the kind of heresy that didn't just get you defrocked, it got your head separated from your shoulders for public display. This won't work. We have to hide the horns, Anchi muttered, his resolve hardening. He began rummaging through his wardrobe with a manic energy. First, he unearthed an old winter cape gray, knitted thing topped with a fluffy pom-pom. He marched over to Danica and jammed it onto her head. The hat slid down instantly, swallowing her entire face. Worse, the tiny horns poked against the fabric, creating two bizarre, triangular bulges. She looked less like a human, and more like a suspicious breed of horned owl. He tossed the hat aside and produced a heavy travel cloak with a deep cowl. He made her pull it on. Danica obeyed silently, pulling the hood forward until her face was lost in shadow. Wearing a hood indoors is basically screaming, "I'm a fugitive," Anchi grumbled, yanking the cloak off her. Finally, his eyes landed on a piece of white linen sitting on his nightstand. It was a clean headscarf intended for polishing the altar icons, still unused. Anchi grabbed the cloth and stood before her. "Hold still." Anchi began clumsily wrapping the linen around her head. He tried to mimic the way the farm wives in town tied their scarves, hoping to create a profile that perfectly masked the horns. He was terrible at it. Either he was accidentally yanking on Danica's hair or pulling the fabric so tight she began to turn blue. Danica's eyes welled with tears of pain, but she didn't dare let out a sound. Anchi stepped back, scrutinizing his handiwork. The wrap was lopsided and amateurish, but the horns were gone. Now Danica looked like a somewhat rustic, plain country girl. Anchi let out a breath he'd been holding since the afternoon. Step 1, complete. Just then thump. A violent pounding shook the door, rattling the frame so hard dust drifted from the ceiling. Anchi froze. Danica scrambled into a ball in the corner, trembling. "Open this door. I know you're in there, you lazy drunk." It was Sister Cecilia. Anchi felt his heart give a frantic stutter. What the hell is that woman doing here now? He cleared his throat, forcing his voice into a mask of calm, priestly authority. "It is quite late, Sister Cecilia." Proper decorum suggests. As he spoke, he gestured wildly at Danica to stay silent. The pounding stopped for a few seconds. Then, Cecilia's voice returned, laced with a sharp, suspicious sneer. "Save the decorum for the bishop, Anchi. I want to know about that slave trader from this afternoon. I know he hasn't left town yet, and there's no way a man like that stays in Orlando without your blessing." Anchi's mind overclocked. He couldn't admit it. He would never admit it. "Sister Cecilia, I suggest you mind your tongue," Anchi barked, pulling his rank. "You are slandering the integrity of a father. If you have no further business, please return to your prayers." Cecilia let out a cold, sharp laugh. "Is there a bag of donated gold in that room, Anchi? Don't bother answering. I'll find out for myself." The door shuddered as Cecilia threw her shoulder against it. Anchi rushed to the door, bracing his back against the timber as he yelled, Are you insane? This is church property. She hit it again. The woman was clearly possessed by a singular, violent purpose. Open up, Anshi. If you don't open this door right now, I'm taking it off the hinges. I'm going to see exactly what kind of guidance you're providing in there. Anshi felt his strength failing. How is she this strong? Is she eating raw iron for breakfast? His eyes darted around the room. Finally, he realized he couldn't hide her forever. Better to be honest on his own terms. He reached for the bolt. You want in? Then GAH. He yanked the door open. A sharp, satisfying sound of a face making intimate contact with the floorboards. Cecilia, having been leaning her full weight into her next ram, face planted spectacularly into the center of the room. Cecilia wobbled to her feet, rubbing her nose and growling. She looked up, her gaze bypassing Anshi and locking onto Danica by the bed. Specifically, she locked onto the lopsided, poorly wrapped headscarf. The room fell into a heavy silence. Cecilia raised a trembling finger toward Danica. Anshi cut her off, his voice booming with a sudden, radiant holiness. Precisely. As you can see. Behold, a wayward lamb. A devoted believer who has seen the light and sought to flee the darkness. I was merely in the middle of guiding her toward the Spirit's embrace. Cecilia stared. Her voice was flat and nasal from her fall. You need a locked door and a suspicious head wrap to provide guidance. Anshi kept a straight face, spewing total nonsense. It is a specialized ritual to help her focus on the inner light of the Holy Spirit. Cecilia wasn't an idiot. She marched over to Danica, reached out, and ripped the headscarf away in one motion. The black, curved horns were exposed to the candlelight. Cecilia's eyes went wide. Anshi's heart hit the floor. It's over. Cecilia turned her head, her words dropping like heavy stones. You had better give me an explanation that makes sense. A very good one. She emphasized the word very with a look that promised a slow death. Anshi's brain burned through his final reserves of creativity. An explanation. He had nothing. Which meant there was only one path left, bribery. She can work, Anshi blurted out. Cecilia paused. I said, she can work, Anshi repeated, seeing a glimmer of hope. He began to pile on the stakes. The confession booth. She sits in it from now on. You know how you're always complaining about your back hurting after 3 hours of listening to sins. Give the job to her. A faint light flickered in Cecilia's eyes. And Anshi continued, pressing the advantage, scrubbing the floors, washing the holy vestments, polishing the candelabras, every single tedious, soul-sucking chore you hate. It's all hers. Cecilia's breathing became slightly elevated. Including listening to the mayor's wife complain about her cat's weight every morning. Everything. Anshi declared with the finality of a decree. You can have a perfect, uninterrupted afternoon tea every single day. No one will ever bother you again. Cecilia wavered. She was very, very tempted. Just then, Danica, who had been silent throughout the ordeal, added in a small, hopeful voice, I can also cook. Anshi and Cecilia's heads snapped toward her simultaneously, moving like synchronized clockwork. Cecilia reached out not to seize Danica, but to grip Anshi's hand in a fierce, comrades-in-arms squeeze. Father Anshi, she said, her voice dripping with sudden, profound sincerity. I believe it is our solemn duty as clergy to provide this lost soul with a path to redemption. It is a responsibility we simply cannot ignore. Anshi looked at her and squeezed back with equal fervor. Spoken like a true saint, Sister Cecilia. For the faith, Anshi said. And for the nap time, Cecilia added in her heart. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally, If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 93. Chapter 93, The Chase. 1273 words. Chapter 93. The chase. Today was another day where Kaido came home skunked. He carried his beloved fishing rod in one hand, and an utterly empty wooden bucket in the other. As he walked along the hard stone pavement of Iron Fortress, he was mentally hurling every curse word he knew at the local geography. That damn river is a lie. There are 0 fish in there. Not a single one. He had made up his mind. The moment he got back, he was going to make greed cough up enough gold to buy enough fingerlings to fill the entire river from bank to bank. The biggest ones, too. He'd flood the ecosystem if he had to. The humans along the road stopped in their tracks when they saw Kaido, bowing deeply in respect. Kaido ignored them. At this moment, his only goal was to reach the fishmonger in the commercial district, buy the largest trout they had, and salvage the last shred of his dignity before the other generals saw his empty bucket. Just as Kaido rounded a corner and the fishmonger's sign came into view, a raucous clamor drew his attention. Not far away, a portly merchant was shouting as if he were at a livestock auction. He was pointing and gesturing at several pieces of merchandise standing beside him. A small crowd had gathered, but most were just there for the spectacle. The price tags were far too steep for the average resident. Kaido's gaze swept over the scene and landed on 5 girls in heavy shackles. They each had a pair of elegant, curved horns protruding from their heads. Ah, succubi. Kaido was well acquainted with the concept. Back in his previous world, he'd seen enough research material to know the trope by heart. He paused for a second, his curiosity getting the better of him, and took a closer look. The first thing he noticed was their eyes. They were hollow, glassy, and utterly numb like puppets whose strings had been cut and souls removed. Kaido's interest evaporated instantly. He didn't even have the desire to look twice. Buying fish is definitely more important, he muttered. A passing merchant saw Kaido and immediately scurried over with a fawning smile, bowing low. Good day to you, my lord. The merchants of Iron Fortress didn't know Kaido was the sovereign of the empire. However, they saw every undead in the city regardless of rank bow with absolute reverence whenever this specific skeleton with the fishing rod passed by. Naturally, they assumed Kaido was a high-ranking general with an eccentric hobby. Kaido gave a dismissive wave of his bony hand, and the merchant wisely stepped aside. Kaido quickened his pace, wanting only to escape the noise and secure his dinner. This brief interaction, however, was burned into the memory of one of the 5 succubi. Her name was Scarlet. Before being brought here, she knew her destiny held only 2 paths. Either she would be sold to a noble or a wealthy merchant to be toyed with until she broke, or she wouldn't be sold at all, and would be tortured to death by the slave trader. There was no third option. But now she felt she was looking at a miracle. The undead here followed an order. They even protected the humans. The name of her sister who had successfully escaped days ago flashed through Scarlet's mind. Danica had made a grand gamble and won a new future. But Scarlet didn't possess Danica's courage. She looked down at the cold iron shackles around her ankles. The memory of past beatings flooded her brain. The whistle of the whip cutting the air, the muffled thud of a club against her ribs, it all felt as fresh as if it were happening this very second. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. The leg she wanted to lift felt as heavy as a mountain of lead. I can't do it. I'm too afraid. The consequences of failure were too high. The traitor would snap her legs. He would use a branding iron to melt her face. Scarlet watched the skeleton's silhouette as it prepared to disappear around the far corner. A single, warm drop of liquid escaped her hollow eyes, splashing onto the cold stone and shattering. Then a second. Then a third. Once the dam broke, the tears could no longer be contained. However, surging up even faster than the grief was a suppressed, white-hot indignation. Why must I be treated like livestock, to be poked and prodded and discarded? Why must I rot away in this moldy, lightless world? I want to feel the warmth of the sun on my skin. The thought acted as a spark in a field of dry grass, instantly igniting her dead heart. The fear remained, but she no longer cared. Before she could even register the movement, her leg had already stepped forward. The heavy iron chain dragged against the stone, producing a piercing, metallic screech. "You little tramp!" The slave trader bellowed, his face twisting with frantic rage. Scarlett's movement was like a boulder dropped into a still lake. The surrounding crowd gasped, scrambling backward to clear a space. Scarlett heard nothing. She saw nothing. In her world, there was only the retreating back of the skeleton. She shoved past anyone in her way, lunging forward with desperate intent. "It's all that bitch Danica's fault, the merchandise is getting ideas." The trader cursed, screaming at his two guards. "Don't just stand there. Catch her. Break her legs if you have to." The two guards lunged after her. Just then, the other four succubi who had been silent as graves moved. They didn't speak. They only shared a single, knowing glance the moment Scarlett bolted. The next instant, they threw their thin, fragile bodies simultaneously into the path of the two guards. They used their own flesh and blood as a living barricade. "Out of the way," the guard roared, showing no mercy to the merchandise. One guard lashed out with his boot, kicking the lead succubus squarely in the stomach. The girl was sent flying like a discarded rag doll, curling into a ball on the pavement as she coughed up bile. The other guard was even more direct, swinging his club and raining blows down on the remaining three girls. The shrieks of the girls and the curses of the guards merged into a chaotic din. The three girls fell to the ground, shielding their heads with their arms, taking the brunt of the wood against their skin, but they refused to let go. They dug their teeth into the guards' trousers, anchoring them with the strength of the doomed. The guards began to strike harder, but the girls didn't let go even after they were beaten bloody. They knew they couldn't hold them for long. But even a single second bought for Scarlett was worth their lives. Scarlett heard the screams behind her. She knew those voices. She knew it was her sister's. She didn't look back. She couldn't look back. Her lungs felt as if they were filled with glass. Every breath tasted of copper. Every step was a spike of pain through her feet. The silhouette of the skeleton was right there. Scarlett reached out with the very last of her strength and lunged forward. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Striving 1426 words. Chapter 94. Striving. A sudden tug pulled at the end of his fishing rod. Kaido turned around. A frail, gaunt succubus was kneeling in the dirt, gasping for air while her small hands gripped his fishing rod with a deathly intensity. A short distance behind her, the two towering guards had skidded to a halt. Their wages were nowhere near high enough to justify provoking an undead who clearly held a high station in this territory. Kaido's gaze swept down, scanning the succubus named Scarlett. "You've caught it," Kaido remarked, his voice devoid of emotion. "Now what?" Scarlett lifted her head, her lips trembling so violently she couldn't force a single word out. She simply stared at Kaido, tears streaming down her face, and carving tracks through the grime on her cheeks. The slave trader finally caught up, his face purple with rage. He lunged forward, pointing a finger at Scarlett's nose as he began to shriek. "You'd Ned harlot. Let go of that rod this instant. You're offending an esteemed lord. Do you want to die?" His insults echoed through the street. Having finished his outburst at Scarlett, the merchant's face shifted into a fawning, oily mask as he turned to Kaido, bowing and scraping incessantly. My lord, please pay no mind to this filth. She is merely defective merchandise damaged in the head, prone to fits of temper. I shall dispose of her immediately. I promise she won't soil your sight for another second." As he spoke, he gestured frantically for his guards to haul Scarlet away. Kaido ignored the merchant. He kept his hollow gaze fixed on the girl kneeling in the dirt, still refusing to let go of his rod. If you do not strive for yourself, Kaido said quietly, you will never truly possess anything. Hearing those words, Scarlet squeezed the last of her strength from her lungs and forced a few syllables through her parched throat. Save. The voice was tiny, a mere whisper against the wind, yet it rang with absolute clarity in Kaido's ears. What an absolute nuisance. Kaido was already in a foul mood. He had spent the entire morning staring at a bobber that never moved, failing to find even a single fish scale. At this moment, he really just wanted to head to the fishmonger, buy the fattest trout they had, and lie to his generals that he'd caught it himself. He glanced at the other succubi lying on the ground, beaten and bruised by the guards. Then he looked back at Scarlet, who was shaking with terror yet still holding onto his rod as if it were a holy relic. Those eyes aren't bad. Much more interesting than that dead, hollow look from before. Perhaps taking them in would be an entertaining distraction. Kaido's gaze finally drifted from Scarlet toward the slave merchant, who was starting to break into a cold sweat. Two choices, Kaido stated, his voice a flat, unreadable calm. 1. Go to the Bureau of Logistics and claim 10 gold crowns. These 5 belong to me. That was exactly the price he had been shouting earlier. The merchant was about to nod his head off in agreement, but Kaido's next words made him swallow his reply. Kaido paused. The merchant stared at Kaido, his heart beginning to drum against his ribs. He felt there was a catch. Perhaps he could push for more. This undead appeared to be of extremely high rank, surely he wouldn't miss a few extra coins. The merchant's mind raced, the rot of greed beginning to fester. During those few seconds of hesitation, Kaido's patience evaporated. The sky suddenly went dark. Every person in the vicinity froze, tilting their heads toward the heavens. A gargantuan, cosmic eye opened within the firmament above Iron Fortress. It didn't blink. It simply looked down. It gazed directly at the merchant who had just been calculating his profit margins. At that moment, the only thought in the crowd's mind was a singular, terrifying concept, Evernight. The two guards had already dropped their weapons, their bodies going limp as they collapsed to their knees. The slave merchant, possessing a slightly stronger constitution, merely stood with his legs rattling like dry sticks, his soul screaming in regret for his hesitation. Become a permanent member of my legion, Kaido's voice boomed across the deathly silent street. And then, the 5 of them will still belong to me. The sky snapped back to a brilliant morning blue. The eye vanished as if it had been a collective hallucination. Only when the light returned did the onlookers dare to draw a ragged breath. The way they looked at Kaido had changed fundamentally. Kaido didn't spare the merchant another glance. He released his grip on the fishing rod and reached into his robes. He pulled out a small vial containing a glowing emerald liquid. He popped the cork and poured the contents over Scarlet and her wounded sisters. Their injuries knit together with impossible speed. The sound of fine, crystalline clicks echoed as broken bones snapped back into alignment. Scarlet felt a surge of warmth flood her body, chasing away the cold ache of the shackles. She looked up, her lips parting to speak, but Kaido had already turned his back. The fishing rod remained clutched in Scarlet's hands. Kaido took a few steps, then paused, looking over his shoulder. The rod is yours. With that, he resumed his walk. Scarlet remained kneeling, watching the skeletons retreating back, tears erupting from her eyes once more. This was the first time she realized that one didn't only cry from sorrow or pain. The foot traffic on the street began to resume, but everyone gave the area a wide berth. The lingering pressure of that eye still hung in the air, making it difficult to breathe. The slave trader sat slumped on the pavement, his clothes soaked through with sweat. He tried to use his hands to push himself up, but his legs were still too weak to function. The guards were no better, their faces ashen, lips trembling. Just then, a measured, rhythmic sound of footsteps approached from the other end of the street. It was Greed. He had arrived the moment the gargantuan I had manifested. However, he hadn't intervened, choosing instead to watch the performance from a respectful distance so as not to disturb the master's whim. He wore his finest noble's coat, his handsome face pale and elegant as he came to a stop before Scarlet. "So you are the new citizens the master spoke of?" Scarlet blinked. "New citizens?" Greed offered no further explanation, simply pointing toward the end of the thoroughfare. "Go to the Bureau of Logistics and register. I have already sent word." With that, Greed withdrew a heavy coin purse and tossed it toward the merchant still paralyzed on the ground. A few gold coins spilled out, ringing sharply against the stone. Greed knew that this merchant, despite his many flaws, hadn't killed the girls despite their resistance. In the world of the slave trade, that passed for a twisted kind of mercy. 10 gold coins. As the master promised. Greed paused, his smile widening into something that made the merchant's blood turn to ice. A word of advice: while the Evernight Empire does not strictly forbid the trade of labor, the public mistreatment of sapient life forms is frowned upon. The Punishment Legion has a very specific way of handling those who disrupt the master's peace. They don't particularly care if the victims are property or not. The merchant scrambled to gather the coins, stammering out frantic thanks. He and his 2 terrified guards vanished around the corner in a blur. Soon, only Scarlet and the 4 succubi remained. They looked at each other, then one of the girls gave Scarlet a playful nudge with her shoulder. They burst into a sudden, hysterical fit of laughter. When the laughter died down, they looked at the strange, clean streets and the curious gazes of the residents. They were free. "Where do we go now?" one of the girls whispered. "To the Logistics Bureau," Scarlet replied, her hand tightening around the wooden fishing rod. "I trust that personage." 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 95, The Succubi. 1220 words. Chapter 95. The succubi. Inside a comfortably warm apartment, 5 succubi lay sprawled across various surfaces in various states of undignified exhaustion. Some were face down on the floorboards, others were half submerged in the plush bedding, and one had claimed the only sofa, lying 4 limbs up like a discarded doll. This was the home assigned to them by the Iron Fortress Administration, a literal heaven equipped with a heating array and soft mattresses. Scarlet buried her face in a pillow, only her 2 black, elegant horns visible. "I'm hungry." A voice broke the heavy silence of the room. It was Kula, who was currently lying flat on the floor, poking her own stomach as it let out a series of growling, rhythmic protests. "Last week's rations ran out yesterday," Kula moaned, her voice completely drained of energy. "Black bread, dried meat, it's all gone. There isn't even a crumb left." On the sofa, Mona rolled over to face the wall, mumbling incoherently. "If you sleep, the hunger can't find you." From a corner, Chloe whispered timidly, "Maybe we could go to the Logistics Bureau. Perhaps they'd let us have next week's rations early." Eris let out a snort, rolling over to turn her back on everyone. "Dream on." I checked. Iron Fortress rules are absolute, fixed weekly rations. No exceptions. If you want more, you have to work. The silence in the room deepened, punctuated only by the increasing volume of Kula's stomach. Suddenly, Scarlet sprang from the bed as if she'd been hit by a lightning spell. She threw the blankets aside with a flourish usually reserved for a battlefield commander. "We cannot continue to rot like this." Scarlet's voice rang with a sudden, fierce passion. "We are succubi. We are children of desire. Are we really going to just sit here and wait for the void to claim us?" The 4 other succubi blinked at her, showing zero reaction. Kula scratched her backside lazily and asked, "What are we going to do then? Go mug someone?" Chloe immediately shook her head. You've been watching too many Punishment Legion patrols. We'd be radishes in 10 minutes. Scarlet squeezed her fists, holding them to her chest. We need to utilize our inherent advantages. Advantages? Kula glanced down at her own chest, then at Scarlet's. Well, we definitely have those. Not those. Scarlet's forehead practically twitched with frustration. Our talents. Our racial abilities. Mona peered over the edge of the sofa. Sleeping. Scarlet finally reached the punchline. Dreamwalking. We can enter the minds of others while they sleep. She looked at her unmotivated sisters, took a deep breath, and began to outline her grand vision. Listen close. Here is the plan: we form a merchant guild. I've already got the name, Succubus Dreams. Our business model is simple: customized dream experiences. The client leaves an address and pays us a fee. At night, we enter their mind and weave exactly what they desire. Want to be a king? No problem. Want a mountain of gold? Want to be surrounded by 100 beauties? We are professionals. Scarlet grew more animated as she spoke, her eyes gleaming as if she could already see the piles of silver. Price, 1 silver coin per session. By crafting these dreams, we not only get paid in coin, but we can also harvest a tiny, harmless amount of essence as a snack. It's a win-win. No, it's a total landslide for us. Scarlet finished her pitch, standing with hands on hips, waiting for the cheers and adoration. Instead, silence. Mona let out a massive yawn. Working at night? That sounds like a pain. Can't we just make the clients come to us? Chloe whispered, what if a client wants a really scary nightmare, and we end up scaring ourselves? Kula focused on the only metric that mattered. How many roasted chickens does 1 silver coin buy? Eris added pragmatically, we don't even have a business permit. The barrage of negativity caused Scarlet's smile to falter. She marched over to Kula first. With silver coins, Kula, we can buy real roasted chicken. A mountain of them. You can eat until you pass out. Kula's eyes lit up like lanterns. Scarlet whirled on Mona. With money, you can sleep wherever you want. You wake up, you eat, you sleep again. It's the ultimate cycle. Mona paused. Actually sounds like a solid logic. Finally, Scarlet patted Chloe on the shoulder. We are professionals. Create the dream, control the dream. Why would we be scared of our own work? Have some pride. Chloe gave a hesitant, semi-convinced nod. Eris started to open her mouth, but Scarlet cut her off. Do you want to gnaw on dry black bread for the rest of eternity? Do you want to go hungry for 9 meals every 3 days? The 4 heads shook in unison. Finally, Scarlet looked Eris in the eye. That personage gave us a chance. He didn't save us so we could wait around to starve. Do you really want him to think we're just a pack of useless baggage that only knows how to breathe? Eris went silent. This time, even Mona sat up straight on the sofa. Then let's move. Scarlet threw her arm up in a rallying cry. We head to the logistics bureau right now and apply for our license. Kula was the first to scramble up. Under Scarlet's fire, the 5 succubi finally reached a consensus. They were going to be entrepreneurs. They were going to make a fortune. They were going to become the premier dream service providers of the Evernight Empire. Phase 1, legalizing their shaky business idea. The 5 of them began a frantic, messy scramble to get ready. They unearthed their only semi-clean sets of clothes, helping each other fix their hair and polish their horns. Chloe clutched an old dress with a frayed collar, looking nervous. Scarlet, is this okay? Do I look professional? Scarlet gave her a distracted thumbs up. Professional. You look sharp. I think there's dust on my left horn. Kula muttered, trying to rub it with her sleeve. Forget the dust. 10 minutes later, the 5 succubi looking more like refugees than business moguls stepped out of their front door. The sunlight hit their faces, making them squint. The streets were a hive of activity. Skeleton soldiers marched in lockstep, and human merchants pushed wagons of goods. Everything was orderly and vibrant. Scarlet took a deep breath, put her hands on her hips, and looked left, then right. All right, does anyone actually remember where the logistics bureau is? 4 heads shook no simultaneously. Scarlet squeezed her eyes shut, trying to visualize their entry route from a few days ago. It's fine. I have a general idea. Follow me. She picked a direction at random and began a confident, determined stride. Objective, Logistics Bureau. Move out. Kula echoed from the back. And so, the 5 succubi marched with heads held high toward the first milestone of their grand empire. Even though they were walking in the exact opposite direction. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. The Dream 2003 words. Chapter 96. The Dream Iron Fortress, Commercial District. A stall so decrepit it practically radiated misery sat huddled in a corner of the street. Behind the table, 5 succubi were slumped in varying states of listlessness. A customer, just one soul. Scarlet lay face down on the wood, her voice a faint, pathetic rasp directed at the passing pedestrians. A squad of skeleton soldiers marched past without so much as a sideways glance, their synchronized footsteps the only rhythm in the air. A human vendor pushing a wheelbarrow gave the stall a wide berth, actually accelerating as he passed. Scarlet, I'm dying, Kula moaned, clutching her stomach as she sat in the dirt, drawing circles in the dust with a finger. We've been standing here for 2 hours. Not a single person has even asked the price. Your plan is a bust, isn't it? Have some professional patience. Scarlet sat up straight, attempting to manifest the dignity of a guild chairwoman. What is the most important part of business? Persistence. Mona, currently curled up in the shade beneath the table, rolled over and grumbled, the most important part of business is eating. I'm going back to sleep. It's your fault, Scarlet, Eris added, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. That sign you wrote. No one can even read it. Propped against the table was a wooden board with several words scrawled in charcoal, Succubus Dreams, the ultimate experience. The handwriting was a jagged mess, punctuated by a lopsided, malformed heart. Scarlet defended her work. What's wrong with it? It's simple, direct, and hits the point. The point is that your handwriting is offensive to the eyes, Eris countered, pointing at the board. And that heart looks like a pair of buttocks. Scarlet's face turned a violent shade of crimson. It's art. High-concept art. You simpletons just don't get it. I don't care about art, I want a bucket of fried chicken, Kula whimpered. Warm, greasy, golden-brown chicken. Scarlet snapped, her own stomach letting out a treacherous growl. They hadn't had a proper meal in 48 hours. Just as the 5 succubi were about to dissolve their partnership in a fit of hunger-induced despair, a figure stopped before their shack. The newcomer wore an expensive-looking merchant's suit, and was idly tossing a red apple undoubtedly borrowed from Grog into the air. It was Hans. He had just returned from the Sunflower Guild headquarters after finalizing the next quarterly procurement list. As he passed the corner, his weirdness radar had pinged. 5 living succubi running a street stall was a sight he couldn't ignore. Seeing a potential mark, Scarlet snapped to attention. She cleared her throat and forced what she assumed was her most enchanting, business professional smile. Greetings, boss. Having trouble sleeping lately? Plagued by nightmares? Or perhaps life is just a bit too dull and you're looking to experience a different path? Hans didn't answer immediately. He looked at the charcoal sign, reading it aloud. Succubus dreams. What exactly is this? Scarlett, sensing a bite on the line, went into full sales mode. We are premier dream service providers. For the low price of a single silver coin, we can weave a customized, perfect dream for you. In your sleep, you can be anything. A king, a hero, a conqueror. You can wed a princess or sit atop a mountain of gold. Sounds intriguing, Hans nodded. But how do I verify the quality of the service? Scarlett slapped her chest with confidence. We are professionals. Professionals at starving, Mona added in a low whisper from beneath the table. Scarlett delivered a sharp, unseen kick to the shade. Hans pretended not to hear the muffled yelp. Do you have a business permit? Scarlett answered without a second thought. Of course. Let me see it. Scarlett froze. They had tried to go to the logistics bureau yesterday, but they'd gotten lost, circled half the city, and arrived 5 minutes after the ghouls had closed the shutters for the day. Is currently in the processing phase. It's in the final stage of approval. Scarlett's mind raced as she improvised. You know how it is, boss, so many new merchants lately, the bureaucracy is backed up. Hans smiled. This little succubus was entertaining. She lied with the confidence of a seasoned Karaji swindler, even if her stories were full of holes. And if you take the coin and fail to provide the service? Our reputation is our bond. What if the dream is to my dislike? Satisfaction guaranteed. What if you do something unsavory to me while I'm under? We are legitimate businesswomen. Scarlett was starting to fray. This man had too many questions. Kula couldn't take it anymore. She leaned over the counter, looking at Hans with huge, pleading eyes. Please, boss, just buy one session. We're literally starving. Look, we're all wasting away. She puffed out her chest as if to prove her point. Hans glanced at her, then at Scarlett. Well, they aren't wasting away that much. Hans pulled a single silver coin from his pouch. The eyes of all 5 succubi ignited. To them, that silver coin wasn't just metal, it was roasted chicken, fresh bread, and hot stew. Hans placed the silver on the table. I'll take 1 king package. Scarlett snatched the coin before it could even settle, clutching it in her palm as if it might grow wings. Leave your address, boss. We'll be there tonight. East Sector 3, Sunflower House, Hans said. Just give me a good dream. Preferably one where I possess infinite wealth. Don't you worry. It'll be the best dream of your life. Scarlett vowed. Hans offered a non-committal wave and walked away. The moment he was out of earshot. We did it. Scarlett screamed, jumping for joy. Our first sale. Kula hugged Scarlett's leg, drool practically forming a puddle. Scarlett shoved her off. This silver must be used strategically. We can't blow it all at once. Scarlett began to gaze into the distance. We must plan for the future. We need marketing materials. We need a better stall. We need to scale our empire. But I'm hungry. Mona, Chloe, and Eris voiced their dissent in unison. Scarlett looked at her 4 pathetic partners and sighed. We buy food first. All hail the chairwoman. Sunflower House. Hans had finished the guild ledgers, blown out the oil lamp, and climbed into bed. The house was quiet, the children long asleep. Hans closed his eyes. He wondered what kind of dream those little succubi would weave. A mountain of gold. He was actually a bit excited. Just as he was drifting off, he felt his consciousness begin to blur. The darkness of his room melted away, replaced by a dazzling, golden brilliance. Hans found himself sitting upon a gargantuan throne made of solid gold and encrusted with rubies. He wore a magnificent, flowing royal robe. At his feet, hundreds of officials and foreign envoys knelt in absolute submission. Hans blinked. So it really is a king dream. A bit cliché but acceptable. Suddenly boom. The massive doors of the grand hall were kicked off their hinges. A 7-foot-tall minotaur, bulging with muscles and brandishing 2 massive great axes, charged inside. "Your head is mine," the monster roared, hurtling toward Hans. "What the hell? This isn't in the brochure." The officials at his feet screamed. They scattered like startled pigeons, running faster than the wind. Hans yelled, "Guards! Protect me!" No guards appeared. The entire hall was empty save for Hans and the charging bullman. Hans tried to bolt, but he found himself magically fused to the throne, unable to move a muscle. As the axes began their downward arc toward his face, Hans panicked. "Stop right there. This is my dream. I command you to stop." The Minotaur didn't listen. At the final microsecond dash, "Halt. Foul beast. Cease your aggression." A pink blur dropped from the ceiling, landing between Hans and the monster. It was Scarlet. She wore a suit of gleaming pink plate armor and held a longsword that was nearly as tall as she was. She looked quite heroic. Scarlet looked back at Hans. "Fear not, your majesty. I am here to save you." Hans let out a breath. "Okay, there's a script. Slay him." Scarlet roared and lunged at the Minotaur. The Minotaur swatted her with a single backhand. Scarlet flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, tracing a graceful arc across the hall before slamming into a pillar and sliding slowly to the floor. "Hans." The Minotaur ignored the fallen knight and turned back to Hans. "Who else?" A blue figure burst into the hall. It was Kula. She brandished a staff, pointing it at the monster. The absolute zero. A tiny, toothpick-sized icicle shot from the staff, hit the Minotaur's breastplate with a soft tink, and shattered. The Minotaur looked down at the ice, then back at Kula, and sent her flying with another swat. Mona charged in, wielding a massive longbow. She drew the string, an arrow knocked. "As long as I draw breath, you shall not." Before she could finish, the Minotaur's axe handle caught her in the midsection, and Mona was gone. For the king. Chloe and Eris rushed in together, and were promptly backhanded into the same wall. Hans sat on his throne, watching the 5 succubi rolling in pain across the floor. He fell into deep thought. "I paid a silver coin to watch a total party wipe." The Minotaur finished off the trash mobs and stepped toward Hans. Hans let out a long, weary sigh. "Just do it. Make it quick, I have to wake up early tomorrow." The monster raised its axes. Just then wait. Hans looked over, his face a giant question mark. "There's more?" Scarlet scrambled to her feet, her face bruised and battered, but her gaze resolute. "We have one final move." She screamed to the others, "Sisters! Formation, Gatai." The other 4 wobbled to their feet. The 5 of them stood in a line, striking a series of bizarre poses. A rainbow of magical light enveloped them. Succubus Sentai, merge. The light faded. A gargantuan, multi-limbed monstrosity, a literal, stitch monster, composed of 5 succubi appeared in the center of the hall. Scarlet was the head, Kula was the right arm, Mona was the left, Chloe was the right leg, and Eris was the left. It was an assault on Hans's sanity. Sanity check, fail. Hans covered his eyes. "Evil Minotaur. Prepare to die." The monstrosity roared. Hans stood up and pointed at them. "By every law of nature, you are clearly the evil ones here." The merged succubus took a step forward with its uncoordinated legs. Its left foot tripped over its right foot. The massive, fleshy body lost its balance and fell straight toward Hans. His vision was swallowed by a wall of falling succubi and darkness. The next morning, Hans sat up in bed, rubbing his temples. His head throbbed. Last night's dream had been. The image of that rainbow-colored stitch monster was burned into his retinas. He got dressed and walked out of his room. He had made a decision. He was going to invest in Succubus Dreams. Not because it had commercial value, it was a disaster. But because a masterpiece of comedy like that deserved to be shared. It would be a crime if he was the only one to suffer through it. The people of this world needed to feel this specific brand of joy. Preferably both. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. The Gotcha. 1522 words. Chapter 97. The Gotcha. A bargain roasted meat stall. 5 succubi were crowded around a table, devouring their meal with a ferocity that bordered on the feral. Delicious. Gods, it's so good. Kula spoke through a mouth crammed with meat, grease smearing her cheeks, as she let out a muffled moan of joy. Scarlet. You're a genius. We're finally eating real food. Scarlet puffed out her chest, brandishing a stripped chicken bone like a scepter. Her face was a mask of triumph. Of course. This is but the first step on our golden path. Once his Succubus Dreams scales up, we'll eat roasted meat every day. Every meal. All hail the chairwoman. It seems the days of waking only to eat and eating only to sleep are finally within reach, Mona murmured, her eyes glazed with a vision of a lazy future. Just as they were sinking into their poultry-induced fantasies, a shadow fell across their table. It was Hans. Last night's dream was quite the experience, Hans remarked. Seeing their primary investor, Scarlet scrambled to her feet, frantically wiping grease from her mouth. You're back. Were you satisfied? Did you feel your soul ascending to a higher plane of existence? Hans didn't answer immediately. He looked at the mountain of bones on their table. A single silver coin, completely liquidated into grease and gristle. Is your business model simply to earn one meal, and then starve until the next? Scarlet's smile faltered. We were celebrating our grand opening. It was a mandatory team-building exercise. Hans shook his head and slapped a document onto the table. I have a proposal. The 5 succubi held their collective breath. The Sunflower Merchant Guild owns a vacant storefront in a prime location within the commercial district. I am prepared to lease it to you for 3 months. Rent, 0. The girls stared. A free shop. What's the catch? Scarlet asked cautiously. She had learned enough from Hans to know that free was the most expensive word in the human language. Hans held up 2 fingers. For those 3 months, the Sunflower Merchant Guild takes a 20% cut of all Succubus Dreams revenue. That's it. Scarlet felt her heart racing. This wasn't just a proposal, it was a gift from the spirits. Scarlet shouted before he could change his mind, grabbing a quill and signing the contract in a blur of motion. Excellent. Hans retrieved the parchment. You may move in this afternoon. I expect you to bring that specific brand of joy to more residents of Iron Fortress. With that, Hans turned and walked away. He had a much larger problem to solve. Watching him go, Kula poked Scarlet's arm. When he said joy, do you think he meant it in a good way? Why did it feel like he was making fun of us? Scarlet slapped Kula on the back of the head. Don't overthink the details. We have a storefront. Cheer, damn it. Oh. 5 succubi erupted into a deafening cheer, earning a look of pure disdain from the roasted meat vendor. Hans walked through the streets of Iron Fortress. Currently, the human economy was flowing beautifully. Merchants brought goods, carried away coin, and left behind taxes. The capital's economy was a river of living water. But the undead. Hans watched the patrolling skeleton soldiers. Their money hadn't moved. The undead had 0 interest in human commodities. They didn't need soft beds, they didn't need gourmet meals, and they certainly didn't care for silk finery. Their gold sat in their pockets like stagnant stones. This was a gargantuan, untapped market. How do you convince a dead man to part with his coin? The image of last night's dream resurfaced in Hans's mind. That absurd king dream had happened because Hans had requested infinite wealth. The dream was centered on a symbol of power. What is the core of an undead soul? Hans wondered. He stopped, looking up at the heavily fortified lord's mansion where greed resided. Loyalty to the Evernight Empire. Adoration for the supreme sovereign. Reverence for the 7 generals. That was their faith. Hans's lips curled into a slow, wicked grin. He knew exactly what to do. A brand new plan, meticulously tailored for the psychology of the dead, took shape in his mind. The carpenter's workshop. The middle-aged artisan who had once been tricked into a contract by Lily's innocent smile was currently carving a wooden owl. I need you to build something for me, Hans's voice rang out from the doorway. The carpenter looked up, his expression a mixture of respect and lingering wariness. While he had been press-ganged into the guild, his income had indeed skyrocketed. Hans's limited edition trinkets had given his craft a purpose. Chairman. What are your instructions? The carpenter set his tools down. I need carvings, Hans said, walking into the shop and picking up a small wooden bird. But not these trifles. Hans pulled a sheet of parchment from his vest, displaying several blurred silhouettes. I need 8 statues. 8 unique masterpieces. He pointed to the silhouette in the center. This one is the supreme sovereign of Evernight. The carpenter's hand gave a violent shake. Hans pointed to the 7 figures surrounding him. And these are the 7 great generals. Pride, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, gluttony, and lust. Hans's voice dropped to a low, commanding register. I require perfection. Each statue must be carved from the finest heartwood. The detail must be flawless. I want every undead who gazes upon these to feel the absolute majesty of their leaders. Sweat began to bead on the carpenter's brow. Carving the sovereign and the generals. If I slip a chisel, I'll be purified into ash. Chairman. I don't dare. Money is no object, Hans interrupted. I will pay you a price that will make your grandchildren rich. Furthermore, this isn't a chore. It's your ticket to immortality. Your work will be known across the empire. The carpenter went silent. He knew he couldn't refuse. And one more thing, Hans added. I need a lottery box. Wooden, with a mechanical lever. One pull, 1 tag falls out. And I need 1,000 small wooden tags. 992 shall be blank. The remaining 8 shall be engraved with the unique sigils of the 8 leaders. The carpenter listened, having no idea what Hans was planning. But he nodded all the same. 3 days, Hans stated. I expect the prototype by then. 3 days later. In the very heart of Iron Fortress, a brand new stall appeared overnight. A long table was draped in black velvet. Upon it sat 8 lifelike wooden statues, arranged with religious care. The statue of Kaido sat in the center, his expression radiating a cold, sovereign authority. The 7 generals flanked him, each captured in a pose that exuded power. Beside the table stood a massive wooden board. Written in the boldest, most eye-catching script was, the call of Evernight, prove your loyalty. 1 draw, 10 copper coins. Collect the sigil, take your commander home. Limit, 1 statue per model per day. Subject to availability. Hans stood behind the counter, wearing a benevolent, welcoming smile. Sinclair and Tate stood beside him as sales associates. It didn't take long for the bizarre stall to catch the attention of the undead. A skeleton knight trotted to a halt, the soul fire in its sockets pulsing violently as it locked onto the statue of Kaido. Explain this, the knight intoned. Hans cleared his throat, his voice dripping with practiced reverence. Honored soldier. The Sunflower Guild has launched this initiative specifically to celebrate the infinite loyalty of our citizens. For the small tribute of 10 copper coins, you have a chance to draw a sigil of conviction from this sacred box. Should you succeed, you may claim the statue as a physical testament to your devotion. Hans pointed to the mysterious gotcha box. The skeleton knight looked at the statue, then at the box. 10 copper coins. To the knight, that was pocket change. But to own a likeness of the master, that was a glory beyond words. The knight reached into its armor, pulled out 10 coppers, and placed them on the table with a sharp clink. I shall draw. The skeleton knight reached for the lever. Around them, more undead began to gather, their hollow gazes fixed on the spinning wooden tags. The smile on Hans's face widened. He knew the Undead Empire's first money-printing machine was officially online. And he was the one with his hand on the switch. Of course, Hans didn't tell them one small detail: he hadn't actually put the sovereign sigil into the box today. Every day, at least one statue would remain on the table, a lonely, unobtainable bait to ensure the undead returned tomorrow with more coin. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Daily Life. 1270 words. Chapter 98. Daily Life. The Chapel of Orlando. Danica sat behind the wooden partition of the confessional, listening to the voice drifting from the other side. Sister Danica. I've come again. It was a man's voice, vibrating with irrepressible excitement. My pig, the one I named General that I told you about last time. He took first place in the winter livestock evaluation. The mayor personally placed a flower wreath around his neck. The man launched into a rambling, exhaustive description of how intelligent his pig was, how lustrous its coat had become, and the unique, dignified way it chewed its slop. Danica listened in patient silence. If it had been Cecilia sitting here, she would have been mentally planning her dinner menu 5 minutes ago. But Danica didn't waver. She waited for the man to run out of breath before responding in her softest, most melodious voice. Your joy has surely reached the ears of the Holy Spirit. The care you provide to life is, in itself, a form of sincere prayer. That your general received such honor is simply the harvest of your own kindness and patience. Please continue to cherish this love. Your life will be filled with many more blessings. Silence fell on the other side of the partition. A moment later, the muffled sound of moved sobbing drifted through the wood. Thank you, sister, thank you so much. You're nothing like Father Anchi. When he saw my pig last time, he just said he looked perfect for a slow braise. The man departed, his heart lighter than it had been in years. Danica sat for a moment, ensuring the footsteps had faded. She carefully raised a hand, touching the white linen of her habit to confirm that the two small, curved protrusions were still hidden. Still secure. Danica stepped out of the confessional, squinting as the morning sun hit her face. She exited the chapel gates, heading toward the town marketplace to secure the day's ingredients. Every townsman she passed offered a warm, respectful greeting. Good day, Sister Danica. Sister Sama, you look as radiant as ever today. Danica smiled, returning a blessing to each of them. Since arriving in this small town, life had been peaceful. No shackles. No hollow ache of hunger. All she had to do was speak kindly to others, and she received respect and goodwill in return. It was a trade far superior to slavery. The hillside behind the chapel. Cecilia lay sprawled in the tall grass, her sleeves rolled up to expose her pale arms to the sunlight. Her eyes were closed, and she was humming a jaunty, discordant tune. This is life. No listening to tedious confessions. No facing Anchi's punchable face. Ever since Danica had arrived, Cecilia's workload had plummeted to near zero. That succubus seemed to actually enjoy working. She had single-handedly taken over the confessionals, the cleaning, and half of the prayer services. What a bizarre creature, Cecilia thought. But I suppose I shouldn't complain. Cecilia rolled over, adjusting her position to ensure an even tan. There was only one downside. Danica was so efficient that it made Cecilia look pathologically lazy by comparison. Recently, the head cook in the kitchen had been giving her looks that clearly said, "Why does this nun only appear when the food is served?" Cecilia sat up, brushing grass from her robes. She decided to perform a patrol of the chapel, partly to fulfill her nominal duties, and partly to walk past the kitchen lady so she could see Cecilia at work. Inside the chapel, Father Anchi was currently skulking, darting his eyes left and right. Cecilia was off slacking somewhere. Danica should still be at the market. A golden opportunity. Anchi slid over to the donation box, fishing a ring of keys from beneath his robes. He selected a specific one, slid it into the lock, and gave it a gentle twist. The lid popped open. Anchi peered at the copper and silver coins at the bottom, a satisfied smirk touching his lips. Thanks to the Ghost Road trade, Orlando was thriving. More merchants meant more donations. The box was much heavier than in previous years. He began to audit the funds, whispering his justifications to the empty room. This is for chapel maintenance, this is the candle fund, this is the dry cleaning allowance for next month's liturgical robes. He slid a silver coin into his private pocket. And this is the spiritual trauma compensation for the clergy. He took a few more coppers. Artistic patronage for the hard-working local bards. He took one more silver. And finally, a macroeconomic adjustment to ensure the price stability of Orlando's wine market. Anchi's movements were practiced and fluid, his face wearing a mask of solemnity, as if he were performing a holy rite. Just as he reached for a third silver coin, the main doors creaked open. Danica entered, carrying a basket overflowing with fresh produce. The air solidified. Anchi's hand remained frozen inside the donation box. Danica stared at Anchi. Anchi stared at Danica. Slowly, very slowly, Anchi withdrew his hand. Between two fingers, he held a single copper coin. "You're back." Anchi's face was a masterpiece of unruffled calm. "I was just performing a structural integrity check on the donation box. We can't have woodworms nesting in the holy offerings, can we? Look," he added, holding up the copper. "I caught one." Danica looked at Anchi, then offered a smile of pure, angelic innocence. "Is that so? You truly work hard, Father. To care even for such minor details personally, it is inspiring." Her voice was soft and sincere. Anchi felt a cold trickle of sweat run down his spine. This woman is dangerous, he realized. She had seen everything. She knew exactly what he was doing. Yet she didn't say a word, she simply offered him that "I see you" look and perfectly played along with his lie. Anchi locked the box with a sharp clack. "Since you've returned, I'll leave dinner in your capable hands. Vital scriptures that require immediate study." With that, Anchi turned to make a tactical retreat. A voice thick with fury erupted from across the hall. Cecilia stormed in through the side door. She had checked the kitchen, found it empty, and deduced Danica hadn't returned. She'd come to the main hall to look busy, only to witness the scene. That bastard Anchi was looting the box again. Cecilia's rage boiled over. She charged forward, her leg coiling for a flying kick of divine justice. Anchi was faster. He bolted for the rear exit, shouting over his shoulder at the succubus, "Sister Danica. You've worked hard. I'm granting you a half-day holiday." Before the sentence even finished, Anchi had vanished through the back door. Cecilia's kick hit nothing but air, leaving her stomping her feet in frustration. "You coward, Anchi. Don't you dare get caught. I'm turning your entire wine stash into vinegar." Danica watched the duo with a small, private smile. She took the groceries to the kitchen and stepped back out into the sun. Since the father had granted her a holiday, she might as well enjoy it. She began a leisurely stroll along the cobblestone streets of the town. The weather was beautiful. And Danica's mood was even better. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn. Just remove the hyphen symbol to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 99. Chapter 99, The Treasure. 1645 words. Chapter 99. The Treasure. Danica walked along the cobblestone paths of the town. Since Father Anchi had granted her a holiday, she intended to enjoy it to the fullest. For now, she pushed all thoughts of the chapel and the laundry from her mind. She loved this feeling. The warmth of the sun on her skin. The crisp wind brushing against her cheeks. From the roadside smithy came the rhythmic clink-clang of iron. The baker's wife was outside airing out flour sacks. Spotting Danica, she offered a friendly wave. "Good afternoon, Sister Danica." Danica waved back, offering a practiced, gentle smile. "May the Holy Spirit watch over you." She moved through the marketplace. The cries of the vendors, the squawking of poultry, everything felt so vivid, so pulsing with life. This was what it meant to truly exist. As she reached the edge of town, the buildings gave way to an open meadow bordered by several ancient, sprawling trees. "Sister Danica." A voice called out. Danica turned. It was Jamie. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 other children of similar age. They swarmed her like a flock of chirping sparrows, surrounding her in an instant. "Sister Danica. Play with us. Let's play hide and seek." "Hide and seek." Jamie looked up at her, his eyes shining with hope. "Will you play, sister? Father Anchi said you were off duty today." Danica looked at their expectant faces. She knelt down so her eyes were level with theirs, then reached out to ruffle Jamie's messy hair. "All right," she whispered. The children erupted into a cheer. "Sister Danica is playing with us." The game began. A little girl was chosen to be it. She leaned against a massive oak tree, her high-pitched voice counting upward. The crowd scattered like leaves in a gale. Danica gathered her skirts and ran, searching for a place to disappear. She spotted a dilapidated cow shed nearby and slipped inside. It was filled with dry hay and smelled of old grain. She tucked herself behind a large mound, leaving only her eyes visible. Outside, the seeker finished her count. "Ready or not, here I come." Footsteps pattered against the grass. Danica heard the girl find a boy hiding behind the well. "Found you, Tom." "I wasn't ready." "Doesn't matter. You're the next seeker." The children's voices were thick with vitality. Behind her hay bale, Danica remained silent, simply listening. It was a novel sensation. No need to scheme, no need to seduce or manipulate. She was simply a participant in a game. Soon, it was Jamie's turn to seek. He leaned against the tree, his voice booming. This time, Danica chose to run toward the tree line at the edge of the woods. The trees were denser there, offering better concealment. 99. 100. Here I come. Jamie's voice drifted from behind her. Danica quickened her pace, entering the forest. The light grew dim beneath the canopy. She found a particularly thick oak tree, and pressed herself against the rough bark. She held her breath. Footsteps approached, crunched over dry leaves, then faded into the distance. She let out a breath of relief. The game continued for several rounds until, eventually, it was Danica's turn to be the seeker. She stood before the great oak, her face against the bark, and began to count. 1, 2, 3. The frantic patter of retreating footsteps echoed behind her. Danica closed her eyes, counting with genuine focus. Those were the rules. 99, 100. Ready or not. She turned and began her hunt. The area was quiet. She scanned the surroundings but saw no one. She headed back toward the town first. Behind a woodpile, a sliver of a red skirt was visible. "Found you, Lena." Lena jumped, letting out a short shriek. "Sister Danica, you're too fast." One by one, she rooted the children out of their spots. Soon, only Jamie remained missing. Where did Jamie go? He's the best at hiding. Last time, we looked for him all afternoon, and never found him. The children chattered amongst themselves. Danica pondered for a moment. Jamie was a clever boy, he wouldn't hide in a predictable spot. Her gaze drifted toward the small forest. She stepped back into the woods. It was silent, save for the rustle of wind through the leaves. She softened her footfalls, observing every shadow for a clue. A hollow log. Behind the brambles. She approached a low thicket and parted the branches. "Are you in here?" She didn't let the disappointment show, pushing deeper into the forest. As she walked, a low-hanging branch blocked her path. Rather than detouring, she bent low to duck beneath it. In that instant, she felt a sudden, sharp tug. Danica felt the weight lift from her head, followed by a sudden chill. The nun's habit had been snagged by a jagged twig. The fabric slid from her hair and hit the forest floor with a soft thud. For a heartbeat, Danica's blood ran cold. Her skin prickled with a sudden, icy sweat. Her physical instincts overrode her mind. She dropped to a crouch, snatching the cloth from the dirt and frantically shoving it back onto her head. It cannot be seen. With trembling hands, she secured the linen, carefully tucking every stray strand of hair beneath the fabric. Finally, she pressed her palm against the top of the habit. The two small, curved protrusions were once again hidden. Feeling the security of the disguise return, Danica let out a long, shuddering exhale. "It's okay. I'm in the woods. No one saw." She stood up, preparing to resume the search for Jamie. Suddenly, a visceral sense of being watched made her snap her head upward. There on a thick branch directly above the twig that had claimed her habit, sat Jamie. He was hugging the trunk, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly agape. He was staring at her with total, unmoving intensity. Danica's pupils constricted. She locked eyes with him, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. His gaze was fixed exactly where she had just been fumbling with her head wrap. He had seen. Jamie had seen the truth. Time seemed to grind to a halt. The wind died. The birds went silent. The blood in Danica's veins felt like it had turned to ice. What do I do? What do I do? 1,000 thoughts shrieked through her mind. A dark, predatory voice whispered from the depths of her soul. If he dies, the secret dies with him. You can keep this life. Just push him. Make it look like an accident. He's just a human child. It's so easy. She clenched her fists, a flash of lethal intent flickering in her eyes as she took a half-step toward the tree. But then, she looked at his face. She looked at those innocent, youthful features. Her fists slowly uncurled. She looked down at her feet, and let out a broken sigh. She forced herself to breathe, to stabilize. Then, she looked back up at the dazed Jamie. Slowly, she raised one hand. She pressed her index finger against her lips. She made the universal gesture for silence. Then, she forced her lips into the smile she was best at, the gentle, reassuring smile of a sister. In the tree, Jamie blinked at her. He didn't move, he seemed to be processing what he had witnessed. Several seconds passed. Then, he gave Danica a slow, vigorous nod. He scrambled down the trunk like a nimble monkey, landing softly on the grass before her. He didn't speak. He simply stepped closer, looking up at her. He extended his right hand. His small pinky finger was curled outward, stiff and stubborn. A promise. Danica looked at that tiny finger. Inexplicably, the storm in her heart settled. She reached out and hooked her own pinky around his. "Is this a secret between me and Sister Danica?" Jamie asked in a tiny, breathless whisper. "Yes," Danica replied, her voice just as soft. "It is our secret." Jamie broke into a radiant, genuine grin. He was overjoyed. Jamie finally had a real secret. A secret shared only with Sister Danica. It was a secret far more important than the 3 coppers Father Anchi had paid him to spy on Sister Cecilia's bread stash. Children's hearts are sensitive things. Every adult in town complained that Jamie was a chatterbox. His mother would pull his ear and say, "If you don't stop blabbing, I'll tan your hide." The baker's wife would pinch his cheeks and grumble about him telling people her bread was hard. Even Father Anchi would give him coppers but shoo him away the moment the boy finished talking. Only Sister Danica was different. She actually listened. Once, Jamie had accidentally told everyone that their neighbor, Tom, still wet the bed. The next day, Tom had chased him with a stick. Jamie had run to Sister Danica, crying. She hadn't laughed at him or told him he deserved it. She had simply stroked his hair and said, "It's okay, Jamie. When I was small, I loved sharing secrets too. Sharing is a happy thing, isn't it?" Back then, Jamie had vowed to help her someday. And now they shared something special. She had shared this with him. That meant she trusted him. He looked up at her with a new, fierce determination. Jamie decided then and there, he would never tell a soul. Because this was his and Sister Danica's most precious treasure. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review. That's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. The Saru Tribe. 1363 words. Chapter 100. The Saru Tribe. The freezing wind shrieked through bare, skeletal branches. Gyujil trudged through the snow-laden forest, his mind heavy with the weight of his tribe's survival. The last breeding boar in the livestock pens had been slaughtered and fed to the tribesmen only days ago. This winter had overstayed its welcome. If spring did not arrive soon, the piglets that hadn't even reached maturity would face a similar fate. A few days prior, several elder orcs had quietly vanished. They offered no goodbyes, they simply walked out of the camp into the biting dark of the night. It was their final gift, saving the last of the precious rations for the young. Gyujil tightened his grip on his heavy stone axe and looked toward the sky. The future of this land was as bleak and gray as the clouds above, offering not a single glimmer of light. A high-pitched, thunderous squeal snapped Gyujil back to reality. He whipped his head toward the sound. There, standing in a clearing of deep powder, a wild boar of monstrous proportions glared at them. Frost clung to its massive tusks, and every breath it exhaled erupted in plumes of thick white steam. Gyujil exchanged a look with his fellow hunters. In an instant, the embers of excitement ignited in their eyes. "Prepare for battle." Gyujil let out a low growl. The boar gave them no time to coordinate. It dug its hind hooves into the earth and launched. Its massive bulk moved like a runaway juggernaut, thundering across the snow. The hunters didn't panic. Years of skirmishing with mabiasts had forged their instincts into iron. As the boar lunged, they scattered with predatory agility, narrowly avoiding the lethal impact. The boar slammed into empty air, plowing a deep trench into the frozen ground. Before it could recover its footing, the horn of battle had already sounded. A nimble orc warrior lunged from the flank, his lasso whistling through the air. The loop snagged the boar's hind leg with surgical precision. He quickly wrapped the other end around a sturdy oak, pulling back with all his might to anchor the beast. The boar squealed in pain and fury. With a violent toss of its head, it unleashed a strength so immense it sent the warrior and his rope flying through the air. Gyujil didn't attempt a head-on collision. He waited for the split second the boar turned. He cut in from the blind spot, his stone axe tracing a heavy, devastating arc. The wind whistled as the blade swung toward the creature's flank. The axe collided with the boar's hide, producing a muffled, bone-deep thud. The massive beast staggered, its skin torn into a bloody mess. The agony drove the beast into a true frenzy. It abandoned all other targets, focusing its entire murderous intent on Gyujil. Gyujil had predicted this. He retreated instantly, drawing the beast away to create openings for his team. The hunters moved with seamless coordination. Some acted as decoys, hurling stones and short spears to draw the beast's gaze. Others used the terrain to wear down its stamina. Gyujil remained the hammer, waiting for the perfect microsecond to strike. The battle dragged on. The boar was now covered in gashes, its breathing heavy and wet, its charges losing their terrifying velocity. The orc warriors were gasping for air, but their eyes grew brighter with the scent of victory. Finally, as the boar missed yet another charge, Gyujil saw his opening. He let out an earth-shaking roar, his muscles bulging beneath his skin. He channeled every ounce of his strength into his arms, raising the stone axe high above his head. A spark of black lightning, a low-tier elemental discharge, flickered along the blade as it descended with the weight of an executioner's sentence. It struck the boar's neck with surgical accuracy. A sickening, toothacheing sound of vertebrae shattering echoed through the woods. The boar's body went rigid. The murderous light in its eyes dimmed instantly, and the massive creature crashed into the snow, kicking up a white cloud. The hunt was a success. The hunters erupted into cheers, jumping and howling around their prize. "You did it. The first warrior for a reason. We eat like kings tonight." Back at the village, the female orcs and children had been digging through the snow for frozen roots. Had the hunters returned empty-handed, they would have boiled the roots in snowmelt to survive another day. Suddenly, a young orc pointed toward the treeline and screamed, "The hunters! They're back!" The tribe swarmed the returning party. Seeing the massive boar being hauled by the grinning warriors, a wave of genuine, soul-felt joy swept through the camp. Gyujil grinned, revealing rows of thick, ivory tusks. The smiles of his people washed away the gloom of the morning. He hoisted his axe over his shoulder and strode to the central clearing. Fire was brought to life. The orange glow danced across the faces of the orcs, warding off the winter chill. The boar was set over the flames, fat sizzled and dripped into the embers, releasing an aroma of roasted meat and wood smoke that set every stomach growling. Every orc received a steaming portion. Even the smallest cub sat gnawing on a bone larger than its head, grease-smeared, and letting out whimpers of satisfaction. For a few hours, the tribe forgot the hunger, the cold, and the fear. Gyujil tore into a charred, succulent leg of pork. As the hot juices hit his tongue, he felt his strength returning. He reached for another piece, but his hand froze mid-motion. His gaze drifted past the cheering crowd, through the flickering wall of the bonfire. He looked toward the river, now a solid, unmoving sheet of ice at the edge of the camp. On the opposite bank, a lone figure stood in the darkness. A skeleton. In an heartbeat, the world went silent. The laughter died. The chatter vanished. Every orc noticed the uninvited guest. They reached for their weapons, their eyes narrowing with instinctual hostility as they stared across the ice. "Undead," a voice whispered beside Gyujil. The tribe shaman stood up, leaning on a staff decorated with bone and feathers. As a Tier 2 magic user, his face was a mask of unshielded shock as he sensed the aura across the water. "That mana. It's immense. That is a Tier 4 skeleton archmage." In the entire tribe, Gyujil was the strongest, and he was only a peak Tier 2 warrior. The gap between them was an abyss. But Gyujil did not flinch. He stood up, grabbing his heavy axe, and began to stride toward the riverbank. "I don't care about its rank," Gyujil growled, his muscles coiling. "If it dares set foot on Sorrow Land, I'll crush every bone in its body." Just as Gyujil's foot was about to touch the frozen river, the skeleton archmage moved. It slowly raised a bony hand toward the sky. Algiwal. A bolt of purple lightning tore through the air, striking the ground beside Gugel. The explosion left a jagged, smoking crater in the frozen earth. A voice cold, hollow, and utterly devoid of emotion rang out. It did not travel through the air, it resonated directly within the consciousness of every orc present. This is the only destiny remaining for your tribe. The voice echoed in their souls, carrying an irresistible authority. To defy the will of that personage is to invite annihilation. Gugel stopped. The skeleton archmage's soul fire scanned the orcs with chilling indifference. There was no mockery, no pity. Only the cold weight of a fact. I require your answer by sunset tomorrow. With that, the creature turned and vanished into the night, not deigning to look at the terrified tribe a second time. Left behind were the orcs, standing in a daze, and the echoes of an ultimatum that reeked of the grave. 20 advanced chapters now available on Patreon. https://www.com/c/hollowborn, just remove the hyphen symbol, to access Patreon normally. If you like this novel, please consider leaving a review, that's helped the story a lot. Thank you. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.